Good morning, everybody. The wait is over. The winter has gone away. We've turned the clocks forward. Hello, spring. And summer is just around the corner, which means round one of the Junction 6 NKC is about to take place at this beautiful circuit that is Dunkeswell in the south of England. My name is Joe Bradley, with you all day, bringing you all of the action. And alongside me, as ever, is my erstwhile colleague, Nick Damon. Hello, Nick.
Hello there, Joe. Nice to be talking with you on air live for the first time since November.
Quite a while.
November,
yes,
yeah.
Exactly. A long, dark winter.
Try and get this...
What are you saying? Are you thinking and doing something?
Just very quickly do this.
There's the great Freddie Worlock, the current champion, carrying the number one. Different coloured cart, though. He's with the TT Motorsport team. Jensen Watts, former champion in 24 alongside. Dylan Morton and Macaulay Austin making a return on round two. Former champion Mason Perrin and Blake Ticehurst on three. On row four is Braden Hill and Will Swales. We've got the junior champion moving up to seniors on row five with Ethan Ling. Then we've got Charlie Hume and Jack Maidment. James Wood returning to the NKC with Sam Wyatt alongside. Oakley Garthwaite, another returnee, with JJ Hind alongside. Now we are forming the grid up nice and orderly. Probably you'll not have time. There's the grid on your screens. Pick out your driver. Tell us who you are supporting as we are racing for the first, not the first time as we had heats yesterday, but certainly for the first time today.
That's quite a spread out start, wasn't it?
It is, and I'm not
behind. Are they taking it? They are taking it.
I can't see any full start flag. So that is our current champion, Freddie Worlock, confusing us by jumping into an orange and white cart for TT Motorsport. He won the championship last year for Nib Sport. And Nick, those are very light raindrops on our camera lenses, which means we haven't got perfect conditions.
I was about to say, there is a plethora of reviews from various meteorological apps about when we're going to get rain, but they're all saying you're going to get rain. Is it 10:30? Is it 2? Is it 5? And the volume of rain is questionable as well, but at the moment it is what's called psychological rain. If it's coming onto the visors, being slightly taking a bit of the attention away, is it going to get? Am I going to get the cornering I want? Also, Joe, very, very cold today, and the tarmac is freezing, so it's going to take a while to get these carts into the right window.
Well, they're already got drivers across the line at complete lap one. It's the battle of the champions there at the front of the field, though, with Freddie Worlock, last year's champion, and the 2024 champion, Jensen Watts. They're on racing for two southern teams as well, and Braden Hill, another very fast driver and former champion here in the NKC. Three-way battle already developing, Nick.
Yeah, so Jensen Watts in the 93 had an absolute disaster in his heat yesterday. He was leading comfortably, and he actually just took the dog leg that's coming up in the second race. They come up the Woodland Straight and into the dog leg, and in the dog leg here, that cart in second race just lost it. It was like he was facing the wrong way of the barriers and dropped all the way to the back of the field. Did get himself back up to about 16th, 17th, but certainly the brilliance we've seen from Watts in the southern circuits not in evidence yesterday.
And that has no effect because this year, 2026, sees a slight variation for the NKC. We've had time qualifying this weekend. We're going to have time qualifying at rounds 1, 3 and 5. We're going to have mixed grids, which is the conventional way we've raced in the NKC, at rounds 2, 4 and 6. However, time qualifying, Jensen Watts is able to start where he qualified for his second heat. From here, he's absolutely got to fight for a really good position here to get himself up the grid in the superheat. He's already demolished that chance by that very, very lowly position. After that, I think it was a little bit of my fault, actually, Nick.
Yeah, you were picking him up, weren't you?
I was saying it was our absolute masterclass in how to drive the southern tracks, especially here at Dunkeswell, and then he went and spun it. And I haven't had a chance to speak to Jens to see exactly what happened, but right now, this is a cracker. These drivers here are the cream of the NKC crop, if not the cream of British karting here.
Yeah, I mean, well, comfortably controlling the pace. It is a case really of whether people are going to try at any point or whether they're going to wait for the old famous 2-minute bell. What I would think is, I would expect to be running a conservative concept because he just needs to get the points. At the moment, he's qualifying 17th in the superheat, and he needs to move well, lower than that, if you think about it, because there's two halves come together. So he now needs to do what is we see quite a lot in the world of heat pre-final and final. He needs to just move slowly up the field to give himself the best chance of the final. And whether throwing up the inside with a risky manoeuvre to take the lead is a good idea is questionable.
Jensen Watts carrying the number 93. Obviously a little bit of superstition there, because he did acquire the seeded number of 2025's vice champion, finishing just behind the cart that he is actually behind on track, and choosing not to take the number 2. We would have number 1 and number 2 there, first and second. 35 though is Braden Hill, and Braden Hill is not a driver that you cannot take seriously as well, Nick. He's proved to be very, very fast in the past, and as a former champion in the NKC himself, certainly junior champion comes to mind, as we've got this, dare I say it, Nick, for the first time in 2026, a high-speed game of chess ensuing.
The biggest problem you've had, Joe, is over the course of the last couple of months, that phrase has been stolen by every single commentator on F1.
Well, I'll let them do that. Well, that is really a high-speed game of
chess.
Electric chess, yes. Let's not get into that one today.
No. So, yeah, it's interesting. We've got this three-cart breakaway. Behind them, Macaulay Austin and Jaden Sherwood, they're quite close. You can just see in the back of shot now. Then you've got 3 slightly more spaced-out drivers, Ethan Ling, Billy Voigt and Blake Ticehurst. But there was still chance of movement within that as they go into the hairpin for the 6th time, sweeping round that very tight hairpin. Then powering back out on the straight. Then you brake, obviously, for the dog leg. Here's the 4th and 5th battle.
Macaulay Austin, Jaden Sherwood. Jaden Sherwood, the orange and blue cart there, second in that train. Jaden, our current junior champion from 2025. Macaulay Austin, the black, red, white and black cart there, is a driver that is rated very highly by Henry Baudet, our erstwhile colleague. If Henry Baudet rates you, then you're obviously very good, because Henry has forgotten more about karting than you and I know put together, to be honest.
Well, he remembers a lot about the 90s. I found that out last week.
Well,
he knows a lot about the 90s.
I think he was there on that American airfield, because his mother's American, remember?
Yeah.
He was there on that American airfield when the first go-kart turned a wheel. It wouldn't surprise me at all. So Macaulay has been away from karting a little bit. He's been racing cars. Not quite sure exactly what he's been racing. We'll find out. He's also been spannering in the US. At the championships over there, so Henry being able to keep in touch with him when Henry's been over in America. But it's great to see Macaulay Austin back and running very competitively.
Yep, and it's back with the top 3 again. Worlock, Watson, Hill. They are travelling as one. They are effectively staying, I'd say, 1.5 carts length behind each other, and it appears that neither of them, or none of them, sorry, because there's 3 of them, you're concerned about doing anything else. There's no one's even made a feint of a move, Joe. No one even thought about it, have they? They're just trundling around, and that's it.
I know you use the term trundling. There's nothing trundling about those.
And you always come back. What I'm
saying
saying
is because they are flat out. They're driving as fast as they can.
Yes, but it's very relaxed. It's very on the line. It's not. We're not moving around. We're not trying to see if we get a chance. We're not trying to put any. They're not even trying to put each other off.
No, they're not. They're not. We haven't got that little bit of a push. Just sort of trying to eke out a little bit more of a push towards the cart in front. The number 19 there's Billy Vogt. I notice Billy
7th and 6th. This is so that is on the back of Ticehurst.
Now Billy's looking like he's on an Origin Motorsport car, so a change of team for Billy Vogt, who is following Blake Ticehurst, the Southwest champion here, back in, was it August or November? I can't remember now. Somebody remind me when the Southwest Championship took place here. But you basically, if you're carrying that SW plate that Blake Ticehurst is carrying.
It doesn't mean you live in the expensive part of London.
It means you're no, SW1. It means that you are very good at Dunkeswell, is what it means.
Top 3 again. And again, they are as far apart and as close as ever as they have been since lap 1. So the Worlock, reigning champion, holding back Jensen Watts, who on the whole, we don't want to get into too much. There's some controversy about why he wasn't the champion last year. There was some overtones of potential Machiavellianism. Nothing to do with the organisers, it's to do with teams and such like.
Well, it came on track sort of issues, wasn't it, at the end of the final round.
Jensen did change teams during the course of the year, and that may have caused some issues.
Not quite sure what the politics of that was.
It's karting. There are lots.
Well, yeah, it's motorsport, isn't it? Yeah. Jensen Watts though settling in nicely with TH Corsa. He's on the Venator engine, trying to see the Ram. Is it the YAME engine that Freddie Worlock is on? Freddie taking his engine to TT Motorsport. That's Taylor Truman, of course, right? Mm-hmm. Taylor Truman, the 177 champion.
Our expert on the WhatsApp tells us the Southwest Championship is normally in September. Also, I have Michelle Harper 4605 saying top 10 for Ben Harper 62, and indeed he is. He's in 10th place.
Yeah, just gotten ahead of Ethan Ling there into the top 10 for Ben on the number 62. So they're on the last lap, Nick, heading down towards the checkered flag for Freddie Worlock, who has commanded that lead, not under threat at all. Jensen Watts consolidates that second, and Braden Hill third. Those two, 1, 2, 3. Would that have been any different in a final?
I don't know. I'm going to say that was less overtakes than Monaco. The amount of actual... Once we got around the first lap with that very messy start, there really was very little movement. Now, whether that was because people are just banking points for the superheat, whether it's because they turned up and the weather was not what they expected, the kart wasn't working, I don't know.
Well, Nick, I'll tell you something. This is the type of racing that we're going to see with time qualifying.
Yeah, good point.
It makes a complete difference to how the race is then formatted for us. The fast drivers are at the front, the medium speed drivers are in the middle, and guess what? The slower drivers are at the back, yes. And that's where they will remain. All right, you might have a fast driver that had a rotten qualifying, he has to make his way through, but fundamentally they will start where they qualified, how much pace they've got, and it's going to be very, very tricky. It's going to be very exciting. This is why I said, would that have been any different in a final? Would we have seen Jensen, perhaps, and Braden Hill, indeed, pushing a little bit, finding that little bit of a fraction to push towards the kart in front? I'm not sure, because we're talking about a champion here. We're talking about 3 champions, Freddie Worlock, Jensen Watts, Braden Hill. And behind them, Macaulay Austin and Jaden Sherwood. Jaden Sherwood, the current junior champion, finding his feet for the first time in seniors this year. Moving quickly on.
That result?
That's the result then. Freddie Worlock, Jensen Watts, Braden Hill, Macaulay Austin in 4th place, Jaden Sherwood, Blake Tyser 6th, Billy Vogt 7th, Charlie Hume, Sam Wyatt in 9th, Ben Harper 10th, Ethan Ling in 11th, JJ Hind in 12th, and then just outside that top 12 then, Kieran Hammond, Oakley Garthwaite 14th, and then we had William Eberhardt for LRG, James Wood, who's with Origin this weekend, in 16th. Luca Cook, Alexander Campbell, Robbie Rigby, Chris Yordanov, Farad Arian, Cameron Davey, Jacob Mokia, and Samuel Christiansen, Dylan Morton, Jack Maidment, and Will Swales. Already got our grid out for the next of our heats, Nick. And that is another senior Rotax heat. Sorry, no, I am wrong. It is junior Rotax. Junior Rotax Groups B and C. There is the grid. Jack Dimbleby on the pole position with Benjamin Lawn alongside. Leo Basterfield, another Southwest champion here at Dunkeswell. Jaden Shearing alongside. Row 3 is Jaden Shearing and Kai Pepperell, as I said. Row 4 is Ethan Hunt and Fenton Roderick. Elijah Dushneck, Spencer Trahon, George Stonehouse, Cooper Campbell Lees, Bertie Hodgson, Freddie Wall, Hector Sadlowski, Archie Cannon, Daniel Wisniewski, Harry Harvey, Tyler Rackham, Zach Charles, and here we are.
They're going round again. They're going round again.
Zach Charles, 13 years old, 13th birthday yesterday. Check out the Paddock show. We share a bit of birthday cake. It was a bit of
someone did.
It was a bit.
Someone didn't get any birthday cake.
Well, that's because you weren't on the Paddock show. Anyway, great to see Zach here.
Shocking performance. That's all I can say about my lack of cake.
And he's with Steve Gilly Racing, who is Steve Gilly has morphed from him and his dad and his brother Mark into a customer race team, Steve Gilly Racing. We chat to Steve as well in the Paddock show. Behind Isaac in 20th, behind Zach in 20th, we've got Isaac Welsh, William Spencer, Sebastian Benson, Iris Crease, Harrison Matthews, Lucas Hilton, Alex Mann, and Reece Kelsall, rounding off a 29-kart grid. Now, that doesn't look like a very well-formed grid here.
They are not having this is going to be a red flag. to keep wandering around. So I've been looking. I think is Jensen hooking in this set of the races?
No, he's not in this group.
Just say, Jensen is in junior Rotax. He'll be in the next set of heats.
Yeah, so the next junior Rotax, Nick, is coming up after the break.
Yeah, so he's got good luck, Jensen Hookie.
So he's in Group A.
His chain broke in qualifying, so he was starting last. And he was the man who won here 6 months ago.
He won the final here.
It was a brilliant
round 6 in September.
It was your race of the month.
He was, yeah.
You have no idea, but it was.
I remember we did a great interview with Jensen.
Just hello to Dev G28. I'm supporting Lucy Loveland Dragon Motorsport and all of my friends over there. And I've got Come On Jacob Mockler. I'm not sure what class it is. This is D. Whitehouse in his first NKC round.
Yeah.
I've also got a message from the man who won the race last weekend at the Clays the Masters and ended up with the green jacket. We'll give this. I'll read that out because it's quite interesting after the course of this event, which may finally get underway. He seemed to go quite whizzily past around the hairpin, to be honest.
Yeah, a bit of historic karting on Karting Live TV last weekend. It was great coverage.
More to come in November.
More to come in November, yeah. We'll talk about that later.
Jensen is in his heat, apparently.
Now, is he?
I don't know, he is.
We'll check that out as we get the start. A little bit of movement from the tram lines there. But we've got a green light. Oof. It's the number 64, Jack Dimbleby, getting pushed out
the way there.
Completely pushed out on that black cart. It's Leo Basterfield. We know how.
This is very, very, very... that was 5 carts into one, didn't go, but this is very naggy, this start. I'm wondering whether they've realised that from watching the previous race, if you don't make it in the first couple of laps, it's hard to make it at all around Dunkeswell in these conditions.
Well, this is what time qualifying does. A lot of karts very, very close together on lap time, meaning they're very close together during the race. And they will stay close together because they haven't got to form up and find each other. They're already there. They're already surrounded by karts that are literally tenths and thousandths of a second apart. And this is great stuff. Leo Basterfield, very, very forceful driving from Leo. We've seen how forceful Leo can be. Back in his Mini-Max days, he was one of the names to watch as they cross the line for the first time. Yeah,
Dimbleby second, Hunt third. Those who wanting to see a recovery drive, Jensen Hookey is in this race. I think he crossed the line in 26th, I think, 25th. He's moved up quite a few places already.
Ethan Hunt up to second, Nick, on the number 23, the blue and white cart. I think that's a Kieran Gifford cart. Kieran Gifford Racing, just to confuse us, have changed their livery for 2026. If it's not Kieran Gifford Racing, it's very similar.
Yeah, there appears to be a move in the livery world towards blue, doesn't there? A while ago, it was all day-glow yellow and blue. Now it's blue and white. There's kind of the Coles cart there, and now it's quite obvious, whereas before, like 7 or 8 carts that look similar to Coles colours, yeah. So you can now tell which ones they are.
Easy to spot a Guy Cunnington Racing there. Orange, green and white for Guy Cunnington Racing, and Leo Basterfield leads from Ethan Hunt, who put in a fastest lap there. And he is with KGR. That's the new Kieran Gifford Racing livery. And look at this. Ethan Hunt now right on the rear bumper of Basterfield. Basterfield's going to have to watch himself. Looks over his shoulder.
Hunt decided not to make a move into always. And they come back on themselves for the pen and bend here. And then they will disappear to his left and sweeping right. And that's going into Rapids Bend. There's this left-hander here before the hairpin. And they are running line astern, the top two. They've made slightly gap third and fourth. The gap from fourth and fifth is like an hour and a half.
Yeah, they pulled out, haven't they? They are the class of the field here in Junior Rotax for Groups B and C, that is. We've got Leo Basterfield, Ethan Hunt, Jack Dimbleby in third still. Jaden Shearing coming through to fourth. And then a little bit of a gap before Benjamin Law, Freddie Wall, Kai Pepperell, Spencer Trehorn, Joe Stonehouse, Daniel Wisniewski up into the top 10 as well.
Yeah, and it's looking actually, since being passed, the black cart of Jack Dimbleby looking a little bit more racy. I think he's thinking he can get back again. Perhaps it's took him a bit longer for the tyres to come in the window.
I found Jensen Hookey. He's already made his way up to 15th, Nick.
From 30th on the grid, apparently.
Yeah,
there's been a bit of a mistake there that's allowed Basterfield to get away. I'm not quite sure what happened. Hunt just seemed to get it slightly wrong, but it wasn't enough for Dimbleby assuring to get past him. And then the net result is Basterfield in the Cunnington machine. He's got away, and his lead is going to be quite a bit bigger, actually. He's pulled out. Yeah, he gained 3/10 there. It was quite interesting when that happened.
Okay, so Jensen Hookey up 17 places already as Leo Basterfield's responded a little bit, hasn't he? He looked over his shoulder, he saw where Ethan Hunt was, and now Ethan Hunt not really being able to keep the pace of Leo Basterfield. Gives himself a cushion. We're at half distance. That's all we have gone through yet, so still another 4 minutes to play with Ethan Hunt, Jack Dimbleby and Jaden Shearing now coming together. There's the little bit of a gap before we see Benjamin Lawn and Freddie Wall as the rest of the field come out of the hanger hairpin. The lead is already across the line. 5 laps completed.
Yeah, it's amazing how they managed to pull out 4 seconds or 3.5 seconds. The top 4. the gaps between them. It's interesting, the three followers were able to make up that little break that Basterfield got due to the mistake by Hunt. I think it was just as you say, a following car is always going to gain a couple of tenths of a second thanks to the slipstream effect down a couple of these straights. They can get back on his tail again, but whether that white and blue machine of Hunt can get past Basterfield, that's a much bigger question. And more importantly, actually, the all-black machine of Dimbleby is looking quite racy as well. Shearing absolutely playing a watching brief. He's not even attempting to get past anybody at the moment, just seeing what's going on and hoping for the best.
The ladies coming back together, would you believe? I was talking about the cushion that Basterfield had. That's gone now. That has completely disappeared in literally half a lap. We've got back markers coming into play as well.
The young man there acknowledging the blue flags. No, I think all four of them get through reasonably clean. Perhaps a little bit of a line blockage there for Shearing, but not enough to cut too much. They come now into the infield. Oh, they came in the infield. Basterfield braked a little bit more than Hunt was expecting. That, in many ways, put off the Dimbleby, the all-black machine, of actually going past him. Dimbleby there, adjusting his radiator, trying to get the engine into its absolute optimum temperature, potentially for an attack. And they are dealing with ambient temperatures of around 6 degrees here at the moment and very cold tarmac.
That's very cold. They'll have very cold fingers and toes, I can tell you from experience, as the lead battle begins to get a little bit hot, doesn't it? Certainly hotter than the ambient temperature of 6 degrees. 4-cart train here through the dogleg, out onto the start-finish straight. It'll be 7 laps completed. Basterfield, Hunt, Dimbleby, Shearing. That's your 4. Now then, Nick, we've got a very similar situation here that we saw in the senior Rotax class. We have got
yellows.
A yellow flag into Summit. Not quite sure what that's why. Hello. Not sure who that was.
Fifth place now is a lone Benjamin Lawn. He's 3 seconds off these guys and 2 seconds ahead of the next. Change for second place.
Yeah, Dimbleby through on Hunt now. We had Basterfield beginning to defend here. We've had the 2-minute bell, by the way. We're down to just over 90 seconds of this, and already we're now seeing a challenge. I was about to say it's kind of the same as what we saw in seniors, and then these youngsters proved me wrong, because we've got Dimbleby now ahead of Hunt. Hunt gets his head down, and they've dropped Jaden Shearing.
Yeah, Shearing's just dropped off the back of this a little bit, hasn't he? But these three, Basterfield's got the hurry up now. Basterfield's been a little bit slow, or has a couple of times going into Summit, over braking, and they effectively can't get past, so you can go any speed you want, really. And you take the momentum out those behind you as well. You
can really stand them up. Dimbleby indicates to Basterfield that he wants him to get on with it. Basterfield thinks, yeah, but I'm going to have to defend from you, mate, in that all-black livery. I always find it's like the bad guy in a movie, isn't it? All-black livery. Obviously shaving a bit of weight for the not carrying a sticker kit, or a bit early in the season for him maybe to put a sticker kit on that.
Perhaps he hasn't decided which team he's going to join yet.
Yeah. Easy to spot, though, with that green helmet and green overalls.
He doesn't look big enough to be bothering the weight limit, so it's obviously a decision not to have the stickers on the car. It's not like the 177s where sometimes they have to take him off to get anywhere near the weight limit. Basterfield now has got this one and one more. 23 there of Ethan Hunt in the blue and the white. He's the man now who's got a chance to make 2 positions. Jensen Hookie up to P9. That's a fantastic run by that young man. Up to 9th from 30th. It's a recovery drive, but there is a superheat where he'll start further near the front. He can move forward again, and there's a main final. So don't count Hookie out from a potential podium at the end of the day.
And this is what can happen in time qualifying. Again, just to reiterate what we say in time qualifying, new to the NKC. It's going to be the last lap board, by the way. But time qualifying does this. If you have a ruinous time qualifying, you're then having to claw back through your heats every time you're starting at the back. You're not going to get a turn at the front.
Dim will be looking very close, and so close he got past. I mean, is he going to hold it round the outside of the... He has done. What a great blue through the bit bend there. So much so Basterfield's got himself out of position under pressure there from Hunt. But Dim will be set up down the straight, down the inside. Hunt has got Basterfield. A terrible few corners for Leo.
Yeah, he's found the loss of momentum has cost him dearly. Now then, we've got that KGR blue and white kart of Ethan Hunt now costing Basterfield time, but paying dividends to Jack Dimbleby, as these 2, now 3, potentially 4 karts scrapped to the line. Dimbleby has made that move absolutely perfectly timed during this heat, and he will cross the line first to see the check. Well, looks over his shoulder. There's no one there, Jack. That's because they were squabbling. Ethan Hunt hangs on to second. Leo Basterfield will not be happy knowing that young man. He'll not be happy with third. Jaden Shearing 4th. Benjamin Lawn, Kai Pepperell, Spencer Trehorn 7th. Freddie Wall Jensen Hookey, a very fine, strong drive there from Jensen, coming through in 9th place. Solid for him, regaining points. Joe Stonehouse, Bertie Hodgson, Hector Sadlowski, Logan Hartshorn was 13th. Then we had Harry Harvey, Fenton Roderick, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Daniel Wisniewski drops to 17th. He was in the top 10 at one point. Tyler Rackham, Elijah Douche, Sebastian Benson 20th. And then we've got the Bayford Meadows champion, Harrison Matthews 21st. Isaac Wells, Zach Charles, Iris Crease, Lucas Hilton, William Spencer, Alex Mann, Aaron Maidment in 28th. Reese Kelsall, and the last of the finishers, Eli Mann, with Leonardo Palaggi going out on lap 8, James Gordon going out on lap 5, and Archie Cannon not completing a lap, going out right at the start. Now then, for the first time in 2026, we get a look at the most burgeoning of classes, the Intermax class, as we...
There's going to be a delay because there's a couple of carts to get rescued for this one.
Yes, I'm just trying to find the grid, actually.
Just gives me a chance to have a quick word from Tyler Wheaton. Tyler, who won the Clays the Masters last week in the classic 100cc karts of the 90s. He says, shameless plug here, but if you enjoyed last week's 100cc action, you haven't, go back and watch it because it's fantastic. The 100cc Southwest Championship 90s karts will be taking place at Dunks in August alongside the usual Southwest Championship event. So it's August for your SW plate and for 90s karting here.
Oh, wow. That's a great idea. Yeah. So a little bit of historics.
A bit of historics and everything else. I mean, the
Why
SW
not?
Champion.
I think we should have an historic grid at every kart event.
Just for breathing in the fumes.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a historic kart display for the lunch break for the NKC round at One Law.
What are we in now? Into Rotax, aren't we? Let's see if this works.
We're into Intermax, yes. Casper McAllister coming back for a one-off, carrying the number 1. He won the championship in 2025. He is moving up into juniors, would you believe? So gets the honour of carrying the number 1 after that hard work in 2025. He's got Rishan Kosler alongside him on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid is Callum Miller and Freya Bond. Great to see Freya on the number 6 there on the second row. Jack Daniels and Amelie Davey share row 3. And then we've got Ethan McNally Roberts and Kyan Kosler on row 4. Bradley Beggs and Jack Gillett are on 5. We've got Maria Jurgelvichuta on row 6 with Thomas Gulliver alongside. The Fat Electric Karting champion Oscar Tarsi joins us in the NKC and qualifies 13th with Harrison Parker alongside. Aurelia Simpson and Max Tomzit are on row 8. We're in row 9, Billy Barnes and Travis Owens. Zane Williams and Mahi Maru on row 10. And Deacon Thomas running off 21 karts. 21 karts, Nick. Very, very, very good sign that Intermax, or Inter-Rotax as we call it, is one of those classes that is growing in the NKC after what we had between 9 and 11, 12.
We've always been around the 9-10s the last 2 or 3 years, and suddenly it's exploded this year.
It's exploded,
There's 21
absolutely.
of them. It's probably one of the biggest Intermax Cup grids you've got, and away they go, and they've got to go round again. So they've got to go round again.
Yeah, we had a bit of a strung-out grid there that at the start I didn't like. There's the champion, though, Casper McAllister, and we do get a chat with Casper. He's very excited about 2026 because he gets to move into juniors. He's already had a test at PFI.
It was Casper you said was moving into seniors.
To seniors, did I?
Yes,
no, he's not moving into seniors.
He's looking to move into seniors.
No,
oh,
he's not getting.
I thought, my God, he's got very tall very quickly.
Yeah, he's got very. Yeah, maybe he probably caught very well actually. No, he's moving into juniors. Have I just said seniors again?
No, you haven't. Sorry about this. We said yesterday, and I couldn't remember what it was. We were discussing it over a very, very bad Harvester meal yesterday.
No, that
do not go to Harvester.
Oh, please don't. Jeez, that green helmet there, Casper McAllister, is what we're talking about. He's already had a junior test. He's with Hunter Motorsport here. He's here with former British champion Kai Hunter looking after him with the Venator engine, and he just wants. He's here. Yeah, he just wants to. Casper, that is, just wants to run for the one and only time, carrying the number 1. He's local. He's from the south of England, and why not? Here we go. Who's going to be Casper McAllister this weekend at Dunkeswell before he leaves us and goes off to juniors? And we've got a spinner at the back.
There. Someone just put the foot down and facing the wrong way.
McAllister,
sleeping in the lead goes McAllister.
Yeah, as expected. We expect a Casper with all that years of experience, all that full season of experience behind him, to check out and
his big rival, of course, Ethan West, he's already moved up to juniors from Intermax last year.
Elijah West,
sorry. Everyone's got Ethan normally, aren't they, these days? Mostly 11-year-old. It's quite a good thing. If you want to study the popularity of names at various times in history, just look at your cards. So the 12 to 14s have got a section of names. When we started doing Bambinos a couple of years ago, everyone was called Arthur, and that's kind of moved through now.
Yes. The field of Inters then into the hanger bend, I should say. The hairpin that leads to this section here, down the Woodland Straight, into the dogleg. And it's one lap completed. McAllister is definitely in the lead. Callum Miller has done really well to get ahead of Rishan Kostler.
That was a change there. I think the 61 Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels there fighting hard against Rishan Kosher, and he's got him as well, the 18 car. That's the blue car. He's dropped down to 4th place. Now under pressure from the 55, Ethan McNally Robe. And they sweep through and back onto through the valley corner.
So Kostler not being able to match the pace from qualifying, and the 61 Jack Daniels ahead and into 3rd place. We're talking about the orange and white cart there. The leader with the green helmet already into the Rapids bends. And then the driver that's taken up the chase, Callum Miller. We've got the rest of the field now all line astern. As we've got behind the top 4, we've got a bit of a move for 5th place there, as Bradley Beggs challenging Ethan McNally Roberts. Let's see as they come out the dogleg. No change. Bradley Beggs, Cian Kostler, Amelie Davey, Jack Gillett, Freya Bond, Oscar Tarsi 11th, Harrison Parkin 12th. Maria Jurgelova-Tutor on the easily distinguishable kart livery of bright purple metallic that she's put on that kart, carrying the number 7, 7th in the champion last year, just dropping out the top 10 for Maria.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of shuffling going on around here. I mean, I think in some places the lack of experience of some of these drivers, they're just coming into Intermax, so they won't necessarily have optimised their qualifying, so their race pace may well be quite different from where they're starting. Once again, we're getting these sectional breaks, aren't we? We've got the top 5 away, and then this sectional break for the next bunch of people.
Well, Cian Kostler, after that great effort in qualifying, qualified 2nd, he's already dropped behind Bradley Beggs now in his 7th, and he seems to be struggling for pace here. That orange and white cart there for LRG is Oscar Tarsi, and now he's in his first race for the NKC, and he's doing a great job there, hanging on to the mid-pack here.
Got a right to eat about that.
What's that?
Look at that cart there, pointing at the screen.
Well, I was telling everybody what cart to watch.
The giant finger on the screen.
I was seeing the orange and white cart at the back of that train.
Yeah, but anyway.
So ahead of him, Freya Bond, the number 6. 6th in the championship last year. Amelie Davey, Jack Gillett, Cian Kostler, who's kind of a cork in the bottle here.
So his second, it's interesting, isn't it? You think it's possible, of course. Obviously, Kostler, it was much warmer track conditions. We had sun all day.
It did yesterday, yeah.
So the track, the concrete itself, the tarmac would have been warmer. Also, let's not in time qualifying. A lot of it is about where you are in a trade. If you're in the right part of the trade, you can get a lovely little slipstream. He's going to give you 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 4 tenths on that one particular lap that counts. So it's likely that perhaps Kostler just had a great lap, and he's pulled himself through. But now he's kind of recovered. He's happily in 4th. He's got the 55 of McNally Road behind him.
Well, Nick, we've only done 4 laps, so maybe that was a tyre thing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really cold.
It is. I think that's the big difference. Whilst the ambient is only about 3 or 4 degrees colder than it was yesterday, it was like I think we were at 9. Now it's about 6 or 7. The track had sun in it all day.
Yeah,
the track has nothing on it today, and obviously, anyone knows about track temperatures. You get the sun in it. That's what really, increases the temperature of a black surface.
And if you go out with your tyre tyre pressures too low, it's going to take a little bit longer for your tyres to come on. And already, Kostler being around the outside has gone Gillett.
Oh, he's got under.
Sweeps very wide.
But doesn't lose a place.
Well, that's allowed Jack Gillett back into place. Jack Gillett is that. It was the
28 of Bradley Beggs is there. There's a 186. Zane Williams is coming through the field really quick. The 186 there with the orange sort of Michael Schumacher-esque helmet. He's coming through the field really well. So watch out for Williams. I think he's made another couple of positions in this lap as well.
Kostler has got back. He's overtaken Ethan McNally Roberts.
He's a scrappy little lad, which is great for karting. So he's not afraid to put the kart where it needs to be.
So that blue and white kart there, qualified 2nd, dropped down to 6th, and now he's making his way back through the order. Kostler in 4th, Ethan McNally Roberts 5th.
Of course,
There's two Costlers,
there's
remember?
I just worked out that
Yes.
the brothers Costler are both in Intermax, and I think we're attributing some of the disadvantages to the wrong one. What we do know is that Rishan did qualify in second. He's now in fourth, but he is coming back a little bit. So I think we've got our Costlers confused. This is what 186 absolutely moving through the field. Zane Williams really pushing through the field now. I think that was Kian Koshler got past. Got the same liveries as well, which doesn't help. They're both blue and white, the Koshlers, so they're in the same team.
And they're very close together on the track. There's only one driver between them.
Both got white helmets as well. This is going to be a bit. If they actually get on the same bit of track, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, to be honest.
They've got
12 and 18.
On the road, they've got 3 carts between them. Let's see if that changes on the timing screen.
Well,
So
I think
Rishan in fourth.
No, it's now 7.
And Ethan McNally Roberts, Jack Gillett, Zane Williams and Kane Costler drops to 8. Behind him, Bradley Beggs, Freya Bond, Oscar Tarsi, Amelie Davey.
Yeah, but it's Williams who's been moving forward. I mean, he's not going to get away with it. Cass McAllister is having a bit of a show off here, isn't he? Just showing, look, this is what you're missing, guys, for the rest of the season.
Yeah, he's already got a gap of 5 seconds.
What he's missing is any sort of television coverage, but there we go.
Well, I mean, he's the champion.
And he's got an interview.
He has, yeah, just to say farewell. Looking forward to seeing how he goes in juniors, as is he and his dad, Nick, with an absolute masterclass in lapping here at Dunkeswell. 5-second gap. We've ignored him a little bit because he's just disappeared.
Okay.
We will try and get him as he crosses the flag, I suppose, just to give him a bit of love. We might, unless this lot kick off here. So this is great. This is great karting. Look how close they are.
Second and third are very close, according to the timing screens as well, to the point where they're actually on the screen now, and that is second and third.
Yeah.
The blue and the red machine, that's Jack Daniels, and Callum Miller is behind him.
Let's see if
Jack
Miller,
Daniels really should be a number 7, shouldn't he?
That would be a great
He should
idea.
cart number
However,
7.
you've got to earn number 7.
That is true, yeah, but he needs to be number 7.
Yeah, you've got Marie Jurgolovic had to work very hard to be 7th in the championship last year to get the number 7, but that's a wish that we have for Jack to finish 7th in the championship, just to appease us and self-indulge us. Here they go then. We're into the final 30 seconds, so we're on to the penultimate lap here for McAllister, already gone through. Jack Daniels in second. Callum Miller has dropped back. He was right on his bumper there, the blue and white cart, right on the bumper.
It was a good lap for Jack and not quite a good lap for Callum. As we see, there's still sort of squabbling going down the lower numbers. People like Tarsi, he's dropped down a couple. Beggs is back behind Kian Kosher. So Freya Bond in 10th. So it's McAllister from Daniels from Miller from Rishan Kosler. Actually top 4. So Rishan, after dropping a couple of positions, has absolutely stopped the rotten held sway. But the big thing is really the top 3, the leaders away, second and third together, and then you've got another gap to Rishan, Ethan McNally, Robe and Zane Williams. Williams has come through the field, so Williams not so chuffed. It's a final flag. It's called the checkered flag as well sometimes.
No, on the last lap for McAllister.
Why did you wave the flag had a symbol for me then?
I meant last lap. That meant last lap there, Nick.
Sorry, right.
Yeah,
dear listener, if a man waves his hand in a flag-waving motion, would you not say that was going to be the checkered flag?
Right, let's watch Casper McAllister on his final lap here, because he really has driven a storming race, in fact, to take Heat 1.
Honestly.
He's got half a lap to go. All right, you'll get over it, don't worry. As we watch that green helmet, the number 1, as he makes his way through the Rapids bends for the final time and then heads back towards the paddock. He's got the dog leg to negotiate, which he will do in fine style. Gap out to 6.2 seconds last time by. It'll be Casper McAllister. Can't see anybody beating him today. There's a lot of experience there. This youngster came into the NKC last year and consolidated a very early lead by finishing and driving very intelligently to take that number 1 for this year. Jack Daniels finishes in second, Callum Miller third, Zane Williams fourth, Rishan Kosler is in fifth, Ethan McNally Roberts sixth, and then we have Kian Kostler seventh, eighth is Jack Gillett, Freya Bond is ninth, Amelie Davey in 10th. And then we had Bradley Beggs, Oscar Tarsi, Harrison Parkin, Max Tomzit, Maria Jurgolovic in 15th, Thomas Gulliver, Billy Barnes, Aurelia Simpson, Travis Owens, Mahi Maru, another driver out of the Fat Karting Series, just coming out of the dog leg now to take her first checkered flag in the NKC. We have a little chat with Mahi, telling us the differences of the electric kart she's more used to and the Intermax in the Rotax. kart that she's going to be on for the full NKC season. The 21 kart field with Deacon Thomas, the final finisher there in the order.
So we are next up is going to be Senior TKM Heat 1. I think that's going to be the last one before the church break, isn't it?
It is indeed.
No one get two in before the church break.
It is indeed. So the first look of the Senior TKM class as well. We had qualifying yesterday. Qualifying went the way of Charlie King, who put in a lap time of a 49.747. And then in second place, fifth in the championship overall, Michael Cornell, the first of our masters. What do we mean by that? Well, it means they're very old. They're over 35.
Honestly, I'm not sure how they can even stand up or walk.
It's amazing how they get by.
They're so brave, aren't they, to
Absolutely.
go out at 35.
Over 35
so
our masters.
It's not foggy, it's TKM.
Yeah, here we go then. Ben Watson and Mitchell Ball, former champion. Mitchell Ball, former twice. In fact, how many championships has Mitchell Ball won? He's won quite a few, hasn't he? Mitchell Ball has won 4 TKM championships in the NKC, 2019, 20, and then back-to-back championships in 23-24. He starts on the second row. Third row of the grid is Leo Crabtree and Joseph Booth. We then got current champion Jamie Scott qualifying 7th with Tom Johnson alongside. Gareth Haynes and Matthew Harris share row 5. Row 6 is Al Peterson and Samuel King. Alexander Lehman, the O-plate holder, on row 7 with Will Cregeen. And then we've got James Hull with Matthew Temple-Purcell. Dominic Pine, Molly Nicholas Biles. Row 10 is Chris Whiteside and Matt Slate. Adam Kent and Nathan Bullock on row 11. Then we've got Jake Cox, Jack Morrison, Dean Bolt, Ryan Messer and James King back for more. Missed out on qualifying, did James King and Ryan Messer. So they are starting at the back for their 2 heats today.
They're going to come round and get, my guess they're going to go around again because they like to get a bit of warmth in both the engine and the tyres for these things.
Yeah, make sure that the engines are not going to oil up and the oil residue, which is what you can see with the blue smoke.
As well, who's just left the pits. That's the it's the 2 card. It's the number 2.
So the number 2
having a problem
is Ben Watson.
Ben Watson, our runner-up last year. He is struggling to get the thing rolling. It was rolling. It's not that far ahead of the pack. Now he's got 2 options here. Did he try and come round, or did he get himself? No, he's done the sensible thing. He's dropped back in here. Got back into the group, and everyone's got a bit confused now. Yeah, we've also got a random, we've got an erroneous transponder as well, which doesn't help anything.
Well, they're going to make their way around again. All the blue smoke is keeping the engines lubricated. They're an air-cooled engine, 115cc. This is the British Championship for TKM. This is the Premier TKM Championship here in the NKC. It was last year. Jamie Scott. Very, very hard fought championship in this one last year. Went into the final round with a number of drivers in contention. Jamie Scott came through to take the championship win. And it is Charlie King.
They're going for it.
In the green helmet, green and black.
And having a start, and they fire underneath, look left, look right. A couple of launches out into the tram line, as you can do off that yellow line into the first corner. Looks like a holding station at the lead, at least. Has second place change, has the Ben Watson, of course, we know he hasn't got the warmth in the engine. He had a problem getting going. But he's going to go around through Summit for the first time in so aggressively into third.
Very much so. It's a class in 1 and 3 with Michael Cornell, the meet in the class and sandwich with Charlie King leading. Oh, and there's the number 2 drops back behind Leo Crabtree.
Got no temperature in anything.
Neither is Crabtree. Crabtree's cart just slewed sideways as he turned in there. No heat, even after 2 warm-up laps, no heat in these tyres. It's going to be lap 3 by the time they get the proper heat and the proper tyre pressure and temperatures into those tyres before we can get a balanced cart for these drivers. Just look how on the limit Charlie King was just on turning there.
Yeah, well, King's obviously made a nice break with Mitchell Cornell. What is now Crabtree, who's picked up third in the 44 kart. And there's a little bit of a position changing going through top pit bend during the course of that first run through. But these 3, this is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, includes the 2 fluorescent yellow flex machines. They're currently in 4th and 5th. That's Mitchell Ball 3, Ben Watson 2. And our leader, actually, Jamie Scott there as well, who's our current champion. He's kind of trundling around in 6th. So I think he's trundling. He's upset, wasn't he? He's racing around.
He's not trundling at
all. He's racing around in 6th.
He's absolutely on it. There was no real dominant driver in TKM last year. Jamie Scott fought, as I said, very closely fought championship in this series. Mitchell Ball, for instance, was very quiet, but he was still enough to finish third in the championship for Mitch, who didn't take as many race wins as he perhaps used to.
Was it Watson who was running the all-black cart last year and then won just one heat? The one whole
I think so.
One who turned up, won the whole thing.
That's Ben Watson there on the number 2. He's with Klassen Motorsport. There you see a lot of black and white Klassen liveries. But he's right under the rear bumper now with Joe Booth. Again, all seeded drivers. There's the number 6, Tom Johnson, up the inside, and that's his teammate as well. Both from
my guess
Klassen
is that
stable.
two's not in the greatest health ever from its difficult start. Now it's possible if once he's got another couple of laps in, he'll get everything up to temperature and be able to start moving back forward again. If it isn't a actual issue, it's just an issue. He's looking behind it. Look, even now he's looking at what's going on behind his cart. So
it's 2x2, isn't it? He's pulled off.
He's retired. Yeah.
You were good spot that, Nick. Problems for the number 2 as the number 3 of Mitchell Ball goes down the inside of Crabtree, then waves him forward. Let's go and catch the leaders, because I was about to say 2x2, Nick. Charlie King and Michael Cornell have pulled a gap from these two. Right. Now it's Mitchell Ball taking up the chase and wanting Leo Crabtree to follow him through.
In fairness, King, as they crossed the line last time, has pulled a gap on Cornell. It was a second ahead, so he's breaking away in the lead. Let's see where they are. Yeah, looking forward. I think he's even further ahead now, Charlie King. But as you say, it was interesting last year because you had different events where people just shined through, didn't they? They just sort of just won the whole thing, and then the next bit, they weren't there, or they had a bit of a disaster.
If you were a betting man, you wouldn't be betting on TKM, that's for sure. It was very, very hard to judge. I think it was down to whichever track we were at.
It was, yeah. It was completely track specific. People would go, yeah, I love this track. Hey, I've won everything. Oh, I don't like this track anymore. I'm in ninth.
But you know what? It was very typical of British karting, and a very, very hard fought championship here, because you can call yourself the British TKM champion at the end of it. And at the moment, that accolade's Jamie Scott's. The accolade of that number 3 with 4 NKC championships under his belt, he'll be wanting to get that number 1 back. After 2 back-to-back in 23-24, he nearly did it in 25, but Jamie Scott was just too strong for him over the course of the season.
Yeah. So round they go. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th, and then the field comes through. No great separation in those, but they're all paired up, they have paired up rather than trio up, and this is the 4th and 5th battle.
We've got 2x2 by 3.
You got so 1, 2. You got 1, 2, 2.
And just look at that though. The 3 carts that are behind the first 4, that is Jamie Scott, Joe Booth, and Tom Johnson, all seeded drivers.
Yeah, and they're also, I think they're beginning to be a little bit of a condensation between those. I think we may see a train if there's enough time to get there. You can see the 6 there of Johnson. He is getting a little bit closer.
And that's Gareth Haynes on the blue and white cart, followed very closely by the number 27, Al Peterson. So they are having a massive ding dong.
Yeah. So that third and fourth pair. Sorry, the third is 1 and 2 are both away. King and Cornell both away. This is 3rd and 4th, and that's 4th and 5th. The Tony Cart in 6th place of. Booth will get changed. There's Booth, there he is. Coming into the corner there, 27. That's Al Patterson now looking to get past Gareth Haynes. Patterson, man in black, on a black car. Almost certainly saving weight, that is. Looking through. So yes, there's a lot of kind of threatening to go past at the moment, Joe, but not actually much going past.
No, and all right, they're on a modern 1050mm chassis, which is the same width as a Rotax cart, so they're not as narrow as maybe what you see in the old style 100cc 100 UK style of TKM racing. They're a pretty wide cart, and they punch out of the corners a bit more readily. The straight direct drive will do that for you as they again cross the line. 2-minute warning, as I call it, 2 minutes to go. Usually you see people waiting for that point in the race because you don't want to make your move too quickly, because then you've got the opportunity of the driver you've just overtaken coming back at you. As that is Mitchell Ball, who's maintained that gap on Leo Crabtree. But again, I will ask the question, Nick, is Leo Crabtree, has he got anything in the toolkit to come back at Mitchell Ball, and he's going to time it in the next 2 or 3 laps maybe?
Well, that's what he would be hoping for. But the thing to remember is these cars are, in some ways, the best they're going to be for the next 2 rounds because they are on fresh, brand new tyres. They're putting the first run on them, so everyone put a new set of boots on at the start of this heat. And they will run those for this round and, of course, the next round up at Rowra as well. So they've got fresh tyres. Sometimes you need to look after them. You ain't got fine out narrow grip. It's cold weather. You can get cold shear and cold tear. You've got the temperature and pressures wrong. So
seems to be a very popular move as well by the organisers to run to 3. We used to have 2 sets of tyres over 6 rounds. It's now 3 sets, but you're restricted to using your first set in rounds 1 and 2. You then discard them. You've got a fresh set for rounds 3 and 4. Discard them, and then a fresh set for rounds 5 and 6.
No guest drivers in the even-numbered rounds.
That's right, yes. Yeah.
So you won't be up against Barry, who's turned up with his new tyres.
Yeah. And even, putting a bit of practice time on them never really balanced it. It was just,
we go down side by side.
You don't want to turn people away, though.
On the line there, that was a change. 2 laps to go. That was a change. There we are. It is the 4 car. Booth has got past Scott. Scott's not very happy about it. Our reigning champion comes back up the inside. Looking to that's not with the lines to work. You can't go around the outside at Summit. It's not possible.
And the number 4 just stood him up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Joe Booth stood him up into the hairpin. He knew he didn't have the space to go all the way around the outside. It's going to be the last lap board for Charlie King next time by, just ahead of these 2. The Tony Cott there of the Joe Booth. They're now beginning to pull a little bit of a gap, would you believe? So he's made the move, and now he's got a bit of fresh air in front of him. He's trying all he can to make that gap so that Jamie Scott can't come back at him. Well, whether he can do that, well, we're going to find out in the next lap, Nick, because it's on that we've now got the last lap of this first heat for senior TKM.
There's a number of battles, as it looks like. There's our leader. That's Charlie King. All on his own. 1.6 seconds of splendid isolation. Is that rear bumper got a... It's laid down for a reason, I take it.
It's the number plate. I think that might have been helped sort of to what...
bent, doesn't it?
Yeah, bent inside, yes.
I think
maybe that was Michael Cornell who helped that one.
I'm looking at something else. I think it may be a little way where they get the TKM exhaust underneath. I think there is a bit of a laid-back angle to all of them coming down now on the last lap.
That's not just a dominant win for Charlie King and Klassen Motorsport, but Michael Cornell, how strong is that for a second place? Look at the gap. Michael Cornell, first in the Masters, and there to finish it off, fastest lap of the race goes purple. Mitchell Ball gets back ahead of Leo Crabtree.
Jamie Scott got back ahead of Joseph Booth.
Jamie Scott did that as well. Actually, I'm not sure Leo Crabtree actually got ahead of Mitchell Ball.
No, Ball and Mitchell the same.
Yeah, so Mitchell is 3rd, Leo Crabtree 4th. Jamie Scott gets back ahead of Joseph Booth for 5th and 6th. Tom Johnson 7th, Al Peterson 8th. Matthew Harris was 9th, and then it's Gareth Haynes rounding off the top 10. Outside the top 10, Samuel King, Alexander Lehman, Will Cregeen, Jake Cox, Molly Nicholas Biles 15th, Dominic Pine, Matthew Temple Purcell, James Hull, Chris Whiteside, Adam Kent, Nathan Bullock, Jack Morrison, Ryan Messer, and James King. After not posting any times in qualifying, they are at the back, 23rd and 24th. And then the 26 cart field rounded off by D-Bolt. Ben Watson we saw pull in after completing 2 laps. So that was about a complete lap 3 when Ben pulled off and into the pits. Well, everybody, it's an earlier break than normal.
Just as we got going, we have to stop.
We have to stop. We're in the southwest of England. You know what? Whenever you go car racing at Thruxton, you have a church break as well. So we're going to have a break now, and then at midday we'll be restarting, just before midday. We'll be restarting and taking you all the way through the remaining heats, the super heats, and then on into the finals.
But there is good news. We have the Paddock Show for you.
The Paddock Show earlier than what is normally expected.
Yes, you get to see it early. You get to see the Paddock Show now. It's very exciting. Is it one that's 21 minutes long? Yeah, that's the one. So we will be back with you at midday or a couple of minutes beforehand with live action. But now enjoy the Paddock Show here on Karting Live TV at the NKC 2026 Round 1 at Dunkeswell. Well, hello and Welcome to Karting Live TV and to the NKC, the 10th year of the National Kart Cup and the 5th year it's been broadcast live on KLTV. We have new drivers, we have new slightly tweaked rules, we have new tracks, but I do think what we don't have is any difference in Joe Bradley. He's still going to be massively overexcited.
I am very excited, Nick. The dark winter has come to an end. We've waited a long time and here we are. We're at Dunkeswell. What a great track. Every time we come back, they've tweaked, they've improved. It looks fantastic. But hey, the NKC is back. Round 1 of 6. We're going to go to some absolutely iconic and legendary tracks in British karting.
Now, a couple of differences to the rules, one of which I have to say, not so sure I like, which is the end of random grids. We go back to the time qualifying. Others, perhaps better. 3 separate sub-championships, 3 sets of tyres. Where are you on the changes for this year?
Well, if perhaps the most debatable subject in karting, certainly in the UK, is mixed grids or time qualifying. Which is the best from a competitor's perspective? If you canvass the whole paddock, you'll get a 50-50 split. That's where people are down the middle. Some like mixed grids, other people like time qualifying. There's various reasons, which we'll not bother going into. The NKC this year, rounds 1, 3 and 5 are going to be time qualifying. Rounds 2, 4 and 6 are going to be mixed grids. At the end of the year, whether we'll continue in that format, I don't know, or whether we'll go to either or, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out which. I don't think this is the best. I think there's pros and cons for mixed grids, and I think there's pros and cons for time qualifying. It's going to be very exciting either way.
It's very exciting. Joe is so excited that he's actually going to do some exciting things in the paddock right now. Go and be excited in the paddock, Joe.
I'll try my best. The wait is over, round 1 of the NKC, and we're at Dunkeswell, down in the south of England. What a great track. And Ollie Nitch-Smith here. Ollie, season 10 of the NKC. I mean, I made a little joke about Coronation Street's the only thing that's run longer. But something for you and your team of people to be very proud of, season 10. Mega.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to believe, really, that it's come 10 years. A lot's changed in those 10 years. Grids have got bigger, we've added classes, we've tweaked tyre rules, my hair's got greyer. But yeah, it's been a great 10 years and it's gone from strength to strength, really.
Yeah, greyer for a 21-year-old, which Ollie just is. Yeah, I mean, Karting Live TV, and a really big thanks to everybody in the organisation for allowing us to come and, live stream your events. But we've been part of it since 2022, and you get a feel for the people that return, the competitors that return year after year, and we've created, talking about Coronation Street, we've created our own NKC soap opera in certain cases, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely in some ways. I mean, it's great to see so many returning drivers. They come with their own reputations. We've got returning champions, we've got returning, the whole of TKM we've got the whole top 10 back. Lots of juniors moving up to seniors, inters up to juniors. So they've all done it, they know it, and the other drivers know them. And they know them from the coverage as well that they've seen. But most of all, I mean, while a lot's changed, the most important thing to us is keeping the sort of ethos the same. Trying to put on the best value, most enjoyable racing we can, and just put on a fun event. We want people not everyone can win, but we want people to have a good time and go away happy.
And the calendar for this year, obviously here at Dunkeswell, Rowrah, Wilton Mill, Shennington, Wardenlaw, Clay Pigeon. All tracks that have a massive heritage in the world of karting, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great calendar this year. I mean, we love being in Dunks. Sergey and the team here have done a huge investment. And the more we can do to support them, the better. Rowrah, that's been going for donkeys. And it's, again, it's a lovely track. It's in a beautiful location and it's another great one to visit. Wilton's a classic. Everyone knows Wilton Mill. And Shennington's our first stop ever in our 10-year history. Again, that track's steeped in history. So looking forward to seeing how that goes and seeing how everyone gets on there. Wardenlaw, we've been to now a couple of times, one of your favourites, Joe. And again, Clay Pigeon, I don't think we've missed a year. So we've been at Clay Pigeon, and we'll, it's where it started. So it's fitting we'll end there this year.
Slight changes for season 10, 2026, with the regulations. I think, I personally think NKC have kind of had it right with the tyre regs, but a little bit of experimentation with a different a number of sets being allowed across the 6 rounds.
That's right. Yeah, we've done 2 sets for a number of years. It has, the tyres last, and it's great for the budget side of things. But being the 10th year, we thought this is the right time to try something a bit different. So everyone's got 3 sets for the season: rounds 1 and 2 on one set, 3 and 4 on another set, and 5 and 6 on the other set. And as part of that, we've also introduced time qualifying for the first rounds of those new sets. So this round is time qualifying. Wilton Mill will be timed qualifying, which is also our O plate, and Warden Law will be timed qualifying. And then the other 3 rounds will be back to the old favourite mixed grids.
Is that? I mean, it's been a massive debate for many years now. Mixed grids or time qualifying, which are the best, which creates the less carnage, which, motor racing is sometimes a little bit of contact. Is this maybe testing the water just to see? Because if you walk around any karting paddock, especially the NKC, it's always been a 50-50 split. People like mixed grids, other people like time qualifying. So this is kind of a bit of both, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, we try and get feedback from the drivers every year. And it's always 50-50 generally on time qualifying and mixed grids. So we're giving them both. Yes. Time will tell whether it's the right solution, but it could be that the alternating format, the 3 sets of tyres, we may have found a sweet spot. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, time will tell, and we'll see how the season pans out.
Yeah, a lot of season ahead of us, Holly, and we've got a full 6 rounds, kicking it off here at Dunkeswell. This is where the drama for 2026 begins. This is what it's all about. This is why everybody is here for round 1 of the NKC, to carry that. That's the number 1, and that denotes that last season, 2025, whoever it is that drives this kart is now carrying the number 1. Because this fella here, Casper McAllister, blitzed the Intermax Championship and is the 2025 champion. Welcome back, Casper. Carrying the number 1 here at Dunkeswell. That must give you a really, really good feeling.
Yeah, I had a really good day last year. First 2 rounds were really good, which put me quite far ahead in the championship on points, and then we just stayed consistent for the rest of the year and managed to win the championship.
So, if I was to ask you, looking back at 2025, when you got to that 6th round and you kind of, the championship was just in your reach, wasn't it? How did you feel when you finally crossed that finish line and knew you were champion?
I knew I didn't have to win the championship in the final, so I didn't want to get in a crash or do anything dangerous. I just stayed clean and won the race.
Now then.
Not win the race.
Won the championship. I knew what you meant. Now then, the sad thing is, this is your first outing for 2026. However, it's also your last outing because, unfortunately, these guys grew up and you're about to transition into juniors, which, that's got to be pretty exciting stuff because the Junior Max kart is a bit quicker. I know you like that, do you?
Yeah, I do.
You've been out, haven't you?
I've been out in a junior at PF International. It's really good.
Right.
A lot faster.
So, how different was that Junior Max kart to this Intermax kart?
It's obviously a lot faster because we have the faster engine, no restrictors, and the bigger exhaust. And the grip it has is just mental.
I was going to ask you that, wider tyres.
Yeah, the Mojo's D2s are really grippy.
Do your neck feel it?
To be fair, my neck wasn't actually that bad. Right. It was more my hands trying to grip, trying to turn it. Yeah. But yeah, my neck was fine.
But overall, good stuff.
Yeah.
And you enjoyed it, didn't you?
I really enjoyed it.
So you've got this weekend to get out of the way. I mean, I know what you've got your sights set on. You've got your sights set on starting where you've finished. Will you be a bit sad to leave the interclass because, you've had some good memories from it?
Yeah, but then again, I am so excited to get into a junior and start racing.
What's the plans for 2026?
Well, hopefully we're going to move up to juniors and do a bit of the NKC or do the rest of the championship. And we're just going to focus on getting seat time and doing as much as we can.
Now, I suppose it's fair to say you're here with a small operation. However, you have got Hunter Motorsport behind the scenes. Kai Hunter's with you. He's looking after you. Is he any good?
He's very good, yes. I really want to say no to annoy him, but he is very good, and he helps us a lot.
Yeah, great stuff. We know how annoying Kai Hunter is. All the best of luck, mate. Well done on 2025, and it's great to see you back. I was really delighted when I saw you on the entry list carrying that number 1. Casper McAllister, everybody, our 2025 Inter champion. Newcomer to the NKC is Super Mari Kart here. I'm going to refer to her as Mari Maru, who has come from the FAT Championship. Now, that's an electric kart series, but completely different. This Intermax, Rotax engine. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, a lot.
So, you see a lot there, a big smile. What is it about this kart that you enjoy?
It's just the speed, and I just love that I have my own kart.
Yeah. Now, black number plate, white numbers. You're a novice. You were telling me you've done one event at Shennington. This is your second ever kart race on this Rotax kart. Are you excited or nervous?
A bit of both, but more excited.
Yes. What are you looking forward to the most?
The race.
You like the racing bit. Boring just driving around by yourself, isn't it? Yeah. How are you going to do in time qualifying? Have you sort of switched it on as a racing driver kind of, Ed?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get up there with my time. Trying to improve a lot. Yep. So see where that goes.
You're with a good team here. Matt Isaacs, Nib Sport. I would imagine they're giving you a lot of advice and a lot of help. Is it the right advice? Are you taking it all in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoying that bit of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I want to ask you, because I know nothing about those electric karts, what have you found to be the biggest difference, whether it's harder, whether it's easier? What are the biggest differences that everybody wants to know between the FAT, the FAT kart that you drove in their championship, which is all electric, to this petrol engine kart? What's the differences?
So when you're driving an electric kart, when you lift off, it slows you down a lot. But when you're in a petrol kart, you have to press the brake a lot to slow it down on a corner, which is a big difference.
So are you finding when you go into that braking area, you're maybe not braking as hard as you should?
Yeah.
Is that what you found?
Yeah.
Right. I would imagine as well with all those batteries, is the electric kart is it heavy? Does it feel heavier than this thing?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's just the sound. Like, I like the sound of petrol, and it just gives you that effect.
So you are a complete petrol head, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's your Instagram name that I've just mentioned?
Super Mahi Kart.
Check out Super Mari Kart for Mari Maru, who's going to be on this Nib Sport kart in Intermax. I wish you... Now then, it's not about where you finish, it's about enjoying it. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, thank you.
Nico Weber's here, carrying the Latvian flag. That's your family heritage, isn't it, Nico? Yeah, and proud to carry the Latvian flag. New to the NKC, Nico, you've had a strange path. Well, I say strange, a different path to karting. You've been rally crossing a Suzuki Swift for a little bit, haven't you? And you're only 13 still, aren't you?
Yeah, fair.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So I started, my dad wanted to start doing rallycross, so I tried that out, got my own mini, then stopped doing it because I can't drive anywhere. So my dad bought a kart, and then I just started doing karting.
Right. So you came to karting because you want to be in the seat more, is that what you mean? Yeah.
More seat time.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you, it's a lot different driving a Rotax Max kart, junior class of course, than bouncing around on a muddy field. And you showed me some pictures earlier, but literally leaping the car. It's a completely different discipline, isn't it?
With the kart, you have to be more smoother, and in the rally cars, you need to be rough. Don't go smooth at all.
So Louis Large, your team manager, was telling me as well that in his coaching of you, he had to calm you down from ragging the kart or trying to get the kart sideways, were you?
Yeah, but I was too rough at the beginning. Then I think I'm getting a bit better now.
So a different type of race driving, isn't it, from driving on the loose to driving a kart? You mentioned there you have to be a lot smoother. Tell the viewers what exactly do you mean by that?
So instead of ragging the car around, you have to be more smooth, like one input instead of multiple.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Now then, here you are in the NKC. It's your first full season in any kind of national kart series, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And so far you've had quite a bit of practice, I would imagine, preparing for this.
Yeah, I did GKC Wardenlaw, and I did all the winter series T-side.
Right, so you've got a little bit under your belt. You must be looking forward, though, to to get on the grid with this lot in NKC?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I've noticed some sponsors on your kart as well. They are supporting your karting and you and your dad coming karting. Let's start. So, who are these?
Electrical Solutions to do electrical work, like in houses and buildings.
Right. Electricians. So if I needed a rewire, electrical, and I live in the northeast, so Electrical Solutions Northeast, they're the people, yeah?
Yep, they are.
It's a good sales pitch. And who else have we got? NE3?
NE3, they do maintenance. You know what I mean? I can't say.
Maintenance.
Maintenance, yeah.
Again, building work.
Building work, yeah.
Baltic Building Systems, does that...
My dad's company.
Right, and so he's your main sponsor then. Yeah. He's also your mechanic, isn't he?
He is.
So is any good?
Yeah, he's really good.
I bet he's learning, though, because there's a big difference between that and a Suzuki Swift rallycross car, isn't it?
Yeah, there is.
Also, your dad's done some motorsport as well, hasn't he? He's done a bit of rallycross and stuff.
No, he's done none.
Oh, he's done none? All right, okay, I got that wrong then. So he's living through you then, isn't he? Where is he? What's your dad called?
Bruno.
Bruno? Yeah. Bruno's living through you, isn't he? Yeah. Does he give you much pressure?
A little bit.
Yeah. Is the pressure about enjoying it, though?
Enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Nico, I wish you all the very best. And so you're in for the full season?
Yeah, full season.
Excellent. Nico Vibers. Say that right? Vibers. I'm going to get that right by Sunday. One of the drivers in the 177 class that's kind of been a part of this championship for, well, a number of years. I mean, I know you had a bit of a layoff, but it's great to have you back. Steve Gilly. Steve, you and your dad would come, prepare your kart, go out and race, have a great time, and now, looking around, all these customer karts, all this pressure, obviously you love it, mate, don't you? But is that something you wanted?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So it started off dad and lad, finally got my brother back into it as well, and then we've just decided to expand the boundaries and go a little bit bigger. Try and get a team, get the name back up there with more drivers throughout the classes.
Yeah. Now, how did that come about then? Did you have people approach you? Did you go out and canvass?
Yeah, so one of my junior drivers, he approached me at a club round at Hooton Park. As from there, did a little bit of coaching, track walk, stuff like that for him, and that's it. He just wanted to join the team and stick with us.
Yeah. Good stuff. You're the man to ask this question. You've been around this championship for a number of years now. We've had a change of tyre regs coming into this year. I'll ask you about that first. What's your thoughts on it going forward? A good idea or what?
Much better on the Maxxis tyre, because after round 2, it just drops off too much. So dependent on where the tracks are, and if, say round 3 is at Clay Pigeon's rubbish for your tyres are already worn. It's just not great to drive. So doing a 2 tyre option for me is the better option.
Right, and on that as well, interlopers coming into the championship, it's not as complex to police, I suppose. Or is it?
Yes, yeah. It's a lot tougher this year. Yeah. It's a lot tougher this year. You got a lot of senior drivers that's come up. The 177 class is actually really, really tough. I think there's a second from first to last.
It's never been easy, mate, has it? It's always been.
It's never been easy. There's a lot of good drivers. Most of these drivers have been about since cadets. Do you know what I mean? You got a lot of talent in the 177 class. Like I say, and a lot of the senior drivers that have come up this year are really, really good drivers. So this year it is. I'd say it's a little bit tougher than it's been the last few years. The grid's gone a little bit smaller, but it's definitely tougher.
Quality over quantity. The other thing I want to talk to you about, perhaps the biggest debate in karting across the UK, mixed grids. We're in the entertainment business. We're a big fan of mixed grids, Steve. Or time qualifying. You go around the paddock, and it's for me, I've found it 50-50 split. What's your thoughts?
50-50. Yeah. For me, I like the mixed grids. Reason being, if you mess up your quali or something happens in your quali or you get took out, that's you chasing your tail for the rest of the weekend. With the mixed grids, at least you've still got other positions to go from. Maybe if it's your worst position you get took out on or have a chain snap, you've still got a middle and a front position to go from. So you're not always at the back fighting through it, because obviously at the back you get a lot of the crashes, you've got a lot of the slower drivers to get through as well. So for me, the mixed grids is really good. As a front runner, the top 5-10 lads would probably choose time quali, because then they're always out of that and ahead. But it's driver preference. But for me, yeah, I like the mixed grids.
Well, we're going to have a mix this year, so perhaps at the end of the season we'll have a definitive answer. Who knows? in this Steve Gilly Racing awning, we've got a birthday boy, haven't we? We've got
driver Zach Schall.
Yeah, Zach is how old? 13 today.
13 today, yeah.
13 today. Now, we qualified 13th, hasn't had a heat yet, but he has got cake. So, Steve, thanks for talking to us, mate. I'm going to talk to the man with cake, this young man, Zach here. Zach, this is your car behind us. Time qualifying today, 13 years old today. It seemed rather apt that you would qualify 13th, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I wasn't expecting that from practice.
You weren't expecting that. What were you expecting?
I was expecting like 20th. I wasn't yeah.
Right. So how did the lap come together then? Tell us about your qualifying lap.
Well, my tyre flew off in practice fast. I didn't really get to know much from my pace, but I followed the fast guys and then I got a decent lap.
So did you learn from following those fast guys, you mean?
Yeah, I definitely learned quite a bit.
So what did you learn then, without giving too much away for your other competitors behind you?
I think I need to be a bit smoother, and that definitely gave me a couple temps, so that helped me a lot.
Is Dunkeswell a track that you're familiar with? Have you raced here before, for instance?
No, today's my first time here, but it's a great track.
So, wow, that is a big learning curve. It's a very technical track, do you think?
Yeah, it's quite a technical track, lots of slow and fast corners.
So 13th is mid to front, isn't it? Now, what's your expectations for the rest? Because you're going to start both of your heats on 13th, aren't you? So what's your expectations going forward?
I'll just be happy to stay there, to be honest. I'm not expecting much, but it'll be good to stay in there. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did.
That is the main thing. So what aspect of karting do you like? Do you like the qualifying sessions, or do you prefer to race?
It's a bit of both, but I think the excitement of a race, that makes it a bit better.
Yeah, we're all the same, aren't we? All racers. Now then, where's your cake? Cake's just here. It's a chocolate log, Ash. Zach and I are going to cut the cake. Zach, just a little bit for me. That's it. No, the end bit. Yeah. I've got a big dinner ahead. And this is going to go down very well. So this is for me, everybody. So on that note, Zach, happy birthday. Here's to a great race weekend. I think we'll cut there. Don't you, Ash? Mm.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a
cheesy chips,
a lovely little coffee break there for church break here at Dunkeswell.
I had some cheesy chips. You had a cheeseburger. So we're powered by cheese.
We are very, very early lunch.
Very early lunch, yeah.
I'm going to be starving by 3.
Well, to be fair, that's their own fault. We've eaten all the jammy dodgers as well.
The good news is here at round.
Quick, we'll stop
the jammy dodgers have gone.
Well, there's no more biscuits left. Oh. So the thing is, though, what I would say right now is if you are actually at the event and you have some cake or biscuits, if you bring them to the commentary booth before the start of the finals, we will make sure whichever driver you have, we will feature on the stream. They're like 19th, we'll find them and show them on the stream. We will. It's called coverage for cake.
That's
coverage for cake, but not for the finals. But if you get to the super heats, cake gets you coverage.
To be honest, that goes for every event we are ever at.
Oh, sorry, no, this is not a one-time offer.
Yeah,
this is any event, but obviously we have to be professional in the finals. Now you can go and do your intro.
Can I be professional now?
There's nothing more professional than keeping a team fed. An army and a TV crew works on its stomach.
So here we are, about to resume.
Yes,
here we are. We're about to resume round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC for 2026 season. It's here already. And on the front of the grid for our next heat, which is for the senior Rotax classes, groups A and D, we've got our 2023 senior Rotax champion, Bobby Rosier, carrying the 49. Alongside him is Riley Thatcher. Bobby Rosier, by the way, in 2023, youngest ever champion at 17. He's almost 20, if not 20 already.
Wow.
So Riley Thatcher is the cart that you can see there, the number 183. Second row of the grid is Ollie Varney and Maxim Smith, with Kieran Gifford, the number 7, who disappeared for a timing glitch. We got him back yesterday, finished a very strong, was it second yesterday? Mason Perrin, former junior champion, alongside. Row 4, George Herman, Ben Ballou. Brodie Skinner and Finlay Underwood are on row 5. Row 6 is Reece Green, carrying the number 4, with Taylor Dixon alongside. Zach Fletcher and George Isgrove share row 7. Row 8 is Jacob Felton and Arthur Thacker. And then we've got James Dawkins and Bradley Howes, Leo French, Jack Theobald, Michael Seddon and Eddie King, Joshua Priest alongside Tommy Lee Davis, Jensen Hartshorn and Isaac Reynolds. And there, Via Manu, the novice driver, just making his debut in the NKC. He's on 27th with Jamie Kidney alongside. And then the grid is rounded off by Ryan Shepherd and Zauri Visarek, who are out of grid position, respectively, because of no times in qualifying.
Yeah.
So just remind everybody, these grids have been set by timed qualifying, a new feature of the 2026 Junction 6 NKC. And, well, the jury is out, Nick, as they say. I think it's worked well. We've had some good racing so far. We've had some very tight racing. And I think there's a lot of powder being kept dry for the finals.
Yeah, you're surprisingly, I think, being a little bit more. I could see that happening. You need to talk.
I'll talk, something else. So we're out on the rolling lap here, and very cold here. It's barely 6 degrees out there here at Dunkeswell. You can see all the marshals and officials wearing big, warm winter coats. Still very chilly here. So that means we've got very, very cold tyres. Now then, that's a lovely pace being held by Bobby Rosier, the very experienced Bobby Rosier. Riley Thatcher gets left behind on the left-hand side row of the grid. Into turn 1, it's Ollie Varney there challenging his teammate. Out of turn 1, into the hairpin at Summit. Very tight left-hander, followed immediately by the tight right-hander at Valley. Short burst of a straight into the hairpin at Always. This is a very tricky, very technical part of any kart track. Perhaps the most technical racetrack in British karting here at Dunkeswell. And then firing out of there through the sweeps of the Rapids Bends towards Hanger, which is a very tight hairpin again. Punching out of that corner onto the Woodland Straight down towards the dogleg for the first time here, Nick. And it's going to be one lap completed. Everybody getting through there without incident.
Yeah, Rosie Varney and Gifford leading away. Again, there's a little bit of shuffling about further down in the pack. It'll be interesting to see where Visacek can get up to. Normally a front runner, stymied by a problem of some sort in qualifying. I know that some of the qualifying no times were due to infringements. I've no idea if it had anything to do with him. Infringement, but it has been infringement to cause some of the no times.
Look at the experience at the front of this senior Rotax grid. Bobby Rosier, Ollie Varney, 2 teammates there. Kieran Gifford for KGR, changing their livery from last year's red, white and blue to a more white with blue trim for Kieran Gifford. Maxim Smith not far behind. The number 3, Ben Ballou, third in the championship. These 5-kart train now breaking away a small gap from Riley Thatcher, who really lost out at the start there from the front row. Mason Perrin, former junior champion, in 7th. Taylor Dixon and George Isgrove up ahead of George Hume, who rounds off the top 10.
Yeah, closest back at the moment is Gifford and Maxim Smith, the point where Smith has just got past him. So Smith has got past him. I said it was close, and it's so close, he got past. Immediately do the blocking move into always.
Yes.
And around the outside goes the purple and white. Now, who's that? Is that Ben Ballou coming back through the number 3?
It is. Now, Ben Ballou was with Kieran Gifford last year. Remember, they had a bit of a...
It still is called his race suit.
Bit of a confrontational situation occurred, I think, at the penultimate round last year.
No, wasn't it? Wasn't that someone said that Kieran helped him by not competing or something?
No, they had it coming together.
Did they?
They absolutely had it coming together.
2 things that go on
yeah,
anyway.
Yeah. So these two have been overtaken by that driver there, Maxim Smith. Now he's with Coles. Yep. So Coles Racing, KGR, and then who's this coming in the yellow and blue card? That's Riley Thatcher
in the 183. Yeah,
he had an absolute stinker of a start, didn't he? Looked like he oiled up.
Yeah, so interesting. Ben Ballou, he started last year like a rocket, didn't he? I think he won the first round at Forest Inn. I think he was very high up in the second round. We thought, oh, he's going to disappear with it. And in fairness, I think he was first. The following 4 rounds were quite disappointing. I think he had 1 other podium. So,
yeah,
but certainly he's got the pace there.
Maybe a Forest Edge expert kind of thing. Yeah, really went well.
Yeah. So it's a pretty standard senior Rotax. This one. I'm interested that Rosier's not got a huge lead from Varney. Now, they've both broken Smith and Gifford. Then it's Gifford, Ballou, and Thatcher. They're the ones who are together. So we are having this sectional braking, which we do tend to do. I mean, what we're not getting, to be honest, that we have traditionally got with the NKC is guys coming through from 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
The people who are out of position are people who are 29th and 30th.
Yeah.
Obviously, people who are inverted commas out of position on mixed grids because they're mixed grids. But so you haven't got. So you're going to have a much more stable, I would say, first third of the race.
Well, brings that nicely. Nice segue there, Nick. Because Zauri Visarek had no time posted in qualifying, and he's come through already up to 16th place now, and we'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah, we saw that. We're doing, massive sideways moment there.
And that is going to cost him time into turn 1. He's got Kieran Gifford all over.
Another one there.
Oh, I'm not sure what's happening there.
That's a massive oversteer moment.
But that's the number 3 of Ben Ballou. Absolutely firing into the first turn there. The kart snapping away in the same way that Maxim Smith. Now, Riley Thatcher's got himself a warning for contact. So he's got himself a contact warning. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe the contact warning is because he hit Ben Ballou.
That's very
that's a bit of a clue, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple of snaps there, back to back or corner to corner. Yeah, they are. As you say, they're putting as much as they can through the rear of these cars, and even after 5 laps, they're not happy.
Karts were bouncing over the curbs there, and I think that's what Maxim Smith ended up going sideways. He's did amazing to stay where he has, because that completely stifled his momentum. And how he's kept Kieran Gifford behind him, I do not know. Riley Thatcher's now right on the bumper. Now, Riley Thatcher has pace. We know that because he qualified on the front row of the grid here. He oiled up, I think, his engine bogged down at the start. Now he's regaining and rejoining in that lead battle. However, ahead of these 3, Ollie Varney, Bobby Rosier leading by 0.8 of a second, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, Maxim Smith effectively has held up the entire field and allowed Rosier and Varney to pretty much claim the first 2 spots in this heat. Looks like Rosier has the measure of Varney as well, but it's good points for both of them. And it's now very much Smith under pressure from Gifford. And I noticed he'd be a little bit more circumspect that time round with the curbs coming out of the dog leg.
Just kept it off the curb. Now, these are quick drivers here. The number 10 and the number 7. It's both seeded numbers. The top 10
on the inside by Thatcher. Is he going to make it? Push it wide? No. Gifford saying, I'm not having that. He was up the inside and Gifford kept the outside line. I think actually they managed to avoid sort of touching each other, actually. There was a very clean sort of scrappage there.
Gifford's kind of, you saw the gesticulation now, tapping his helmet. What Gifford's saying there is, stop fighting me and we'll stay with Maxim Smith, because look at that. You've challenged me. We've lost contact with that third place cart of Maxim Smith.
You actually missed something in your commentary yesterday.
Yeah?
Remember the first race we had, about a lap and a half in, I think someone went from third to second, and they tapped their helmets. And the first tap of the helmet of the season was after 2 laps of the whole thing.
And of course, after you've gained the position,
absolutely,
don't fight me now that I've overtaken
I'm ahead of you.
Look at that, though. By not scrapping with each other, working together, the number 7 and the number 183, and now the number 183 comes back under pressure from Ben Ballou, who forces the issue there and gets through. So it's now Ben Ballou, right, he will now challenge the rear bumper of Kieran Gifford, his teammate at KGR. Riley Thatcher's got Mason Perrin. Remember Mason Perrin, former champion as well, 2023 junior Rotax champion, now in seniors, of course, for the last 2 or 3 seasons. So these are all top-level NKC Rotax drivers, this lot.
So now we've got a pair and a triple. The triple being Ballou, Thatcher and Perrin. So Ballou got past Thatcher that time round. He's in that light blue you see now, with the number plate being, the number board being very much part of the aerodynamics of that front Nassau panel. And if you want to know anything about aerodynamics and Nassau panels, well, you can refer back to our special item, which is on the Karting Live TV YouTube page, all about what the aero is and how it works, from a genuine aerodynamicist who works for the least aerodynamic company in the world.
Yeah, my good friend Naz, Naz Tremorian, who works for Jaguar Land Rover.
Apparently something there is vaguely aerodynamic.
Well, the Jaguars are, maybe not the Land Rovers. Here we go then, where I've got have we? No, we're not. We're going to have 2 more laps of racing, because they've got by Bobby Rosier, former champion in 2023. Let's not forget, Ollie Varney was runner-up to him in 2023. So we're kind of looking back on 2023 here at the front of the field.
A rehash of 3 years ago.
Yeah, the championship battle between Rosier and Varney. Varney was 5th in 2024, but he had a very quiet year last year. That might be to do with the building of his customer race team here in the NKC. Maybe he's
Mason Perrin there, going up the inside of Thatcher, not quite making it
Thatcher
work.
Coming back,
coming through Pennant, and they swept through the Rapids Bend. But people have been alongside Thatcher on a number of occasions. And is this the last lap? One more to go. One more to go.
Yeah.
Yep. Caught my eye, a man was unfurling a checkered flag. It wasn't you doing the flag waving motion this time. It was someone else who was
that was what I was trying to say. It's unfurling the flag.
I see.
Yes, unfurling.
Unfurling. Here's our leader.
And it's been a bit of a masterclass from Bobby here, isn't he? He'd be happy with this. A bit of an indication of his intentions for the rest of the 2026 Junction 6 NKC. If Rosier can match what he did in 2023, he's not going to be the youngest champion, but he'll want to be challenging. You know what? Looking at this field in pretty much all of our classes, even in the Intermax class, which is fairly new to the NKC, Nick, it's going to be a cracker of a year because try to pick your winner, absolute impossible. Here he comes then, Bobby Rosier, Nick.
Great victory. Overline Rosier goes. Behind him, Ollie Varney on a bit of a comeback after a quiet couple of years. It's going to be Smith from Gifford. So Ben Ballou, Riley Thatcher. Mason Perrin picked up 7th. Reece Green is 8th. Taylor Dixon is 9th. George Horn 10th. And it's Isgrove, Underwood, Thacker, Skinner and Vizarek, who only got as far as 15th after a kind of a stall once he got to 16th. And I believe we're going to see some highlights.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a reflection on this senior Rotax Heat. Domination, very dominant, very commanding.
This is going to be the when he lost it.
Yeah, this is Maxim Smith. See, absolute airborne there, wasn't he?
Wow.
Absolute airborne, clipping the curb there, and that's your exit speed. You've got the throttle planted.
Oversteer moment was Ballou,
I think he was helped into that oversteer more.
So?
Because that was why. Riley Thatcher.
And this is Thatcher come at the inside
got the contact warning.
The 7 of Gifford, and then Gifford go, no, thank you, I'm not having that involved. Not me involved with that one. Thank you, Lester. That was cool.
That was brilliant stuff. We are now back to where we started.
Sorry, what we're doing your club event in 2020?
No, actually, I thought we started yesterday with the 177s, but we didn't.
Okay.
We started with juniors. We've already had one heat for the 177 class. We're about to get going with the 177 class again. This is their second heat. George Walker on the pole position from current champion Ryan Taylor-Truman. Matthew Lambert and Scott Smith on row 2 with Rob Simpson and Alexander Colanciano on row 3. We've then got Ollie Owen and Nathan Wells, Cole Edwards, Jake Davis, Will Murdoch alongside Ashton Parsons, with vice-champion Archie Elliott and Patrick Williams-Rawage lining up on 7. Row 8 is Lincoln Bailey-Arneson and Dan Milner. Josh Pickford and Ian Brandfield are on 9. Row 10 is Louis Rees and Ethan Wyatt. Lawrence Hilton and Jack Taylor are on row 11. Marcus Basley and Steve Gilly on row 12. Mark Gilly just behind them with Dan Millward alongside them. We've got Liam Deedman, David Simpson, Ryan Layton and Tyler Fossey, Adam Mullins and Martin Bramwell, with Solomon Williams and Harry Taylor lining up on the final row of the grid. No time from Harry Taylor. We know how quick Harry can be. He's carrying the LC plate, which is for the London Cup, which is an event at Rye House. Rye House in the last week of November, usually. And it was won by Harry Taylor in this class. So, brought around by George Walker and Ryan Taylor-Truman. Ryan Taylor-Truman, consecutive titles, remember, in 24 and 25. And he'll be wanting to maybe see if he can win 3 on the trot. It's a big ask because we know how quick that TT Motorsport car can be. However, George Walker showing great pace here as they head down to turn 1 for the first time. And it's Walker that lead. Oh, he slides wide. And who is that for Nibsport? Matthew Lambert will lead out to turn 1.
Yeah. It's not the first person we've seen just go a bit too optimistic into pit bend off the lead, and they slide out. He's not got too badly off. So Truman, now where's Truman? Truman's in third. So Ryan Taylor-Truman's in third. Walker's dropped to second. Truman was waiting for a little warm-up. This is a man who absolutely dominated last year's 177 Championship, RTT. And then there's a kind of a 2 and a 1 and a 3 as they kind of chunter down. I think Rob Simpson's made her place as well off the start. May well be. I think he's in fourth, but I could be wrong because I'm just looking at numbers.
The rest of the 177 field gather themselves up. Big line, a big train of 177 Rotax carts. This is the heavier senior Rotax category. Minimum weight of 177 kilograms. We have a driver moving up from the 162 class in the form of one of the Wyatts, Ethan Wyatt, moving up into 177s and dropping to 24th there on that first lap. So he had an eventful time. Louis Rees dropping to 22nd, I noticed. Mark Gilly up to 19th. Dan Milner dropping to 17th. And 10 place gain for Jack Taylor from 22nd on the grid to 12th there on the first lap. Will Murdoch into the top 10. But back to the front there, Matthew Lambert, George Walker, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Rob Simpson first to the Masters in fourth with Scott Smith, Cole Edwards and Archie Elliott moving up 5 places to 7th. Archie on the number 2. He's with Ralph Motorsport this year. As Lambert at the front of this field with the blue and white and black livery of Nibsport continues to lead. George Walker feeling a little bit robbed, I think, from pole position. Went into turn 1, slid wide. Matthew Lambert taking advantage of the situation. Will lead with just under 6 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for Walker to maybe come back. And interestingly, Nick, Ryan Taylor-Truman, who we've seen be very, very dominant certainly over the last 2 seasons here in the NKC, not quite on the pace here today to catch the 2 carts ahead of him, which is a little bit out of character.
That's certainly a surprise. RTT, there he is in third place, but you wouldn't expect him to drop it off. Now, the only thing I would say is with 3 laps in, it's a very cold day, perhaps he has got his cart set to come back, but you would not expect to be dropping off the 480 of Matthew Lambert. And up the inside goes, what brilliant move there by the 8 of Walker. That completely surprised Lambert as he comes the over and under through the exit Summit into Valley.
Now that we know how quick Walker is, he was on the pole position from time qualifying. Lambert's coming back at him.
Oh, it's like F1 all over again.
It's like Formula 1 from this morning. Sorry, no spoilers.
No, that's not a spoiler. It's like F1 did happen this morning.
Absolutely, yeah. There was lots of passing. That was all false.
And repassing.
That is pure passing of being the fastest through a corner or the fastest out of a corner. This is pure racing here in karting. That's what I love about it. Engine, driver, tyres, chassis. That's what it's all about. Lambert has an idea of where Walker might pose a threat, and we're coming towards that part of the track.
Yeah, he's going to go around the outside again. He's going to try to switch back. Now, Ryan Taylor-Truman is the big winner out of all this because they have blown their 3/4 of a second lead almost entirely by battling. Now looking over his shoulder, this of course is where the other overtake took place, where Lambert got back up again, coming round this next corner into Pennon, which is here. He was tripped up the inside, not happening this time.
Now, this is what I mean about we're over 4 minutes. We're not even at a few seconds away from half distance. Lambert now knows where George Walker maybe is going to have a go. George Walker, the question is, did he go too early? Has he shown his cards too early? Maybe if he sat there in the wake of Matthew Lambert and then did that in the last couple of laps.
Well, I think you'll find that Walker was just as surprised when Lambert came past him as Lambert was when Walker came past him. I think they both of them were not sure what happened. Again, look at this outside. Oh, just trying to avoid getting his nose clipped there by the rear end of the 480 of Lambert, the blue and white machine. So we're looking at the yellow and the green cart, which is in second, and now Taylor Truman getting closer.
And there's Taylor Truman down the inside. I was about to say they're not optimised lapping here, and that's bringing Ryan Taylor Truman into it. Big style, because he's up to second.
And Scott Smith is waiting to pick up the pieces as well. But again, Walker is going to sit back and go, how's this all gone wrong? I was leading a couple of laps ago. He's now on the tail of Ryan Taylor Truman. Now, has Ryan got the actual pace, or was he just be able to keep up because of the scrappage? Lambert now away.
So Taylor Truman in that orange and white cart there, having to defend from George Walker with the bright green sleeves on his overalls. The white cart there, fourth in the train. That's Scott Smith.
Yeah.
And he's not that far away, is he?
No, I'm surprised. I thought Smith was in the top last year. I didn't price him on 38. May not have chosen to get a 1 to 10 number. But he was certainly featured quite a lot near the front of the field. As Ryan Taylor Truman shaped for an inside move through the always hairpin. Didn't go for it. I think he slightly put Matthew Lambert on the wrong line there, actually, as he went round Pennon. But they now switch back towards a hairpin. And interestingly, there's been a lot of movement, but the gap's think exactly the same as last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Nose to tail. In fact, we're about to be joined possibly by Rob Simpson, Cole Edwards and Nathan Wells, because the carts behind these four are gaining ground and gaining on them.
Taylor Truman has his cart really lively under braking. It's twice now I've seen it just slide out of position as he hits the brakes. So as he rear brakes only, solid axle on these racing carts. And it doesn't really cost you any time. It worries you because you can get it back in line with a bit of corrective steering. But it does make you think how he's got the thing set up. So it's quite light in its rear end.
And remember that Taylor Truman's on a Saudi cart, completely different from the OTK carts around him. So slightly different handling here. Some carts prefer the cold, some carts are rubbish in the cold. I'm not going to make a judgment on any of these here. I'm just saying that they have different handling characteristics and a different way that they set the different carts up.
Basically,
depending on the manufacturer.
You need to buy a cart from Iceland rather than a cart from the south of Italy.
When the weather's like this, maybe, yes.
Too much curve for Lambert. He's lost himself a couple of tenths of a second there. And up the inside again, battling hard. Well, Walker, no, he has a back out there.
He was down the inside there, Nick. But because of the sweeping nature of the pit bend, you can keep the momentum around the outside line. And that's what we saw TT
I would say now, I reckon that Ryan Taylor Truman has had more wheel-to-wheel action in this first 8 minutes than he had the whole of last season. Because he just disappeared.
He did seem to, and he's not doing that here. We've kind of gotten used to seeing TT disappear up the road. He's not disappearing up the road, which bodes very well for a very competitive 177 class in 2026.
Well, Lambert needs to be careful here, not to take too much curve. It really cost him time completely avoids the curve this time.
It's going to be the last lap board next time by. They've just crossed the line on 45 seconds to go. They're lapping in the 48s. So do your calculations. It means the last lap board. Here comes George Walker. He looks attached to TT's back bumper, doesn't he?
He's fast around that top bend, or pit bend. He's fast around the pit bend. Oh, Ryan really shaping there. I think that when he goes around this little section here, the hairpin and then the quick swift left into Penn and then Rapids Bend. This bit here, he hasn't looked as fast. That's our third place man, George Walker. Right up the tail of Taylor Truman. But he does seem to have a bit of an overspeed coming down the straight. Now he's in the slipstream. Now what's going to happen this last lap?
Here we go, last lap, Nib Sports, Matthew Lambert leading. You know, Nib Sport knows how to put a Rotax Max cart together. They were senior Rotax 162 champions with Freddie Worlock in 2025. Here we have Matthew Lambert with the second heat for this class of karts, the second and final heat. This will define the grid. The results of the two heats we've had will define the grid for the super heat coming up very soon this afternoon. Taylor Truman, the current champion, on the orange and white liveried kart of TT Motorsport, his own team. And George Walker started on the pole with the bright green sleeves. The white kart of Scott Smith has never been that far away. And whether anyone can make a challenge here going into the final section of corners here, the dogleg chicane, Taylor Truman threw it in on the brakes, Nick.
No.
Not enough. And look at that. Lambert gives him a breathing space, looks over his shoulder. Everybody's gone almost side by side for second there. Ryan Taylor Truman holds on to second from George Walker with a gap of, well, just over a tenth between second and third. Scott Smith, he's got to be happy with that fourth place there. We have Rob Simpson, Cole Edwards, Nathan Wells, Will Murdoch, Ollie Owen and Alexander Clontiano, with Archie Elliott, the vice champion from 2025, just finishing outside the top 10 there. Expecting more from Archie Elliott as we get across the season. He was a very big contender here in 177s. That's your top 10. There is the result on the screen. Let's have a little bit of a reflection back on what happened there. And there's the move from the number. There's Matthew Lambert, and here is George Walker trying to come back. That's when TT got ahead of Walker, and he hung on to that under massive pressure there from George Walker.
Right,
and George
inside,
Walker,
yeah.
I think George Walker had to put the cart on the inside curb there, didn't
yeah.
he?
So good old scrap in the 177s there. Excellent work from them. And we now move swiftly on.
That was a great race there. And remember, just to remind everybody that we've had time qualifying here. If you're familiar with the NKC format, you will know that we have mixed grids in the NKC. Not so this year in 2026. We're going to have time qualifying on 3 of our 6 rounds. The grid has appeared. Elijah West up from the Rotax class, having been vice champion in that class. He will start on the pole position. So a great start for him in juniors. Benjamin Lawn alongside. We've got Jesse Whitmore and Logan Hartson on row 2. Liam Crosby and Kai Pepperell on row 3. Lucy Lovell and Fenton Roderick on 4. Eden Salvage and Spencer Trehon are next. And then from 11th, we've got James Finley, Ewan Scott, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Hector Sadlowski, Ethan Barrow, Daniel Wisniewski, Zach Charles, William Spencer, Ryan Sadlier, Leonardo Palagi, Cody Longdon, Harrison Matthews, George Theobald, Alex Mann, Sam Green Gomez, Eli Mann, Callum Wilson, Jensen Hookey, down the order after a terrible qualifying. Got carts going off there on their warm-up lap.
Overwarming their tyres, and they've just thrown themselves off the track in a rather embarrassing way.
Nico Wiebers, Philip
going round
Jankowski,
again
James Gordon, Lewis Marchand and Charlie White. So Jensen Hookey is down in 28th, Nick. Jensen Hookey, remember, won the final here at round 6 of the 2025 NKC Championship, or NKC season, and he had a bit of a character-building time qualifying session, ends up down in 28th. So he came through, and I forget where he finished in his first heat. Here he is in the second heat. He'll be wanting to finish as high up as he can.
He got 10th in the end.
To try 10th. He tried to try and get up the order for the super heat.
Our Gaz is telling us, Gaz Bury, Ewan Scott could be the one to watch. Made 14 positions last time.
So where is Ewan Scott in the order on this one? And I'll find him. Where is he?
I think he's in the race.
Well, I've got a transponder that's not picking up. I wonder if that's Ewan. Here we go then. We're about to go racing. Elijah West on the left-hand side of the screen, showing the livery of Sushi Racing. And he gets absolutely done, but not so much because that I couldn't see who that Tony Kart was that went barreling into turn 1. Elijah West is off
again. That's 2 races in a row he's lost the starter. Once he went wide, and this time he's gone right off on the side.
There he is, the number 199, Elijah West, up from the Intermax class and not finding the starts here in the Junior Rotax that easy on the cold tyres.
It's more busy, isn't it, a Junior Rotax
I think that's all about cold tyres. Just not having the grip there on turning into the left-hand hairpin at Summit. Here we go. We're already at the hanger hairpin, though, and we're about to complete lap 1.
Coming through for Elijah West, who you can see is the 199 is top of the timing sheet. He will not be the top. He may well not be the bottom. You have to wait for most of the field. So across the line we go at the end of the first lap of the junior heat, and it is in fact Liam Crosby from Benjamin Lawn, Jesse Whitmore, Kai Pepperell, Spencer Trehorn. That's your top 5 with the rest streak down underneath. Now sweeping now into Summit for the second time. This is where West went off last time, and it's nose to tail with the Coles car, the 185. Liam Crosby, 185. That's Benjamin Lawn. The Coles have taken the lead, so that's Lawn has taken the lead going round the bottom bend. Well, it's the top bend, isn't it? Really? A pit bend at the end of the first. We've got a yellow flag going into the pit bend, so there's obviously been some incident there. To see at my Colma window, man waving, but not only is he in the lead, Joe, he's streaking off into the lead.
He is. He's absolutely pulled out a massive gap already. We'll check what that gap is in just a few corners through the dogleg. It's the Benjamin Lawn for Coles Racing has pulled out a cushion at the line. It's half a second already for Benjamin Lawn. Liam Crosby, Jesse Whitmore, Kai Pepperell, Spencer Trehorn, Fenton Roderick. We've got Eden Salvage, Lucy Lovell up the 8th.
Oh, that was never going to work. Threw it up the inside, and the cart that threw it up the inside was the grey machine. I think it may have been Pepperell, actually. I'm not quite sure. 81. I'm not quite. It was 80. Maybe Whitmore. Whitmore threw it up the inside, managed to take them both out. Crosby kind of spun in sympathy and being slightly touched, but that's a massive issue there. It's really given Lawn away.
That was a big mistake there. Just while you were taking us through that incident, Nick, Jensen Hookey up another 3 places to 16th. Winner here in the final round. That's why we're paying an interest down the order as the field come across the line then.
Yeah, it was Whitmore who threw it up the inside of Crosby, and they both suffer from that one. Dropped back 6 places.
Dropped back to 9th and 10th, Whitmore and Crosby. That's
a nice move by the 20. Will Eden Salvage be able to keep it? No, up there the level there.
And that was from second place as Lucy Lovell.
Did he lose the place to Hartshorn at the same time? I think Hartshorn, he got Hartshorn, then lost Hartshorn again during that move.
That's easy to do here at Dunkeswell because of the switchback hairpins. The left-hand hairpins followed immediately by right-hand hairpins and vice versa when you get to Walways and Pennon. They're at the hanger hairpin here. But just look at Benjamin Lawn disappearing up the road. Kai Pepperell. Spencer Trehorn is in 3rd. He's with the Origin Motorsport team. And Spencer Trehorn there, fastest lap of this race so far. And we're still half a minute away from half distance.
Apparently Jensen Hookey got 6th place in the first heat. That's been corrected by...
well done.
And he's 14th last time around.
Yeah, so he is clawing back. And if the carts in front of Jensen continue squabbling with each other, they'll slow each other down. That'll pay into him. That's Lucy Lovell, the number 16.
Elijah West up to 21st, the pole sitter who unfortunately led it into the side barriers with no front end as he tried to get around something for the first time. He's made about 9-10 places since then. But it must be quite painful to drive because he's kicking himself so much.
Yeah, he'll learn. Got to get more heat into the tyres maybe as the leader comes through. That gap was a half a second a couple of laps ago. It's now on 9/10, just under a second. No movement in the order in the top 10. That's the number 55 of Jesse Whitmore with James Finley pressuring him. He's under a lot of pressure. In fact, 3 carts right there on his bumper. So he's coming under a lot of pressure from James Finley, Liam Crosby and Cooper Campbell-Lees.
Whitmore has got past Salvage for 7th. So I think that's the grey cart, which I'm sure is probably a Tony cart, because the green and white, when it's stuck together, looks like grey.
Looks like grey, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. It is a Tony cart.
And go round again. So yes, I think that's a slight movement there. Lovell holding a kind of quite a lonely 5th place. She's a second behind and second ahead. Oh no, she's not saying. I just read that. She's 3/10 of a second.
Yeah, a teammate just ahead of her. In front, so it's Fenton Roderick just ahead of Lucy, and then Spencer Trehorn, teammate. She'll want to try and get by the blue and white cart ahead of her. There's the Tony cart of Jesse Whitmore, and these 2 orange livery carts there.
It's Finley
trying
and
to pressure.
James Finley behind there. They are doppelgangers, aren't they? Down to the helmet and the overalls, apart from the sticker on the back of the 59 Finley.
The number 20 is Eden Salvage. The number 59 is James Finley. And they are right on the bumper of that number 55. Jesse Whitmore just disappearing through the Rapids bends there and into Hanger. Still no change apart from Jesse Whitmore making that move. We've got Now, where is he? Where's Jensen Hooker? He's up to 12th. Another 2 moves on that lap.
He got stalled for a couple of laps on 14th, but he's now got through that one. It's quite spaced out now, actually. I think there's going to be a limit to any sort of forward movement because there's a big gap between 8th and 9th of 3 seconds.
Jensen Hooker up to 10th, into the top 10 with another 2 place changes. So he's on fire as Jensen Hooker. He had it all to do after that devastating, catastrophic, let's say, time qualifying session.
Well, when your chain breaks, you're not going to go very far.
No, absolutely. That's what I mean. Catastrophic.
It's not the most catastrophic chain break we've seen at the NKC.
No.
Close.
A bit of history, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Louis Large here with his team LRG.
Our first year, 2022, wasn't it?
It was 2022, yeah. Great.
We do this for a long time, though.
Fifth year.
Fifth season.
Season 10 of the NKC, by the way.
Season 5 of Carlton ITV coverage.
There's only Coronation Street that's run longer, is what I said to Ollie yesterday in our interview, which you've seen on the Paddock Show. You stay with us. Here's
nice
Lovell. Lovell's making the move we thought she was lining up for. That's Lucy Lovell ahead of Fenton Roderick. And now, next on the list is our teammate, Spencer Trehorn. Yeah, Spencer came across the UAE, Nick, you remember?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, he did, yeah. We talked on the Origin team, yeah.
Bit colder for him here at Dunkeswell than we last saw him.
Bit colder, less shrapnel.
Well, it was for Dubai, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did he do the all plate in Dubai?
Yeah, he did, yeah. And they did the previous round as well.
Yes.
They did the round the UAE.
I said to his dad, are you coming out for any more? He says, when I sell the house. But yeah, strung out junior Rotax field here with a contact warning for Fenton Roderick to rub salt in the wound of being overtaken by Lucy Lovell. He's had a contact warning in that blue and white card.
That would be that accident earlier.
And now,
up the inside,
and now he's lost another place to Jesse Whitmore.
But he threw up the inside, got it back again. So he's threw up the inside of Whitmore. Now he's going to lose it again. I would think, that was quite aggressive.
No, that's Whitmore.
No, that's 55. That's Whitmore. Yes, you're quite right. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. No, brain's gone. Not the first one. No, he's 38 of Roderick, who's losing place in hand and fist, and he's down another one now. Yeah, he's lost that momentum, hasn't he? Past him.
Yeah, it shows. You know, you get overtaken, you kind of lose the momentum on that blue and white cart of Fenton Roderick. And before you know it, you're getting swallowed up because of that loss of momentum. We're on the final lap of this heat. It's groups A and C out at the moment, and Benjamin Lawn has got a gap of 1.1 seconds. He forced his way to the front, and once in the front, Nick, he made short work of building a gap.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely class in this field, but it is, again, everyone talks about clear air, and I think that we've seen why clear air is so important, because you suddenly get involved in several fights, and, and rather than going forward 1, you go back 3. So running round through Rapids Bend for the final time, it's going to be Benjamin Lawn, and he'll be leading Kai Pepperell with a good result in second. And then Spencer Trehorn will be third. And then we're just waiting for Lucy Lovell. There she is in fourth. This is half the junior Rotax, of course. No, sorry, it's two-thirds.
Two-thirds of the junior Rotax field, with a very fine win for Benjamin Lawn there in very dominant style, I've got to say. Kai Pepperell, Spencer Trehorn third. Lucy Lovell, his teammate, in fourth. Jesse Whitmore fifth. Edie Salvage sixth. Fenton Roderick was seventh. Eighth was James Finlay. Jensen Hookie ninth. And rounding off your top 10 was Cooper Campbell-Lease. There is the rest of the order as the rest of the field come through to take their checkered flag.
Elijah West, our pollster, got back to 14th. So he made up half the field after being last at the end of lap 1. First at the start of lap 1, last at the end of lap 1.
And Jensen Hookie up to 9th.
Is he going to give him a chance in the Super Heat to move forward again?
Well, it's give him a better chance than he had after time qualifying, because
he had no chance.
Finished 6th in his first heat, 9th in his second, so he is going to start mid of the grid towards the front. So that's a lot better, we'll see.
In his two heats.
And look at that. Elijah West up to 14th, as you say.
Yeah, Jensen Hookie has gained 44 places, apparently, thanks to Gaz.
Wow.
Gaz Bury.
Mega.
Thank you, Gaz. Let's have a look at some things that happened a few minutes ago.
Yeah, got off to a usual junior Rotax start as we see as we see the field into the pit lane there. The next up, before we have a bit of a reflection. Finger trouble. He was the start of junior Rotax.
That's him falling off the track. What are you doing? Why am I falling off? I don't know. I'm just falling off the track. It's fun.
Yeah, cold tyres coming into play here for the red and black card of Elijah West. And then we've got Elijah West recovering after going off on those cold tyres. We then had a move for the lead by that man there. Got into the lead.
That's the big accident.
Yeah, that's the second place coming together. And then lots of place changes. There's Lucy Lovell going around. Lots of diving going on into that section.
There's an awful lot of throwing it up Summit, isn't there?
At Summit, yeah.
You better read the grid quickly because they're out already.
Well, Intermax out for their second heat of the weekend. Second and final heat into the super heats next, of course. Casper McAllister, current champion, on the front row of the grid from Rishan Kosler alongside. We've got Callum Miller and Jack Daniels on row 2. Amelie Davey and Ethan McNally Roberts. Jack Daniels and Amelie Davey on row 3. Ethan McNally Roberts and Kyan Kosler on row 4. Bradley Beggs and Jack Gillett share row 5. Row 6 is Maria Jurglova-Chuta with Thomas Gulliver alongside. And then on row 7, we've got Oscar Tarsi and Harrison Parkin with Max Tomsit on 16th. 17th is Aurelia Simpson, Mahi Maru, Billy Barnes, Zane Williams and Deacon Thomas. Ordered grid there. Casper McAllister experienced enough to bring the field of Rotax around. And we should get going. A few carts out of position there.
Nope, it's been taken.
Yep, we like that. Casper McAllister leads, as we suspected he might. And who is that coming with him?
Callum Miller.
Callum Miller on the 111. So it's 111. And then everybody seemingly going into that first hairpin at Summit all together.
Yeah, so remember McAllister aced the first heat by about 5 seconds. So he's a firm favourite to do the same thing again. His last appearance in Intermax. We've seen some Rian Kosler and his brother. They were both involved in the action in the blue and white carts. But there is McAllister miles away already. Now, Cam Miller, hold on, I think it must be Amelie Davey behind us. It's not Rian, because Rian's in the blue and white machine. Let's see as they come round, because obviously they don't always get the complete order as they go around the first corner.
Here they come then across the line. McAllister will lead. Then we've got Callum Miller. In third place has gone Jack Daniels with Kian Kosler, Ethan McNally Roberts, Jack Gillett, Bradley Beggs, Rishan Kosler drops down the order 5 places to 8 there. Amelie Davey, and rounding off the top 10, Maria Jurglova-Chuta in that very distinct purple metallic livery cart. That's easy to spot, Nick.
Yeah, but not easy to say.
No, it's not.
Just so you know, last year Joe went on an intensive 4-day course to learn how to pronounce her surname, didn't you?
Yes, it was
which I'll say right now, I haven't taken. She's just Maria to me.
Maria Jurglova-Chuta. Once Maria had explained how to pronounce her name, it was relatively simple, as she explained.
So, and there's that Casper McAllister already long way away. The battle is second and down. Miller in the dark blue and white. Then we've got the red of Jack Daniels and the light blue and white of Kian Kosler. Apparently, if you're trying to tell the Koslers apart, it is only down to the visors, apparently. So the blue visor on this number 12 of Kian Kosler.
Challenge here by the 111, the 61. Jack Daniels had challenged for second. Callum Miller's come back at him and said, excuse me, that's my second, let's go.
Yeah. That's straight up there, look at it. Up the inside, didn't even kind of wait around. I'm not quite sure how that was a bit too easy, that seemed to me. Up the inside into all those.
Yeah, well, he did, yes, and it shows. Jack Daniels seems to have and feels he's got more pace and was very urgent in his addressing getting by, and he's done that. Let's see if he can make any kind of inroads on that 2-second lead of Casper McAllister. Here they go then, across the line. And it's gone out to 2.2 seconds to Daniels. Callum Miller now third. We've got Zane Williams up to 8th ahead of Rishan Kosler and Amelie Davey.
Zane Williams made lots of positions in the last race as well. So I think Zane's obviously had a poor qualifying compared to his race pace. So he's moving back up the field again. He's in the top 5 certainly in the first heat of this Intermax event. So holding on now. Now he's got ahead is Jack Daniels. Under pressure from both the dark blue and the light blue. The triple one of Callum Miller and the 12 of Kosher. Oh, looking a little bit there, Miller, but no. He obviously the kind of jump, wasn't he, really, by Daniels going into Always. It was a weird kind of overtake. But now he's sitting in the slipstream. That's the triple one.
Yeah.
When he gets back, McAllister's away.
Yeah, McAllister's away. Let's see what the gap is. It was 2.2. Now, if these two drivers in second and third, it's 2.4 now. There's the move there. We saw that coming. Miller not happy. Here's the switchback as Jack Daniels gets back into second. Who's this on the number 12? Kian Kosler on the blue and white card. He's wanting to pick up the crumbs from the table, what Jack Daniels and Callum Miller will leave. But if these two continue doing that, that's just exacerbating the performance advantage that Casper McAllister on that Hunter Motorsport kart has, as he's the reigning champion in Intermax, and I've got to say, he's moving on to juniors.
It's really interesting because when we started the season last year, McAllister was untouchable. The first two and a half rounds, he was like every heat, every win. And slowly, Elijah West came back to him, and as did a couple of other drivers. And suddenly, by the end of the round, at the end of the series, we're having competitive rounds. We're having racing. We had the situation where he had a kind of a last lap incident at Clay and didn't win the race.
He won 12 of a possible 24 races last season.
Yeah, but most of those were at the front of the season, where he just hit the ground running and was fast. He's come here again.
But then, when he didn't win, he was second.
Exactly, but he's now joined the new crop with several of his rivals from last year having moved up to a different class, and he's doing the same thing again. He's just dominating because he has this ability to do it. But what you will see, if he was to make a guest appearance at the 6th round, he would be this evening.
No, because these drivers we've seen over the years in Intermax, young drivers.
Massive learning curve.
Yeah, massive learning curve. Ages 10 to 13 in this group, and newcomers just get faster and faster and faster, don't they, as the year progresses. So that's a good spot. We're inside of 3 minutes remaining then. And there is the number 55 of Ethan McNally Roberts and Jack Gillett coming together, the black nose cone of Gillett.
Oh, up the inside, beautiful move. And I think can you make it stop? No, fought back there by the 55. I mean, the consecutive numbers, are they anywhere in the same team? I don't know. Bradley Beggs
very similar. And there's the 56 coming back. Oh, and a little bit of coming together. This is going to play into the hands of Bradley Beggs and Amelie Davey. And not far away is Maria Jurgelova-Chuta and Rishan Kosler. So they are waiting for these two orange helmeted drivers and orange liveried cars to trip each other over.
You look at the bright purple of Maria. I mean, she was kind of learning all through last year, being a bit left behind by the pack of 11.
Now look at her.
And now she's actually right up with the mid pack. So it's
absolutely.
It's one of the quite nice things about the NKC when we kind of stay with the kids and they go to juniors, is you get to see the progression, don't you? You get to see I don't want to use the word career because that will inspire people to start getting too much money.
No,
but
it's not a career, is it? This is a hobby. This is a hobby level of karting, you know. They're here to enjoy their racing, and like you say, we saw Maria at the back of the grid, and now she's coming through the grid. And look at this, you know, getting involved in trains of karts, trustly, and just has learned so much from a season of karting in the NKC that now she's able to race with these karts ahead of her.
Who's that right together? That's
Kosler.
12. That's the third and fourth are right together.
Yeah, that's Kosler and Zane Williams, I would think. Yes, it is. Kian Kosler.
So Williams has carried on moving to the field.
Kian Kosler has got on the blue and white cart, the orange and black cart that moves down the inside is Zane Williams.
Well done. Williams has had a rotten qualifying. He's had to move through this field on both of these heats. He's now up to 5th. So he'll be one to watch as they regrid them for the super heat and once they regrid them again for the main final.
Yeah, it's the two heats. The results from your two heats will define your grid position for the super heat, and then it's how you qualified through the heats and the super heat all put together is how you form the grid for the final.
The super heat is not a pre-final.
So yes, it doesn't matter.
Set the grid.
Doesn't matter where you finish.
It helps you move forward if you have a good result.
Another newcomer just latching onto that huge train, just coming towards the rear bumper of Maria Jurgelova-Chuta at the back of that train there, just coming underneath us there, is newcomer Oscar Tarsi. He's come from the FAT.
From electric carts.
The FAT, that's FAT.
Whilst I was waiting for lunch, I had a word with him. I said, how are you enjoying Oscar? Does it seem much faster? And he said no. And his dad said, 7 seconds a lap faster. But you think about it, what the electric carts will have is instant punch, instant acceleration.
Yeah. That's right.
When you think about speed, this is the last lap, be careful. You think about speed, actually acceleration you think about.
Yes.
Doing 90 or 190 is very similar. It's how you get to 90 or 190. It's how you feel speed.
It's that punch into your chest.
So
there's that train of carts as we have got
I think they've got one more.
One more lap to go. That's a great midfield battle, isn't it? All sorts of people getting involved. Oscar Tarsi latching onto the back of Maria Jurgelova-Chuta. I said to Maria's dad, I said, this is a great livery here. I said, I can spot that from anywhere. Thank you so much. He said, that's why I've done it.
Brilliant.
There's that man, Casper McAllister. he has come on a lot as well.
He's leading, and he's still ducking down for the bit of the.
He is,
and he's still using his body to move the weights around the
just
kart.
lift that inside wheel to release the axle. Being tutored here by driver coached and mechanic by former British champion junior and senior level Kai Hunter, and Casper moving into the junior category. We'll hope to see him at round 2 at Rowra for the NKC. As he crosses the line to take maximum points, he'll be on pole for the Super Heat. That one's easy to work out.
Well done,
what a great solid second place for Jack Daniels. And look at that, Zane Williams right on that final lap, overtaking Callum Miller for 3rd, Miller in 4th, Cian Cosler 5th, Ethan McNally Roberts 6th, Jack Gillett 7th. Then we had Amelie Davey 8th, 9th was Bradley Beggs, Ryan Cosler finishing off the top 10. And then just outside the top 10, that great battle on the tail of that top 10 field, Maria Jurgla-Bachuta, Oscar Tarsi on the number 15 in 12th. Then we had Freya Bond carrying the number 6 in 13th. Thomas Gulliver, Aurelia Simpson, Billy Barnes, Harrison Parkin, Max Thompson, Travis Owens, Dahi Maru, and then there comes through Deacon Thomas. So we've got Oscar Tarsi on a novice plate, Thomas Gulliver on a novice plate, Zane Williams, 3rd, showing a novice plate as well, and Mahi Maru, also another driver from the Fat Series, on the novice plate with Deacon Thomas there as well, also one of our novices.
We've got a couple of things to look back on from the previous race. Up the inside, this is the battle. And look at that, 2nd and 3rd, Miller there coming back up in. Look at that round the inside. But there's a lot of people overtaking around the hairpin. And there's been a lot of flying in and chucking the car in and hoping for the best around Summit, generally. So we are now getting down to this is our penultimate, no, so it's our last ordinary heat, is it?
Yep, last of the heats, TKM.
So let's see who's on the grid. And it is Charlie King from Mitchell Cornell, Ben Watson, Mitchell Ball. Then you've got Leo Crabtree and Joseph Booth. So you've got all the good. Jamie Scott, Tom Johnson, Gareth Hayes, Matthew Harris, Al Patterson, Sam King. Jamie Scott, of course, is our reigning champion. That's why he has the number 1 plate. And the O plate of Alexander Lehman. Will Cregeen, name we see an awful lot in this championship. James Hull, 15th. Matthew Temple Patel, 16th. Dominic Pine, 17th. Nicholas Biles. Then Chris Whiteside, Matt Slight, Adam Kent, Nathan Bullock, Jake Cox, and Jack Morrison. And the obvious question is, will they get to go? Oh, sorry, but 3 more. T-Bolt, Ryan Messer, and James King bring up the 27 kart field for TKM. Just a single group, so you're always racing against the same people. The question is very much whether they will get to go around again. They do like to do 2 laps in the TKM, but the starter, who I can see looking unmoved on the gantry to my left. No, they're going to try and get them away in 1. So furious tyre warming up. Ben Watson was a big loser in the first, the number 2 car starting 3rd. Big loser in the first heat. He didn't get going correctly, and then he had to park the kart after about 4 laps with a technical problem. Here we go, underway, and it is a clean start. You can tell that as the smoke billows from the back of the TKM engines, and they sweep round Pit Ben for the first time, looking like they're going reasonably in order. Charlie King, who won the first, got a yellow flag into the first, causing problems. The 5 kart, and Mitchell Cornell into the second. Real scrap there on the outside. They come to the switchback of Summit. It looks like that Ben Watson number 2's picked up 3rd with the 4 of Booth on the outside, hoping to keep the line. But what's happened is there's a scrap here from 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, and the top 2 are away. But they are quite close, actually. King has not broken Cornell, which he did last time, reasonably quickly. And they settle down, and the window is open, and we get this waft of beautiful 2-stroke smell, which is certainly better than the over air freshener smell we have in this Concord a lot of the time. I'm not trying to get 2 smoke. Way better. Right, lap 1 beginning to end, and it's King, as you saw, sweeping into the straight there, leading from Cornell. So top 2 are very, very close. But finally, Ben Watson gets to get underway after a very poor first hit. There's Booth, Ball, and then Johnson. So coming up through the short track, called overlook this part of the track apparently. Kind of ignored most of the time. It's the exit from the first corner, and then the run and the throw it in and hope for the best at the Summit. So with the green, with the number 7 car, the Brielle Art machine of Charlie King. And then behind him, on a very old-fashioned traditional Nassau panel with virtually no fancy aerodynamics, It's Mitchell Cornell, probably on an OTK of some description, using the standard chassis size now, so the standard width and length, but obviously with different engines. So it is a Rotax chassis, inverted commas, or an OTK, but obviously the engine's completely different. So battles down the way. First and second battling. We've got the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth running down as well. Watson from Booth from Ball and Johnson. Third lap. Engines and tyres should begin to be coming in. Ambient temperature still pretty low. And there's absolutely no way at the moment that King has managed to break Cornell. But Cornell, by measure of that, is not really putting much pressure on King. Gap is 1.15, which is basically as close as it's going to be when you're not trying to overtake. Coming round through Pennon again. Similar situation actually with the chasing group as well. They're all kind of holding station 2. So 2 minutes down now with the running time. 2 and a bit minutes down. And the hairpin tells its story of how the field is spreading out. Leaders. And there's the second, third and fourth group. The curb there by King. You see it's actually really exit the dog leg. It seems that taking curb isn't quicker. The quickest way is to just miss it. But I think sometimes, with the way the karts are moving, you're trying to just miss it. You take a tiny bit of curb. You get it very wrong, take a lot of curb, as we've seen before. Completely unsettles the rear of the kart. You spat out at the wrong angle, you can lose some time. So certainly there was a lot more curb riding. I think looking at previous years we've been at Dunkeswell, people were really smashing that. I think there's been a change, possibly because of the temperature, possibly because they may have changed the curbs. A lot of work has been done here at Dunkeswell. You may well see there's a lot of the new barriers, but they're painting stuff. They're constantly improving the facility. Huge CCTV systems have been put in, and every time you come here, it's a little bit better than it was before, either aesthetically or functionally. Some of the access roads are a little bit rough, not full bit rough, but a little bit rough. And we're looking now at third, fourth, and fifth, hunkered down. The two of Ben Watson, as he tries to make up for what was a terrible first heat, and will obviously still be giving him issues when they get to super heats, because he's going to have one bad result and one, well, it looks like a good result. Now, just to point out, we have the top 5 are, in fact, the top 6 are 6 of the top 7. The only person in the top 7 who wasn't in the top 7 last year is our champion, who's Knight, David Scott, but you've got 7, 5, 2, 4, 3, 6. So TKMs, it's a group, a team, a club, and they stick around for a number of years, and the top TKM drivers continue to be the top TKM drivers. Just need Jamie Scott, our champion, to join them. But apart from that, the next 6 are all single-figured numbers, and all people who are top in the championship. And we said before, last year's championship was a really interesting one, because sometimes people were doing well. They'd have good weekends and bad weekends, and think the whole thing was very, very even. Now at the front, that's getting quite tight. More importantly, I think that Watson, as we can see, is gaining a little bit. Certainly, the first 2, I was watching going to the summit there, and the 5 of Cornell just began to think a little bit. He's the all-white car. The 5 of Cornell began to think about having a little bit of a think about Charlie King. Last time round, which was only, 2 hours ago, before the church break, it's a whole different year. King got away, not this time. And they're coming now up towards the dog leg, the leaders, sweeping across the left. And it's the sharp right, and our left, so they actually shift to the right and then the left of their own card. And we've got this little breakaway. We've had this the whole time. We've still sub-breakaways. Driving hard, and again, it's exactly what Connor did last time. A little bit of a shape, a little bit of a think. Is there a chance at the summit? And then he decided better bit, thought, no, probably wasn't a chance. And then he got his back through. We've got a change there. So, Booth has taken Watson at the back end of the last lap. And interesting, Watson now about to drop another place. So Watson, whether this is a return of the problems he was having in the first hit, I don't know, but he's now dropped another place as Ball has got past him. Mitchell Ball are number 3 this year, 3rd in the championship last year, but multiple champion. I think 3 times he's been champion. So, pace dropping off the Watson machine, and he's moved from 3rd to 5th in a lap and a half. Another lap completed for our leaders. There's just over 2 minutes to go. The buzzer has gone, as they say, and they sweep round top bend, and that is the leader, Charlie King, unable to break Cornell again. I think I've been saying that Cornell's been shaping for a move through Summit. I think actually what he's doing, he's just got a slightly different entry line. But the two of them have been doing this for the entirety of the 6 minutes and 13 seconds of the race so far. Booth, though, now is 3rd. He's come up from where he was before. And going to come now onto Rapids Bend. So these two have been as far apart and as close apart as this for the entire race. That's really interesting now. If you look at that, Booth's got away. He's not even held up by Ben Watson, but he's got past now. Now he's bridging that gap. So is this 2 going to become a 3 in the next couple of minutes?
Well, I've come back just at the right moment, Nick. This is a great battle that bodes well for the rest of the season. Charlie King and Michael Cornell, the number 7 and the number 5, showing that they finished 7th and 5th in the 2025 season, respectively. Michael Cornell, though, he's one of the masters, one of the older drivers, ancient at 35.
Well, the good news is now, it's just happened since you got here, but the top 7 are the top 7 from last year.
Yes, I know.
They weren't, because I'm afraid Jamie Scott was being a bit of a laggard for a while, but he's managed to get himself in the top 7 now. So in different order, but your top 7's your top 7.
And this championship, the TKM, which is the British Championship for TKMs, went down to the final round, and there was nobody that really shone through and dominated, certainly in the form that we're seeing Charlie King.
Individual rounds got completely dominated by completely different people.
That's right, yeah, and we're seeing that again. So this is Charlie King's domain, isn't it, Dunkeswell? Because he was as quick as this in Heat 1, showing exactly the same sort of pace in Heat 2. This is great karting, though.
That's your lead. That's your champion, Jamie Scott, in 7th, trying to hold off Gareth Haynes, who's probably quite upset he hasn't got a single-digit number and wants to try and put that right for next year. And then the third kart, the black machine, or black side pod machine, the 27-hour Patterson. But the rest of it, though, Cornell and the gang, they've all been very equidistant. The only real main change you had whilst you were out there, Joe, is that Ben Watson got into 3rd. Obviously had problems in the first heat in that number 2 kart.
Yeah, he
but
did.
Then he got mugged or overtaken. I think he may even just lost a little bit of performance, and he's dropped back to 5th.
So he's going to be down the order for the Super Heat, Ben, with that DNF, and now 5th place as we see the last lap board shown to Charlie King, our leader. The rest of the field coming through, seeing their last lap board as well. We're on the final lap, and the question is, can that white kart of Michael Cornell, the blue overalls, can he find a way? Has he got anything in his toolbox to maybe have a go at Charlie King?
I think Michael Cornell is predicted. He's actually wearing his waterproofs already. That's his waterproof oversuit.
I thought that, but I saw Michael Cornell walking back to the paddock.
Where it's billowing, it looks more like kind of a PVC oversuit.
It's kind of an old school suit. Like an overall, really, in the true sense of the word. Here we go, then, Nick, down to the final corners of this one.
Yeah, to take round. So it's been every single time we've come across the line, it's been these two this far apart, and it stays that way on the last lap. And a great result for Charlie King. 2 wins in 2 heats. Michael Cornell kept him honest the whole way through. Now it's Joseph Booth, Mitchell Ball, Ben Watson will be happy to see the checkered flag, but I don't think he'd be happy to see it in 5th. Then it's Tom Johnson and Jamie Scott. The top 7 are the top 7 from the championship in a different order. Then Gareth Haynes, Al Patterson, Sam King, our O-plate holder Alexander Lehman. And I couldn't remember where the O-plate was last year. Do you remember when we had the O-plate? I think it was a different place from the other. Then Matthew Harris, Matthew Tillman Purcell, Jake Cox, Max Light, Dominic Pine, Leo Crouchy and Molly Nicholas Bars. And then 19th was Adam Kent and 20th was James Hull.
This is a bit of a useful stat, I'd like to put.
Oh, go on then. Are you turning to Crofty, are you?
Charlie King and Michael Cornell have run 1st and 2nd for every lap over the line for both TKM heats.
Well, there we are. That's the sort of thing that would have been written down in his commentary notes.
Somebody remind us where the O-plate was last year. Yeah. Was it Warden Law?
I thought it was at Wilton, but I could be wrong. I know 2 years ago we had an O-plate at Rowra, and there wasn't really a TKM Fields. They had the O-plate for TKMs, I think, at Fullbeck. That's
right, yeah.
But last year, one of the rounds was the O-plate as well, and I can't for life remember which one it was.
I think it was Warden Law.
This year, it's going to be Wilton Mill, because I've just seen it written on your side of your little graphic there.
That's right,
it's the O-plate as well as round 3.
That's not a graphic, Nick. That's actually a poster. And actually a real-life, hard-paper poster.
Joe did some printing for the team.
That I've pinned to the wall.
We've got our first Super Heat.
We have.
And here's the grid,
we are whizzing through it.
Hopefully here's the grid.
Hang on. Take us through the first. Oh, look at that. Bobby Rosier and Freddie Worlock. Battle of the champions here, isn't it? Fabulous. This is Senior Rotax Super Heat 1. There's 2 groups of Senior Rotax. So we've got 2 champions there. The current champion is alongside the 2023 champion on the front row of the grid. Bobby Rosier on the pole position. Maxim Smith And Southwest champion from here, Blake Ticehurst, share row 2. We've then got the number 3, Ben Ballou from George Hulme. Row 4 is the former junior champion in 2023, Mason Perrin and Finlay Underwood. Billy Vogt and Charlie Hume share row 5. Row 6 is JJ Hind and Arthur Thacker, with Kieran Hammond, Ryan Shepherd next up. Row 8, Bradley Howes and Alexander Campbell. James Wood making a return to the NKC on row what is that? Row 8, row 9. Luca Cook alongside Will Swales and Leo French on 10. Robbie Rigby and Joshua Priest on 11. Row 12 is Jack Maidman and Eddie King. Cameron Davey, Jacob Mockler on row 13. Row 14 is Via Maru making his debut on the novice plate with Jamie Kidney alongside. And Tommy Lee Davies on the final grid slot there, rounding off 20 and 29 cart field in seniors. The question is, Nick, it's the battle of the champions there.
Yes.
Rosier has shown some phenomenal pace so far here this weekend in both time qualifying and his first the first 2 heats that he's competed in. Here we are, the first of the super heats. Now this is slightly longer, everybody. We've got a 10-minute super heat and 1 lap. So the heats were 8 laps, the super heats are 10 laps, the finals are over 12 laps. Just confirm that.
It's not laps, it's minutes.
What am I talking about? Yes, minutes, of course. I'm talking about minutes. We've got Senior and Rotax B finals, so well subscribed. Another great entry list registering for the whole season. With round 2 in May at Rowra, round 3 off to Wilton Mill at the beginning of June. Beginning of July, we're off to Shennington for the very first time in NKC history. Season 10 of NKC,
Shenny.
and the first time we're going to Shenny.
Yeah, slight problem with that though. It's the same weekend as if you're going to go to Shenny, quick little advice, I hope you booked your hotel. If you haven't, you might have an issue. Also, if you're just going to come on the Saturday, leave extra time. It's the same weekend as the Grand Prix. And the A43 will be closed.
Oh, yes.
We won't be able to go all the way down the A43 because it's shut. It only goes one way into Silverstone from both ends.
The Formula One Grand Prix.
For the Formula One Grand Prix. So so basically, the best racing will be at Shenny, but there is going to be some traffic issues.
The best overtaking will be.
But yes, just watching it, it's not a problem. You need to come on the M40 basically. It'll be fine.
Round 5, Warden Law. Round 6, rounding off back here in the southwest of England at Clay Pigeon.
What date's that?
It is the 11th
shouldn't be
to
too cold, that's
13th of
okay.
September. Yeah, it'll still be warm.
We got Clay last week for the Clay's the Masters, classic racing from the 90s.
Yes, a track under threat. If you watch the
having
local
seen some
news.
fantastic racing at the NKC and at Clay's the Masters, I think what you need is 1,500 holiday homes. Here we go. First super heat for Super Rotax.
Another one being turned around. I think.
That was almost a decision by the drivers rather than the starter.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether the starter has concurred. Are we racing?
They're running.
I think
they're
are
running.
green.
They're not rolled round.
The drivers asked for another lap, and I'm not sure why.
A driver
asked for another lap. It is the Ralph Racing of Bobby Rosier that has led from pole. Freddie Worlock, the current champion. Change of team from Worlock. He won the championship last year with Nib Sport. He's with TT Motorsport, Taylor Truman's team for this year.
The O-plate was at Warden last year.
I did see it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
I did see it.
I was fixing the...
I wasn't sure, but I thought, wasn't it at Warden?
No, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, there's so many meetings, there's so many meld into, it's interesting.
We do a lot of karting, Nick, on Karting Live
no,
TV,
what
which
happens
is exactly what we're there
it's
for.
interesting how your memory of individual events comes back. You remember like how the championships ran out, and then suddenly they ask you an obvious question like, where was the O-plate? You go, I've got no idea where the O-plate was.
Biggest mover on that lap is the number 30, Mason Perrin, moving up from 8th to 5th, ahead of Ben Ballou and George Hume. To note, just 2 quality drivers that he had to get past. Arthur Thacker and Billy Vogt up to 8th and 9th. Arthur Thacker up 3 places to 8th.
I have a technical question for you.
A technical question, while these lots scrap it out.
Yeah, one of the things I'm thinking, I don't know whether this is the camera angle, whether it's the tarmac, or whether it's Dunkeswell, but there seems to be an awful lot more three-wheeling than I remember at most tracks here. Like, they're lifting wheel in all sorts of places.
Well, the corners are tighter, so you can get more energy into the outside wheels. And once you've got your tyres up to temp, you've got to get that outside wheel biting enough so that you can lift the inside wheel. The reason why you need to lift the inside wheel is you've got the number 3, Ben Ballou, coming back on the number 30. in the form of Mason Perrin. Mason Perrin then, Ben Ballou jugging it out. Mason Perrin with his own team, MP Racing, of course, Mason Perrin Racing, as the lead battle continues with Rosier and Freddie Worlock absolutely together, as is Blake Ticehurst, who's now gotten ahead of Maxim Smith. The reason why you need to lift the inside wheel is to unwind the axle. It's a solid axle. And if you go through a curve, the inside wheel follows a narrower curve than the outside wheel. So a car has a differential, which differentiates between those curves. There's no differential. So microscopically, that axle is actually twisting on itself. So and it saps power.
So why are we lifting?
To unwind the axle,
why
to
more
release
here?
it.
And I don't know why they're doing it, but why does it seem to be more here than on the tracks?
I think maybe the nature of the slow turns here, the hairpins, where you have to really park the cart and turn it, and you're able to get that bite from the front end to enable the rear end to grip up and then lift the inside wheel.
Brand new tyres?
We're also on brand new tyres, but I think we're going to see that at Rower even for round two. With the hairpins at Rower will be jacking the wheel. You've got to get the cart set up to do that by narrowing or extending the track, and tyre pressures come into play. That's what we talk about when we talk about kart setup, which is different. It's different maybe if the weather changes, it's different certainly for each track. Each track has its own certain way of setting the cart up for. 3-car battle have formed up at the front here. Blake Ticehurst joining in. We know how good he is at Dunkeswell because he's carrying that SW plate. Back in September, the SW plate was won by Blake Ticehurst in this senior Rotax class.
Yeah, so Ticehurst, who was probably underwhelmed with himself in the first couple of heats, now actually up in that top 3 and staying on the back of our current reigning champion, Freddie Worlock, as they sweep into the hairpin. Couple of minutes down, so really early in this race, because he's a 10-minute super heat, so you've got a bit of extra time. I'm not sure whether a 10-minute heat over an 8-minute heat really needs you to set things particularly different, is it?
From what, sorry?
Would an extra 2 minutes you need much different to set up?
No, not really. The tyres are going to be coming in. It's when you bring the tyres in. It's where you want the tyres. If you
up the inside, is it going to work from Worlock?
That's for the lead as well.
Yeah, he's ridden at the back there of Rosier.
3 wide, Nick.
Oh, I'm just wondering whether Worlock may have been quite risky on his nose cone there because he was riding right up the back of Rosier. It was quite risky on his track position because he's lost second and dropped to third as Blake Ticehurst has got through the SW plate. So now it's Ticehurst in second from Rosier, and Worlock suffered from trying to overtake. He lost the position.
Yeah, and that was because he challenged. You make that attempt at challenging for the lead, but you also leave yourself very vulnerable to the card behind, and that's exactly what we saw there. And a change for second. Now Blake Ticehurst taking up the challenge of bringing it to that driver there, the blue and yellow of Bobby Rosier, as he now tries to get away. Looks over his shoulder, and you see him look just in his peripheral there, sees the colour red and blue rather than red and white or orange and white of Freddie Worlock. And remember, Worlock here as champion here, won the championship last year, and showing once again we have got all of the faster drivers at the front of the field here, Nick, by the process of time qualifying. It'll be a little bit different at round 2, where we are doing mixed grids to form the grid for the super heats. And we've had the faster drivers out of time qualifying being able to finish very well in the heat process. That's put them at the front of the field for the super heat, and likewise put all those 3 processes together. That's how we form the grid for the all-important final. Yeah.
So Rosier again seems to be leading this relatively easy. He rebuffed the challenge from Worlock a couple of laps ago, which obviously resulted in Worlock dropping down behind Ticehurst. Just the rest of the field is kind of spaced out. Ballou and Smith are within half a second of each other. There's a big gap to Mason Perrin and a big gap to a sort of a scrap between Holm and Thacker. Then Underwood and Holm, Charlie Holm, as were quite close. It was George Holm was the first Holm I was talking about. Then Maidment, Cook, Wood, King, and Howes. But it's quite a slow burn, this one, isn't it?
Well, George Holm has the right surname, doesn't he? Same surname as Denny Holm, 1967 Formula 1 world champion. We've got a hunt in one of our...
Is it Denny Holm who died of a heart attack?
Yes, in New Zealand.
Yeah, but he was
a Kiwi.
He wasn't the guy who just died of a heart attack in his car and pulled it to the sidewalk.
That was Jerry Marshall.
That was Jerry Marshall, okay, yeah.
who wasn't a Formula One driver.
No, he
could have been a Jerry.
He was the.
He could have been
him and Tony Lanfranchi were the greatest club drivers of all time.
He was a Formula One driver in the making. However, he was too big
and liked to drink.
And downed 5 pints at my first race ever at Mallory Park. Him and Tony Lanfranchi at the bar in the lunch break downed 5 pints and then went out and drove the race.
Different times.
1985 that was. Weekend of March the 31st, to be precise, 1985.
Oh my gosh,
that's how old I am.
The 31st anniversary is coming up.
Yes, it is.
Up the inside. And that was that a move there by the 14 on the low? It's 14, that is Arthur Thacker from Underwood. Get up the inside. Oh, careful. And then it's kind of, there's 4 karts there, all scrapping round. They're going to go. It's a 19 who's a winner. Then Billy Voot there's picked up at least 1 position. But we'll wait till they come over the lines. The 4 of them go nose to tail, straight down the line. Oh, wide. They're scrapping away. You can see where Voot comes. Voot crossed the line in 10th last time. And then where's he come up to now? I think he gained at least 1, if not 2 positions. Just the 1 to 9th from Underwood and Thacker. And again, this is the leader. And Rosie has lost the lead. Ticehurst has got past him, and Rosie isn't going to take this. Ticehurst now defensively, so coming into Summit that time round. There we lead.
If anyone knows how to defend at Dunkeswell, Nick, it's that SW plate. He won that back in the end of last season, and it's going to be a big ask for Bobby Rosier. This is a showing of cards, isn't it, from Blake Ticehurst, going forward into the final. And it's going to be a big ask now. Bobby Rosier lining up for another challenge maybe at Blake Ticehurst, the Coles driver, though. Knowing this place like the back of his hand, gets his head down. Look at that, he's already pulled a bit of a cushion. Going to be hard for Rosier, this.
Yeah, we caught the end of that overtaking manoeuvre. Not quite sure whether it happened through pit bend or actually a throw. I don't think it was a throw up into the Summit bend there, which you can see. Rosier ghosted. Oh, what a mistake there, because Rosier kind of faked to go up the inside, put himself offline, and Worlock came round the outside of him. Rosier's going to be having a serious conversation with himself after this race.
That's what it's a big gamble for Rosier by doing that. The challenge, maybe lining himself up for an attack on the lead, left himself vulnerable to Freddie Worlock, who's moved ahead of him. So we've got Coles Racing from TT Motorsport, and then Bobby Rosier. Not sure who that is. Is that Ralph's livery for Bobby Rosier this year? A change of team if it is, I think.
So what's happened is we were waiting for it didn't happen the first heat, but it took about 7 minutes of the second heat to see why Ticehurst is the SW champion. He's got the whole measure Dunkeswell, and he's worked his way through to the front at the correct time. He's only got a lead for this lap and 1 more on a penultimate lap. And he's actually slightly gapping Worlock, but not enough to make it a clear victory. And they got this corner, the hairpin, the straight, and then another lap. And the 3 of them are together as they have been the entire time.
This is exciting stuff. I'll tell you what, this is only half of the senior Rotax field. We're going to have another clump of absolute class drivers to put together into the final. And if the racing's anything like this, into the final lap now, and these 3 are going to concertina back up, Nick. They're spread out down the straight, but through the twisty bits in the infield, they are going to concertina up. We see that now, but whether or not they can concertina up tight enough for Freddie Worlock or even Bobby Rosier to challenge Blake Ticehurst for the lead, well, this is going to be an absolute nail-biter towards the checkered flag.
Now, Ticehurst, I think, has actually got enough. He's got 2 kart lengths, which I think is going to be enough. Now, there is not necessarily the case with Rosier, but it's not obvious overtaking positions over these last 2 corners and the dog leg. But anything is possible with enough determination. That perhaps if I had that determination, I'd save it for the final rather than for the super heat. Because this way you've still got that idea up your sleeve. You need it later in the day.
Checkered flag, and it finishes final lap finishes as it started. No surprise, though. That's the quality of the drivers at the front of this field. Blake Ticehurst takes the win. Freddie Worlock second. Bobby Rosier third. Ben Ballou, the number 3, third in last season's championship, in 4th. Baxton Smith in 5th. Then we had former junior champion Mason Perrin in 6th. George Hume 7th. 8th is Finlay Underwood. Billy Vook 9th. Arthur Thacker 10th. And then we've got the rest of the field coming through. James Wood, I note, there finishing in 15th with the rest of the field. Via Maru just coming through to finish his race in 26th, ahead of Jimmy Kidney and Joshua Priest. And Via is the newcomer to the series. He's here with his sister, Mahi, who races in the Rotax. And Via there on the novice plate. Will be happy to finish ahead of someone. That's all in the learning process, isn't it?
Yep. We had some highlights, apparently.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a reflection. It was all about these three, though, wasn't it?
Oh, that's
Blake Ticehurst, Freddie Whirlock, Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou entertaining us. It was Freddie Whirlock there, the number one, getting it all wrong over the curbs. And with scraps all the way down the field, showing how competitive this championship is. That was the decisive move for the lead. And they're even more decisively Freddie Whirlock ahead of Bobby Rosier. Now, Bobby Rosier, Nick, will have learnt from that, I think.
Yeah.
He will absolutely have learnt from that. We stay with senior Rotax, and we've got our next grid of senior Rotax making their way out for their super heat. This is another one that bodes very well. With Ollie Varney, now Ollie has had quite a bit of success in this series as well. Macaulay Austin making his way back to karting after a break for car racing. Kieran Gifford, the number 7, in third. Braden Hill in fourth. Third row of the grid, Jaden Sherwood and Reese Green. Carrying the number 4, Brodie Skinner, Taylor Dixon, Riley Thatcher, Sam Wyatt. Jensen Watts recovering from that spin in his first heat. He's qualified 11th. Keep an eye out for him. He's alongside Ethan Ling on that 6th row. 7th row is Georges Grove and Jacob Felton. Ben Harper and the recovering Zari Visarek, Oakley Garthwaite and Dylan Morton. Michael Seddon. Two Bob Flemings here. Oakley Garthwaite, Dylan Morton, Michael Seaton. That's the grid on the right-hand side of the screen. It's catching as we go green. And the race gets underway very quickly. Only one rolling lap here for this senior Rotax grid. And it's the number 45, Macaulay Austin, that leads into.
Oh, that's mostly grass.
That's the 45 on the grass. Macaulay Austin falling foul. It's Ollie Varney that was leading, of course, with 25. And he led into turn 1. He's also leading out under that short blast towards Always and pulling out a bit of a cushion already. Kieran Gifford slotting in behind the number 46 of Jaden Sherwood. Not that far away. Jaden, remember, our junior champion here, moving up the order into the senior category for the first season and showing that he's brought all of those skills that he acquired in junior Rotax to win last year's junior Rotax championship and running at the front end of this senior grid.
Yeah, Ollie Varney's already made a slight breakaway. Let's see where the rest of the scoring is. Now it's Kieran Gifford, Braden Hill, Macaulay Austin, Jaden Sherwood, Riley. Jensen Watts, that's a big move. Watts up 4 places from 11th to 7th.
The number 183 is Riley Thatcher down the inside of the 93, Jensen Watts. These two scrapping away. Jensen Watts making a great move there on the first lap with 5-place improvement on, and he's recovering, isn't he? He wants to get as high up that grid for the final as he can. Reese Green dropping down behind these two, but he's got his hands full with Riley Thatcher, and we saw Riley, that cart just ahead of him as the rest of the field come through. There's the leader, Ollie Varney. Kieran Gifford, 4-cart train pulling away at the front there with a lonely Jaden Sherwood. Then we've got Riley Thatcher, Jensen Watts, Reese Green. Where's the 183 gone? Oh, there he is, Riley Thatcher. What am I talking about? Yeah. He's still ahead of Jensen Watts. I was looking for the number. Yeah, I missed his number, but read his name out, which is the same thing.
So that one mistake that Jensen made yesterday afternoon meant that he was net 22nd. 11th place in one of the heats, 21st or 22nd overall in the qualifying. So even with a good super heat, he's still in the final, probably not going to start that near the front. Because the points are aggregated across those 3 races, the 2 heats and the super heat. But he will move forward and will try to make up for that. Just Watts-like error, I suppose you'd say, wouldn't you? But at the front, it's Varney from Gifford, from Hill, from Austin. Watts still scored in 7th as he moved up. He's actually on the tail there. He's in 6th now. This is the Jensen Watts we got to know and appreciate during these Southern races 2 or 3 years ago. We just exploded on the scene. But he's got a lot of very, very, very good races ahead of him. There's a bit of a scrap there as the 45 Boston tries to ease out Hill, but Hill say, no, thank you very much, I'll stay where I am.
Yeah, Macaulay Austin getting back into the throes of karting, isn't he? Been racing some kart. Not quite sure what he's been racing, and he's also been spannering in America. That's why he's had a break from UK karting when he's back here in the NKC. and looking very racy indeed, challenging Braden Hill there. About to come under threat from Jaden Sherwood though. So the 4-kart train for the lead is becoming a 5-kart train, being led by Ollie Varney here. It'll be 4 laps completed. Remember, 10 minutes in 1 lap for our super heats. And just look how on the edge those karts are. Going into turn 1, here he goes again. Down the inside of Braden Hill goes Macaulay Austin. And this time he makes it happen.
If you can get and now move forward together. Yeah, but basically what we've seen it before. If you can get up the inside and in fact you slide in front of the cart you're trying to overtake, at that point you've blocked them, and it's a block pass. If you don't get in front of them, they then have the advantage. They come to the next second part of Summit into Valley. And that was a perfectly overtaken move there.
It's all about getting the car slowed enough to get the turn, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like you're on the edge, and the centre, the gravity is wanting to push out. The physics wants to take you across to the right. Here they go then, Nick. 5 laps completed. No change at the front apart from that move by Macaulay Austin on Braden Hill. Jaden Sherwood has got a bit of a watching brief here. Sherwood's wanting to get involved as well. Jensen Watts has now got ahead of Riley Thatcher. Let's see if that stays the same. I'm expecting to see the 93 if Jensen Watts moving towards the back of that number 46.
He's a second off him at the moment.
Yeah, so he's going to close that though, because these lot are going to start squabbling.
Yeah, I think in pace terms, obviously he might have a 10th or 2 tenths, but once they start arguing, that's half-second chunks every time they argue, getting closer. But in fairness to the top 3, they are not ignoring each other at all. They are running at a kind of a 3 tenths apart, 4 tenths apart, and they sweep in to complete their 6th lap, and it's Varney from Gifford from Austin. Those 3 really haven't attempted to annoy each other over the last 2 or 3 laps.
Not at all. It's kind of playing a waiting game. We're only at half distance now, so there's plenty of race time left. These are driving flat out. You could tell there, but the kind of the body language of the 35 there, Braden Hill, just flicking the cart sideways, the rear end just crying out for more grip as Braden Hill hustles the cart round. Here, is this the challenge for the lead we see being mounted by KGR of Kieran Gifford? The white and blue cart there just coming back to the bumper of Ollie Varney.
Well, he was only a quarter of a second behind at the start of the lap, so I suppose it may just be simple ebb and flow during a lap, couldn't it, Joe, where they're a little bit fast from various places. That, again, looks like 2 tenths of a second. It might be even closer, but it's not a chance of going past. Yeah, it's 2 tenths of a second. But, yeah, I think you're right. I think Gifford's having a think about it now. I think sometimes at this point with a longer race, you're a little bit concerned.
Oh, there it is.
Absolutely having a go. And that's, yeah, I think Gifford was getting concerned and it's going to be a first to third for the 25 of Macaulay Austin. It is. And that great opportunity there by Macaulay Austin. They got past Varney as well.
Textbook stuff from Macaulay Austin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But Kieran Gifford on Ollie Varney. Now remember, Ollie Varney is no slouch as well. Runner-up in 2023, finished 5th in 24, had a quiet 25 season. So he's always been at the forefront and at the front of this grid. But he's been caught out massively there by Gifford and Austin.
That whole procedure was great news for Jensen Watts and Riley Thatcher. It's eased them back together. I think what happened there was Gifford began to feel that Varney was holding him up, and not in a case of like you're holding him up, I can go faster, but more of a worry that everyone else is going to come past him. Just say, right, I need to lead. Just try and stretch the field a little bit. So Austin on his comeback karting event is not being left behind anywhere whatsoever.
No, he's not. He's right there on the bumper of Kieran Gifford. And Kieran Gifford, you know what, we take for granted, don't we, that these drivers are going to hit their braking points spot on and turn in and hit their apexes spot on. However, the human element can come into it as the race drags on. 3 minutes remaining. Macaulay Austin has his. If he had mirrors, they'd be full of Ollie Varney. Who, if he had mirrors, be full of Braden Hill. And that likewise for Jaden Sherwood, Jensen Watts, Riley Thatcher. Reece Green's not that far away. And here comes Sam Wyatt in 9th as well. Taylor Dixon for LRG is in 10th. As how many carts is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cart train for the lead now. 7 cart train, because Riley Thatcher's joining in.
Yeah, I mean,
this is phenomenal stuff.
This is what the senior rate wanted here, and now they were looking around. Interestingly, as Watts was looking to make a move, he was stymied by the fact that Sherwood was thinking about making a move on Hill as well. Those 3 at the back of this train of 7.
Now remember, Jensen Watts had that out of character spin. He hit the inside tyre going into the dogleg chicane, he told me. I went down to see him in the break, and he confirmed. So he's on a rebuild, isn't he? He's trying to get up the order. What he doesn't want to do have a really bad super heat finish, because with that really lowly first heat, it's going to put him down the grid. This is all building towards a good
he
position.
had the problem that, as I said earlier, he is net 21st, 22nd at the moment going into this one. So even with a really good result, and I'm afraid that 6th isn't a really good result, it's an okay result for him, he's not going to be starting in the top 10.
No, he's not. He's going to be starting just outside the top 10, but it's better than 15th
remember,
at the moment.
Remember, this is only half of the Rotax.
That's
senior
right.
Rotaxes.
That's absolutely
What
right.
happens next after this is people have really bad days who are in the B final. And we need to ask, is it 4 or 6? And usually 4. And then we 6 last week.
Different event.
Different event, I know.
Different organisers.
But yeah, it's just stretching out slightly again, actually. Noticing they're just breaking into subsections. Sherwood is now half a second behind Hill in 4th and 5th. And that's kind of this is the second section here. Middle cart is the Watts cart.
Well, if anything, Nick, Sherwood is holding up Jensen Watts, I would say, who likewise Riley Thatcher joining in as well. Sherwood can't keep pace with Braden Hill ahead of him. He's dropping off that now. Whether that is because he's preoccupied with Jensen Watts, and I would say yes, that is the case, because he took a defensive line. That's costing him lap time. So he's losing out to Braden Hill, because the 4 drivers at the front of this field there, they're just getting on with it, and they're optimising their laps. It's going to be 2 more laps at the line as Watts goes through into the dog leg.
But he's lost the time now, Joe.
He's lost a chunk of time for defensive driving.
As far as he's going to get.
And Riley Thatcher down the inside of Sherwood. So Sherwood having a bit of a learning curve. He's the junior champion. He's now in seniors, and he's learning some more racecraft here.
He's certainly learning about what to and not to do over longer races at Dunkeswell. Immediately, Watts has just disappeared up the road compared to the carts behind him, but it's too late because there's the gap with only a lap and 3 corners to go. He won't really have much chance of getting any more position unless there's a real scrap at the top 5 and they slow each other up. And that's where we need to be, up that top 4 again.
And that might happen, because we can see the last lap board being ready just outside the window, and they're going to be nose to tail. But are we going to see a challenge? So we've got a change of lead as Macaulay Austin will lead this time across the line. While we've been focusing on that Jensen Watts progress, Macaulay Austin has moved ahead of Kieran Gifford there. So the red and white and black cart now leads. The blue and white cart, the white and blue cart, is Kieran Gifford, who led this race. Ollie Varney has now dropped to 4th behind Braden Hill. And here comes Jensen Watts.
Yeah, he's made that big, but Ollie Varney went very, very wide out of the first cut. Oh, that's a very aggressive cut-off by Hill there to prevent Watts.
No, that was Varney.
Varney was it on the blue, sorry. To prevent Watts getting past him. Varney's had a bit of a kind of backwards drift.
Varney's lost to Braden Hill. He's thinking, I'm not going to lose another one to Watts. That's why he went very defensive there. He's still defensive as we get towards the final stages of this super heat for senior Rotax. This is the second group out of the final turn then. It's going to be Macaulay Austin with maximum points in the super heat. How the rest finish. Kieran Gifford second, Braden Hill, Ollie Varney, Jensen Watts, Riley Thatcher, Jaden Sherwood, Reese Green up into 8th, Sam Wyatt for LRG in 9th, Taylor Dixon, his LRG teammate, finishes in 10th. The rest of the field there coming through and finishing their race.
Yeah, that last lap is interesting. That scruffing about cost them over a second. We had 4 carts together going into the last lap, and then we had 2 sets. The top 2 just disappeared by a second and a half. But yeah, I think Watts will probably be neutral about whether 5th is the result he wanted. Varney, the fact he's gone backwards a couple of times now is going to concern him, maybe a setup issue. Macaulay Austin looking particularly good. Let's see what happened in this race and the highlights styling.
This was a very, very competitive race, wasn't it? The senior Rotax, the second group of senior Rotax drivers that we've seen out there. And we had 3 drivers that had a turn at the lead. Ollie Varney was the first driver that led.
Where it went wrong for Macaulay Austin initially. Lost several places. They're going too wide out the exit of Pit Bend into Overlook.
That's the scrap that we saw Jensen Watts recovering. Great battles there. Kieran Gifford in the white overalls there. As we saw lots of place changes there. Braden Hill falling foul. Gifford has his turn in the lead now. Macaulay Austin went through with him. And then literally just out of sight of us was when Austin finally took the lead. We've got the super heats for the 177s next. Matthew Lambert on the pole position with George Walker alongside. A little bit of a role reversal from we saw in the second heat. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Rob Simpson share row 2. We've then got Scott Smith and Cole Edwards, Ollie Owen and Will Murdoch, Jack Taylor and Archie Elliott, Nathan Wells and Joshua Pickford, Louis Rees and Patrick Williams-Rohage. Row 8 is Mark Gilly and Ethan Wyatt, Ian Brandfield and Linky Bale and Arneson on 9. Row 10 is Alexander Conciano and Jake Davis, David Simpson and Dan Milner, Dan Millward and Ashton Parsons, Liam Deedman and Lawrence Hilton, Steve Gilly and Harry Taylor, Ryan Layton and Marcus Basley with Adam Mallins and Tyler Fossey, and then rounding off a 34-cart field, Martin Bramwell and Solomon Williams.
And that 28 LC is the London Cup, I believe, London Cup champion for
Rye House, I think. Is that where that's from?
November special down in Rye House, covered by Mr. Lester Forbes, I believe. He's the man who covers the.
Our producer,
our producer today. Yes, it's all a very incestuous environment, isn't it? Really?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Great stuff from our cameramen Matt and Ash out there, bringing us the pictures, and Lester choosing the pictures what we can bring to you. We've got a bit of a scrappy start there.
I'm very surprised they allowed that one.
We had a move. That's Lambert, who gets enough eating into the tyres to lift that inside wheel. He's on the time engine there, and George Walker has lost out to Ryan Taylor-Truman.
Taylor-Truman got into second place there. His fourth, I assume, is Scott Smith in 38 from that kind of scruffy kind of white bodywork he has. And there's a little bit of movement behind them, but it looks like it's going to be a Lambert-Taylor-Truman battle. And then behind Taylor-Truman, it is George Walker again, isn't it? Who was quite racy last time around.
Yeah, George Walker's not happy with losing out from that front row spot to Ryan Taylor-Truman. We've got Matthew Lambert now. If Taylor-Truman has to defend from George Walker's on the blue and yellow, blue and green, isn't it? That's more like a lime green. That's the battle for second. Who's that in there behind him? Scott Smith in that white liveried plain cart, saving a bit of weight, is in fourth and right on the tail of Taylor-Truman, I should say, as he loses out to George Walker, who's got ahead of him at turn 1, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's battles all the way around the field. But Walker, who looked quick all the way through the previous 177 heat, they end up not getting the result he wanted because he got kind of swamped towards the end. But away has got Lambert. He's got himself a good, second lead now, 3/4 second to a second lead. Taylor-Truman, not dominated the field as we expected, but doesn't mean he won't come back through as he was quicker towards the back end of the heat, and this is now, of course, the super heat.
Into the dogleg then. It will be 2 laps completed here. Plenty of time on the clock here for this to go either way. We've got a very high-speed game of something going on there. As Matthew Lambert, George Walker, Ryan Taylor-Truman, you can see how hard they're pushing, Nick, with the carts just sliding away.
It's squirmy, isn't it, under the braking, very heavy braking. Rear wheels only into that first pit bend, and they go around this quite complicated selection of 180s and 90s and 120-degree corners, which is the kind of the end of the lap before you hit the hairpin.
It's a very technical circuit, this. It's the slow stuff where you make up your time on each other.
And we're about to hit the main straight, which is called the Woodland Straight. I've got a question for you in the carpet, actually.
Hello, Ian.
How you doing, mate? Do they ever use the full straight without the final chicane? And I think they do for gearbox carts.
Only for gearbox carts. It would be
gearbox
too
carts,
long.
yeah.
It would be too long for the gearing for the Rotax. Remember, only one gear, only one final drive gear. You can change the sprocket on the engine, of course, but it would be just too long.
Archie Elliott there in the 2 has scored at 10th over the line. He's got Colin Tuno. Actually, he's got past Jack Taylor, isn't he? That's 9th and 10th.
Now, it's a change of team for Archie Elliott. He's still wearing his black and red overalls from Sushi Racing from 2025. But Archie, vice champion in 2025, is now with Roalf Racing. Okay. And he's now behind Jack Taylor, who is that the 99 that he's behind? Is that your Origin
he's ahead of the 99.
He's ahead of the 99, so that's Josh
Pickford
ahead of him on the 56, I think it is. Here they come then across the line. Matthew Lambert, George Walker, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Scott Smith, Cole Edwards up there. Ollie Owen,
lovely
Will Murdoch. That's Will Murdoch ahead of Ollie Owen. Now Will finishes 7th in the championship last year. He's with the Louis Large team.
It's the new first look at the new livery, according to Gaz, on the Louis Large machine.
Oh, really? Oh, well, I don't see it as a new livery now because they are based at Ward North, so I see their carts all the time.
That is slightly
so that is
before.
This year, a more red and gold livery than red and white and gold. So the gold more prominent on Will Murdoch's cart there. as the lead battle is not over at all.
Really that lead of 3/4 seconds has gone now. Oh, he's even doing the let's move out. But that's not where he wanted the kart to be on any of those corners. But he's managed to stay in the lead. But I think he's lost the run into the first corner. No, he's very heavy blocking. Things all over the shop. Lambert's kart is as out of control as you can be without actually falling off the track.
He's absolutely wringing that kart's neck. Now, that livery is the Nib Sport team, and the Nib Sport team are based in the southwest of England. They will know how to set a kart up. George Walker, the kart behind him, he's been very quick all weekend here at Dunkeswell, and we saw that driving there where Matthew Lambert had to absolutely muller every single curb at the dogleg. We're about to come out of the hangar hairpin and head back to the dogleg. See if he does the same. He mullered the curbs last time.
On some of those curbs, to be honest.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to. It's a bit rattling spine a bit.
It's like that thing where you hit the first one, then you're out relying for that. You hit the second one, then you hit the third one.
Yeah, the only driver to dip into the 47s is that man in second place there, George Walker, on the bright line.
Oh, look at that beautiful up the inside. That's not going to. I don't think that was. Oh, wow! What
Taylor
Truman, their opportunism.
And there is Cole Edwards, the luminous livery of Cole Edwards on the SW plate, getting inside Scott Smith. So they're all tripping over on each other and giving us a fabulous race here as the current champion from last year, the number one, gets ahead of George Walker, who, Nick, looked like he was about to challenge Matthew Lambert for the lead. Now he's got to get past Taylor Truman to do that.
Truman, brilliant move. He threw it up the inside and then managed to have enough enough velocity slide to get to stay in front of and block Walker on the comeback. Because that's the key thing. I don't know whether they're figuring a bit. The chucking up the inside at the summit appears to be getting a little bit sorted out now.
Well, that's lick it and send it there in a true sense of the word.
The lick it and send it wasn't working quite as well earlier in the day, but now they're working out, I need to do it a little bit more, I need to go a little bit wider, I need to have it all flowing, and you can get past, because you'll actually force the other guys not to be on the outside and then get the switch back through Valley. But great move by all of them. I think George Walker's found himself surprisingly lower than he's expected on both races so far today.
Well, this could go anywhere, Nick, because with just under 4 minutes remaining, this one is not over. And we've got, I don't know, what is that, about a seven-kart train?
Yeah.
7-kart train now being led by that driver there on the blue, white and black kart of Nib Sport. Matthew Lambert, Taylor Truman about to be challenged by Walker. No, he chooses not to. Plenty of time on the clock for that to happen. George Walker settles in. The luminous livery of Cole Edwards carrying the SW plate. We know what that means. It means you're very quick here at Dunkeswell. Behind them, Scott Smith, Will Murdoch, Ollie Owen. That's the 7th kart in this train of karts here. But this one, all right, let's settle down, boys. We've still got 3 minutes of racing to go. You don't want to make too much of a rash move too early on.
I don't know. I think that
you've got to time it right.
I think Walker just needs past Truman. He doesn't need to wait for a bell. He doesn't need to wait. He just needs to find a chance to get past. Because otherwise, if he waits too late, there won't be enough time to get anywhere near Lambert. And Taylor Truman already has that advantage in the heats and points. So again, looking up the inside, thinking about it, but I feel the man who wants to be on the move most now and not wants to wait and see is Walker. No real chance there as they all drifted towards the outside of Summit. And they've actually decided to just be very processional this time. There's 7 of them just going out for Sunday drive.
These left-handers followed by right-handers, right-handers followed by left-handers. You've got to compromise the first one to optimise the second one in some way. However, throw that textbook out the window when you've got somebody right up your chuff like we've got with Ryan Taylor Truman here. Absolutely, George Walker glued to the rear bumper here, looking at the fresh air as he darted out from behind the bumper of Ryan Taylor Truman. Under 2 minutes remaining, Lambert looks over his shoulder, down to turn 1. They do not challenge. They've got no pace to get alongside each other. There was no momentum out of the dogleg. This is the tricky bit. Got to keep it smooth and precise. Got to have your turn in right, get back on the power nice and early. Little bit of a short squirt down to the next hairpin as always. Turns in. Cole Edwards coming, Scott Smith coming, Will Murdoch coming. If these leaders trip over one another, then it's anybody. It still is anybody's. This is phenomenal top-class racing here in the NKC.
Walker has thought about looking left and thought about looking right. It's the third-place man with the only green overalls. He's been thinking about getting past the red machine of Ryan Taylor-Truman, but Truman has been positioning his car in such a way that he's not even been able to think about getting past. So every time he makes a feint, that car is there. It's just in the right place. It's wagging its tail under braking every single time. The RTT, the Ryan Taylor-Truman red machine in second place. Walker now wants to come inside. Look, no, there's no space for him. He can't go there. And he's looking around, but all the time, Lambert is serenely moving on, not being challenged. A bit of a gap. Now, will he pop out? He has gone for it at the end, but is he going to be over and under? Side by side, and he's just going to hand on. He's measuring this for a long time.
Cole Edwards getting involved as well. That's going to mess up Taylor Truman's return to the rear bumper of George Walker. George Walker absolutely measured that overtake.
That was a 3-lap measure.
That was a 3-lap measure. He did an absolute outstanding job there. That was absolutely on the edge driving here. And now, with 2 more laps remaining, they're going to concertina back up. It's going to take a lap or so for them all to come back together, and we're going to have a 7-car train all the way to the flag.
Yeah, the pressure now is on Matthew Lambert because he's got Walker, who's feeling exceptionally racy, has looked at place to get past, and he's got 1 lap and 4 corners to do it. Taylor-Truman may have to settle for third unless it's an error or a trip over from these two. And Walker, I don't know if Walker will be prepared to take second place. You see the problems of being in the pack. I think he wants to start the main final from pole and not get involved in traffic, which then seems to overtake him early on.
Oh, look at this. Lambert now. I couldn't even see George Walker. He was so close to Lambert. Absolutely mirroring his wheels as they go into turn 1. Now, George Walker might be able to fire out of this corner, but it's too fast. Turn 1 here at Dunkeswell is just too fast into the tricky bit here. There's Cole Edwards down the inside of TT. Taylor-Truman fights off. Scott Smith coming as well. Cole Edwards rolled the dice. The dice didn't go his way. Scott Smith down the inside of Taylor-Truman. Doesn't happen. Still, we look at the lead battle. The blue, white and black cart of the Nib Sport of Matthew Lambert leads still. Off towards the Hanger hairpin through the Rapids Bends for the final time then. Who's it going to be? That leads down towards the dogleg. It is indeed Matthew Lambert, but who's going to lead out of the dogleg?
Well, there's just 2 or 3 corners to go, and despite looking left and looking right, Walker found Lambert in the right place. And I don't just wonder whether Lambert was ever truly totally extended that way. He always had a little bit in reserve. He was able to hold back. So Taylor-Truman picks up that third. Scott Smith is fourth. Our Southwest champion Cole Edwards on his return to casting after a little bit of break is in fifth. Then Will Murdoch in sixth, and Ollie Owen in seventh. Then Archie Elliott, Joshua Pickford, and Lincoln Bailey Armstrong. There's another 177 classic bit of racing.
I can assure you that Matthew Lambert had nothing left.
Really? I think he had a tenth of a second here or there.
Not at all. Not at all. He went into that fight, into the first turn, into that final lap, and he defended with all he knew. That cart was on the absolute edge of adhesion. It was about to snap away, as was George Walker trying to get by. If he had anything in his toolkit, he would have used it not to have to risk that. Absolutely. Would have not had to risk that. And he did. That was a massive, massive risk. Great driving once again from the whole field here. And it just shows the calibre of the Junction 6 NKC and this 177 championship.
Let's take the trim up the inside.
For me, Nick, this is the British 177 championship.
Oof. Again, Taylor Trim up the inside again there. That's where second place got lost. And then that's where second place got re-won again.
Yeah.
It's the battle between Walker and Ryan Taylor Truman edged on. That's the last lap lunge, literally, by Cole Edwards, which actually cost him a place in the end. Or cost him a temporary, then he got it back again 3 corners later as they constantly swapped and scrapped and fought in this 177 Superheat.
That was You know what? That's only the Superheat.
I know. It's a longer one to come.
Absolutely. We have got more of the same, really, coming up. What's next? Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax Superheat 1.
Yeah.
And after Junior Rotax Superheat 1, do you know what comes off that? Junior Rotax Superheat 2.
Yeah, we got again.
Here's the grid.
So subscribed, we have to split them. We have to name them twice. We've got 2 groups of Junior Rotax. This is Group 1 coming up next. Leo Basterfield for Guy Cunnington Racing on the pole position with Lucy Lovell of Origin. That's who you could see on the screen. Jack Dimbleby and Jensen Hookey. Look where Jensen's ended up after that recovery drive in both of his heats. Fenton Roderick and Elijah West up from the Intermax class, 3rd row of the grid for Elijah. Joe Stonehouse and Hector Sadlowski on row 4. Row 5 is Kai Pepperell and James Finley. Elijah Douche and Harrison Matthews are on row 6. Harry Harvey, I should say. Cooper Campbell, Lisa next. Row 8 is Iris Crease and Ethan Barrow. Then we've got newcomer Nico Webers and George Theobald sharing row 9. Row 10 is Logan Hartshorn and William Spencer, with Reese Kelsall and Eli Mann, Callum Wilson, James Gordon, and then 25 cart field rounded up by Louis Marchand. More of the same, please.
I think we will get more of the same. Some of us are broken down because we've got a bit of a delay before the start of the Junior Rotax Superheat 1.
Have we got any chat? I've got a comment.
There's all sorts of chat.
Great to see Cole Edwards back after his slight illness last year. Took some time off to recoup. You would never be able to tell that he had some time off out the saddle there, because he was absolutely on it there and taking this SW plate. Jensen Hookey's overtake rate works out at 1.6 overtakes per lap currently.
Have we given those biscuits, by the way?
We have. I was leaving that for the Rotax and then mentioning who's dropping
off.
off.
Yes, because they get free coverage, don't they?
They absolutely do.
They get free coverage.
Yeah.
Is there a super heat? Because they can't have free coverage in the final.
No, they can have a super heat.
Oh, yeah, fantastic.
They're coming up after the juniors.
They get cake coverage, as it's called. They've gone with biscuits, but it's cake coverage.
Yes, and if Nick just wants to, you need a new pair. Reiterate the offer of anyone who brings us cake or biscuits will get mentioned and get some camera coverage.
In heats or super
yes,
heats?
We are that corrupt.
Yeah, absolutely. We are easily bribable by, I say, it's cake for coverage.
With sweetness.
Yeah. So that's our new thing, cake for coverage.
Junior Rotax, ages 12 to 16. You can come into Junior Rotax and the year of your 12th birthday. So if you are only 11 now and you are, say, 12 in June, you can enter Junior Rotax, as we've seen with Casper McAllister moving up into this class from Intermax at the next event. They're on the exact same 125cc water-cooled Rotax engine. They're on the standard 1050mm chassis and with a minimum weight of 145 kilograms.
That is some of the best timed natural brake I've ever seen. As Leicester came back just in time to cut the camera away from Ash. And I said that my co-commentator's disappeared somewhere. I think he's gone for the same thing. Okay, so the Junior Rotaxes, Superheat 1, lining up. It's Basterfield and Lovell on the front row, and then Dimbleby. Don't forget, this is half of the Junior Rotaxes. There's another half to come, and then they're nowhere near right at this one. They completely got that wrong. I think Lovell was massively surprised how slow Basterfield was. So Basterfield was back at the at level with the dog leg when Lovell thought they were going to start going. So there is Lucy Lovell, but it's not the lead. It's just a rundown to the start, or the restart, should I say, of the race. Next karting action on Karting Live TV is in 2 weeks' time, where it should be the UAE Championships. Obviously, that's a little bit up in the air, mainly because of things that are up in the air at the moment. But we are hoping to go back to the UAE in 2 weeks' time. If not, it'll be in 3 weeks' time when it will be the Access Karting Championship from Wilton Mill. And that'll be followed by the first of our coverage of the club events at Fulbeck on the 26th of April. So we've got lots of karting coming up for you. So, a lot more of the UAE. We've got two full weekends of UAE karting to come if we can go. We do start on a lot more European and British karting coming up, Access, and then the Fulbeck Club meeting at the end of April. So now this time, have a look over Lucy, see where Leo is, because he's the one who's actually in pole and leading it. They're now going incredibly slowly. No, he's waving at her now. I don't quite know what Leo's doing, to be honest with you, but there we go. There's a lot of hand movements. And they're away. And they'll be all right this time. And Basterfield did do a nice tactical start there. Looks like Lovell's been swamped a bit into 4th or 5th place. There's a problem on the first corner. They sweep around now into Summit for the first time. Oh, and that's West again. Oh, Elijah West just hasn't got this cold tyre running into his head whatsoever. And he spins off again in the first couple of corners. Obviously, it's very different tyre and combination with the Intermax. Elijah having an absolute nightmare in his first weekend of junior Rotax. Started so well. Our runner-up in Intermax last year with a pole position, or sorry, fastest lap in the qualifying. Since then, he's just had a real problem with the first lap. But he's a great driver. He'll get over it. He'll brush himself down and go, well, that wasn't a very good first weekend, and move on from there. Right, so Basterfield leads them through. Then you've got the all-black front, who I think is Jack Dimbleby. It is in second place. Jensen Hookey finally near the front of the track in the green and the black car in third place. He's had to drive his way up in the two heats after a chain broke in qualifying, leaving him no qualifying time, leaving him at the back. So he's had to work his way through. He's averaging 1.6 overtakes per lap. You can't argue with that. And he is now currently in third. Fourth place is Lovell, who got a bit swamped at the start after he kind of, Basterfield kind of used his experience to outthink's not fair, but outthink her, I suppose, really, on that first run into the first corner. And she had to step into fifth place rather than to what should have been second. But Basterfield leads. Second place is Dimbleby, and then third place is the man who's overtaken more people than I think probably even the most ardent BMW dealer driver going too fast on the M5. It's Jensen Hookey.
Well, he's winner here last year in round 6 of this series. At the final round of the 2025 championship here at Dunkeswell, Jensen Hookey took the win. We had a great interview at the Paddock show last year. When was it with Jensen? Can't remember.
Well, he's third anyway.
Well, he's third, yes. We know how quick he is. And he's going to challenge Jack Dimbleby. That's his plan. However, Dimbleby has his mindset on challenging that Guy Cunnington kart of Leo Basterfield, hasn't he? Lovell, I've got to say, just dropping off the back of these two. Lucy is going to be with Origin Motorsport for the remaining rounds of the season. So that's a full season of karting here.
In fairness to Origin and Lucy, I think this is the most convincing performance she's put in so far on the NKC. We've seen her for a number of years. She's up there running well, running in the pace. She was starting on the front row, but unlucky at the start, which you missed because you were outside for a moment. She got the full start was caused by a kind of a misunderstanding of her and Basterfield about how to run the front row, and then when they went around the second time, Basterfield absolutely got the jump on that side of the grid. But yeah, it's a good performance all round by the Origin and Lovell combination.
I think any time you can finish in the top 5 of one of the groups, as Nico Weber's there, his race coming to a premature halt. Nico has been experienced in some rallycross driving, not able to compete at 13 years old.
Okay.
So his dad found karting for him. He was in the Paddock show. Yeah, we chat to him. He's with LRG. This race hotting up, though. A little bit of a hand gesture there from Jack Dimbleby. I'm not sure who that was aimed at. Maybe a little bit of frustration kicking in there. He just can't find a way by Leo Basterfield. As Basterfield do. We know how quick Basterfield is. Oh, and there it is. That's the move he's been lining up. Basterfield coming back at him. Yes.
Straight away, over and under.
So that's a switchback affair there. And Jensen Hookey just waiting on the edge of the table there just to catch the crumbs that might come his way. And who's this coming back at them? It's Lucy, isn't it?
Yeah, she come back after the difficult start. But now let's go forward. Let's go forward.
Yes, of course. Who was that? Basterfield?
Yeah.
Yeah, Basterfield. Stop challenging me.
That's not going to happen.
Well, there's 6 minutes remaining.
And also, the fourth of them have broken away from fifth. Pepperell, and up the inside now, Ash Jensen Hookey. He's ruined his average of 1.6 overtakes a lap now because he's only made one overtake in the past 4 laps, but he admittedly is from third to second.
I love how these kids, once they've overtaken someone, they go, let's go.
Let's work together.
Catch the lead.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
and obviously I'll give you the place back. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. No team orders here. Yeah. No team orders in karting. Right then, Jensen Hookey says, I'm going to have a go at overtaking Leo Basterfield. He's left it to Jack Dimbleby, now in third, and look at this.
He's looking very racy in places
Absolutely.
People that don't normally look racy. I do not think Basterfield is going to stay in the lead for a long time, but Hookey looks absolutely determined to prove that the only reason he's not there, he's not the person on pole, was a snap chain. Oh, and Basterfield closed down the gap really tightly into the pit bend.
What we couldn't see there, Nick, was how much weaving went on, and I'm not going to make a comment on that because I'm not sure. You're allowed to move one way. You're not allowed to then chop and change all the way down the straight, and I'm not sure what we saw there. Basterfield defended going into turn 1, and Hookey's come back at him into the always hairpin.
1 and 2.
Hookey and Dimbleby going through with him. Lucy Lovell looking like she's going to take advantage. And you were right, you were spot on, mate. Basterfield not hanging on to that lead for the next lap, indeed. Two drivers making their way by him. And Hookie slides wide.
But got away with it. He got away with that because he went wide. He just didn't. He carried so much speed. The kart said, well, my front wheels actually can't do that cornering at that speed. Thank you very much. Drifted wide, but he'd already gapped them very slightly. Second, third and fourth nailed together. Tiny lead there for Hookie, which he'll lose because of the slipstream. And Basterfield now, and it is easier to follow him to lead. He's probably a bit livid he's in third. And we know he's very well able to lob it up the inside of someone, either at the at Summit or a bit later on here going into Always. Lovell in fourth. Needs to decide what she's going to do.
I've got to say, Nick, you were right. I agree with you about Lucy Lovell. This is perhaps one of the best performances, if not the best performance, we've seen from her in the years we've been watching her in the NKC. She's having an absolute great race here, and she's right there on the rear bumper of Leo Basterfield. And if anything, maybe just working out where she's going to maybe challenge. Jensen Hookie and Jack Dimbleby have pulled a gap. They've pulled a gap to Leo Basterfield, who, if anything, looks like he could well be holding up Lucy Lovell for this.
I think, Leo doesn't quite, at this point, and we've still got 3 minutes to go, doesn't quite appear to have the ultimate pace. He's got pace, obviously. Hookie's got himself some clean air, and I think he's going to be reasonably safe because he's got the pace and he's in clear air. Dimbleby, I don't know whether he's going to get caught back up again by Basterfield. Lovell's right on the tail of Basterfield, but he's going to have to be decisive to get past Leo. He's not going to go, come past me, it's fine. He's going to have to throw something either up into the pit bend or perhaps into Summit, which is a risk. But they've got a gap, a decent gap from Pepperell, who's a little bit off the pace this time, despite having a couple of good heats earlier. I'd say a little bit, he's a second off Joe. But then behind Pepperell's another big gap between Fenton Roderick, and then another gap between Joe Stonehouse. And they're lapping one of the other drivers, and he's got out of the way quite nicely. So he's got, they're four, and there's Lovell there, as close as you could be, effectively braking on the back bumper of Basterfield.
Yeah, a little bit of inadvertent touching going on there. A little bit of, can't really do that deliberately. Just tripping over one another. I don't think it was hard enough to incur a bumper penalty. With coming up to 2 minutes remaining then, Jensen Hookie's checked out. He's absolutely checked out after that torrid time chain snap, didn't it, in time qualifying, and has proved that even if you haven't managed to do a very good time qualifying session, you can make your way forward. He's going to be on the...
It's points. It's points.
It's points, isn't it? So he's going to be up there.
He was fourth, wasn't he? So he's going to be second or third.
He is. He's going to be way up the grid as he's left these three behind. And, Lovell tripping over Basterfield again. You saw it last time. She's risking a bumper penalty here if she's not careful. Here. She's up against that bumper again. And Basterfield holding up the Origin Motorsport driver here. No question about this. She's trying to find a way by. She can't. She just can't get by.
Let's let Kai Pepperell get closer and closer and closer. There's Hookie again. There's all hang out around the chicane. Now there's the battle 3, 4 and 5 in this super heat. He's not going to do that, Lee. I'm sorry, no. She wants to get past. She's not going to use her head and let you win.
No, and it's third place that they're squabbling over, isn't it? So Lucy has to calm down. This is where she trips over Basterfield. So she's got more pace, it seems. This point here. And again, trips over him. Comes together. I think she's incurred a bumper penalty. Her bumper's looking loose. She's pulled alongside. Down the inside and Always. Turns in. Has got the third place. Basterfield comes back towards her. Basterfield now looking for a way past Lovell. Lovell has got third place. However, that bumper's looking a little bit iffy. It's bouncing around. I'm not sure. I don't want to make a comment on that because I can't really see properly. It's looking a bit loose, isn't it?
It's moving a lot more than other bumpers. So sometimes it's an optical illusion, but that one looks a bit loose. And if she has picked up a 5-second penalty, that's going to drop her down to about 8th or 9th. Elijah West, after another terrible mistake on the first lap, is up to 10th. So he's had terrible first lap every single time, Elijah, our Intermax runner-up last year, and our pole sitter from the overall time qualifying.
What she can take from this, even if with a 5-second penalty, is that she's running in third in this one. And she's had a contact warning as well. So it's not just what we've seen; it's what the officials have seen as well.
Just a bit too leany-on-y round summit.
Well, I don't think she was like deliberately trying to push Leo out the way.
No.
It was just the momentum was carrying her forward on the brakes. Both drivers braking as hard as they can. So we've got a red flag.
Red flag.
So we've got a big off there involving at least three drivers Yeah. And that's brought out the red flag. That will bring the race to a halt. We're not going to restart as we're on the last lap. So the official result will be Jensen Hookey, Jack Dimbleby, Lucy Lovell, Leo Basterfield, Kai Pepperell, Fenton Roderick, Joe Stonehouse, Elijah Douche, Elijah West there. Now then, Elijah West getting by for 9th over James Finley for lap 13 when the red flag has come out. However, if the regulations, as the regulations state, the result is from the lap previous to the red flag. Now, I'm not sure officially what lap that red flag came out. I think it was on lap 13, so that might be a result on 12 laps. We'll wait and see. Unquestionably, Jensen Hookey takes a very fine win after a catastrophic chain snap in the time qualifying. He's had it all to do, and he showed how quick he is at the end of last season.
Ian McCarthy has a
with
relevant question.
Sorry,
can chain snaps be induced by the driver, or is it just mechanical bad luck?
No.
It's both, but you can.
No, you can't induce it as a driver.
You can break it going over a curb badly.
Sorry. Yes, if you bash over a curb and that you just happen to hit the curb, I lost
an angle where you don't have the tyre, but you do, and you land on the sprocket, then you can break it.
A chain snapped on me at the Hull Street race while I was leading. Would you believe?
Yes, I do.
In 1991, and also leading at Langbar, which was his Teesside. That was off the curb. I don't know what it was at the Hull Street race. We're hitting everything.
This is the highlight.
Let's have a little reflection on that one. Jensen Hookey coming through the field, eventually getting by Leo Basterfield, great pace at the start of this race.
Another bag.
Oh, Elijah West.
Again, yeah. He's just not got cold tyres yet, has he?
No, he's not really getting any heat into those tyres adequately in the rolling laps there. There's Leo Basterfield fending off the 33 Jensen Hookey, and that's the lead for Hookey.
And then we'll be going through as well. Anyway, so that was the highlights, apparently.
Oh, we got another junior Rotax.
We got that. But we'll be a while yet because there is some
clear up
and there's an ambulance on track. There was a red flag instance. It was just underneath just before the start-finish line. 3 carts came together. 2 carts have got away. One carter unfortunately appears to have slightly hurt themselves. They are moving around, but it's
So time qualifying, Nick, what's your thoughts so far?
No.
I mean, sorry?
No.
That was quick.
Yeah.
I was going to sort of open a discussion here.
Well, you could open a discussion, but it's not going to change my opinion if no.
I think the racing's been good today.
That's because the NKC is a great championship.
Yeah, but the racing's been slightly different. We've had, as time qualifying producers, the quick drivers towards the front of the grid, the less quick drivers towards the back of the grid. But we've had some great racing all the way through the field because invariably you are surrounded by the drivers who are of a similar pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's as you said earlier on, there is a plus and a minus to time qualifying. And obviously, the championship, the UAE championship we've been covering up until the interruption by Mr. D. Trump, has time qualifying, and they set themselves up to have time qualifying. Then they have a heat, then they have a couple of heats, and they have a pre-final or super heat and a final. I think what I would say is I think it takes out some of the story of the day, to be honest. I think you lose the stories. You lose someone. We've really focused very heavily on the 2 or 3 guys who had disasters. Your hookies and everyone else. Whereas, of course, that wouldn't be. You get to see people coming through the field because they are on their back race. Can they then, on their middle race, do it as well? Can they do their front race? So, I've just broken the chair.
Nick's just fallen off his chair.
No, fallen backwards on my chair.
Unfortunately,
Lady
not
don't fall
on camera.
backwards. That's a Johnny Molam thing.
That's a Johnny Molam thing.
I would say, yeah, it's fine. It's 50-50. That's okay.
It's been 50-50 in the paddock for the last few years.
Well, no,
it's 50-50. What people want.
It is 50-50 in this championship for this year.
It is, yeah.
So fine.
Maybe that's a bit of a nice mix.
So fine.
Just to give people a different challenge in each round.
Yeah, I mean, it's not down to me, and I think you're much happier with time qualifying than I am. That's the impression I get. You're more timed qualifying.
Biased.
Happier with.
Happier with.
It'd be interesting. One of the complaints that we have seen from competitors has been the absence of time qualifying results in more comings together. So there's more accidents or more damages caused by the fact that people are driving. The competitor said this. Now, the question is, will we see a difference? Will they go, oh, yeah, I've only done 1 steering arm this year rather than 17 or something? Or is that just another excuse?
Well, Tom Scorer, who's one of our stewards, we will ask him at the end of the meeting, or maybe at the beginning of Rowra for round 2, or at the end of Rowra, what's the comparison with the amount of incidents that have had to be deliberated on? I think we certainly wouldn't have seen the racing we've seen so far at the front of the field, where you've got the cream of the crop in all of the classes. I think from a TV coverage sense, we get to cover more of our competitors and share the love a bit more with mixed grids, because you get a bit more on screen when you're at the front. I mean, I'm sorry, I know people say, why aren't you covering the rest of the field? Well, this is a sporting event, and in sport, it's all about who takes the win, isn't it? It's all about who leads, all about who scores the most goals, who scores the most wins.
The third member of our team, remotely, Gaz Bury, says, is it about Jensen Hookie making 47 places and winning, to finally win something, or Charlie King, who's made no places but won 2 races?
But Jensen Hookie proves the point that I was making about.
He more proves the point about mixed grids, because he's effectively doing a mixed grid race, isn't he? Because he's starting at the back when he's fast.
Yeah, but everybody would be doing the same as him.
Yeah, and we would have more spectacular moves to the field.
Well, it depends. If you're statistics driven like Gaz is, he's all about the stat. He should be American, Gaz. He's all about the stats. That's no disrespect, Gaz.
Where'd you get that makes you American?
Well, because America's all about you watch baseball, and this is the fifth time he's hit the ball twice, and this is the 75th time he's bent down and used his left hand to pick the ball up. It's all about that, isn't it?
Yeah, that is baseball is the world of stats. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that the Jensen Hookie making 47 places because of a poor time qualifying or an unlucky time qualifying. That's worth talking about. But making 47 places because you're one of the quickest drivers here and you've started at the back of the grid and in the middle of the grid, etc., through mix, less of a talking point. That was the story there, making up after a chain snap in qualifying, put him at the back of the grid for the heats. He's then forced his way through in 2 heats and then wins the super heat. That's the story. Not much of a story in mixed grids. Look, when I raced, it was mixed grids.
That's all there was.
That was all there was. We didn't have the technology.
Timing.
We used sundials.
35 people on a single stopwatch.
We had 4 lap timers. My wife, my ex-wife now, but my wife was one of the timekeepers who had to lap chart, and we didn't have time qualifying. We just had lap charts.
I know. I was there.
You were there as well.
I know.
And that's the way we did it.
You're telling me nothing I don't know.
We've got the technology. Of course, you know what? We might have hit on something here in the NKC. Ollie Nitch-Smith and everybody, Matt Hildred, Gez, Tom Storer, who, part of that sort of team of people who are the creative thinkers of the series who listen to their customers, the competitors, and that's why we've got time qualifying. So that's our junior Rotax grid for their second group. Benjamin Lawn on the pole position from Ethan Hunt. Spencer Trehorn and Jesse Whitmore share row 2. Freddie Wall and Daniel Wisniewski share row 3. Row 4 is Bertie Hodgson and Liam Crosby, with on row 5 Eden Salvage and Tyler Rackham. James Shearing and Sebastian Benson share row 6, with Isaac Welsh and Cody Longdon on 7. Row 8 is Zach Charl and Ryan Sadlier. Row 8 is Zach Charl and Ryan Sadlier. Row 9, Ewan Scott and Lucas Hilton. Row 10, Archie Cannon and Leonardo Palagi. Alex Mann and Philip Jankowski on row 11. Row 12 is Sam Green Gomez and Aaron Maidman, with Charlie White rounding off a 25-cart field of Group 2 of Junior Rotax. This was all about forming a point score from your 2 heats and your super heat, which will form the grid going forward to the all-important final. Junior Rotax B final, of course, to get through as well. So if you haven't qualified in the top 30, you will get a chance to try and finish in the top 4 to qualify for the year final.
See, I say bump up, but Henry told me it's the transfer spots in karting. But I think bumping up sounds more exciting. It's what they also use for bump day, for example, at IndyCar. And we're away, and it's not. We're not away. I worked myself up there, and we're away.
I was going to say, I looked up and thought, really?
Well, we could have been away.
Now, that green with the yellow V is the false start flag.
Yes.
Not many people know that. So that's the false start flag being flown. So the drivers get another chance to put some heat into their tyres. This is a super heat, which means we've got 10 minutes and 1 lap. We've got 2 more super heats coming after this one, which will be for Intermax and Senior TKM. Both promise to be outstanding races. Intermax, we've got our current champion, who's been quite dominant here. I told him yesterday, you've got a lot of experience on top of this over these competitors.
That is true.
However, we've got Junior Rotax on the grid at the moment, so we'll talk about them rather than get ahead of the game.
Yeah, that's right.
TKM's going to be a cracker as well. Here we go then, Benjamin Lawn and Ethan Hunt heading down. It's Coles on the left, KGR on the right.
Line.
Did he go before that yellow line?
Yeah.
Did he?
He moved across, yeah, definitely. And it's a full stop.
Yeah, that's why. The yellow line on the grid is the acceleration line. You're not allowed to move until it goes green, and you're not allowed to do, but certainly before that yellow line.
A bit weird because they know that, so why are they doing it?
I think it's just,
Is it useful enthusiasm?
Yes.
Sorry, enthusiasm, not useful.
This is where your heart rate is, trying to control things.
Important here, Alex_Dole. Good luck, Jaden Shearing.
Yeah, now Jaden is
11th, apparently.
Is down in 11th, yes, Jaden is. So look forward to seeing Jaden Shearing coming through the field. If you are watching and you're supporting a driver, you've got a family member or a friend or whatever competing today, let us know where you are in the world and who you're rooting for. Bringing you all of the action live. No need to go behind any paywalls going forward into the finals.
All our finals are live and free here as well.
Absolutely, none of that shenanigans.
But if you want to give us some money to show that it's fine. No, we're actually fair.
Just cake, actually.
Yeah,
here we go.
Let's not be horrible.
We're out of the tram lines already before we head down to turn 1. But we've given it the green light and tripping over one another there. Tripping over several drivers, tripping over. It's Benjamin Lawn though who comes out of that carnage at turn 1. It's a yellow and blue car, the KGR of Spencer Trehorn. No, that's Ethan Hunt, who's gone into second. Spencer Trehorn got tripped over as well.
It's Freddie Wall in third now. And he's at the end. And the right of the turning car, the grey and white machine has just completely lost all momentum and dropping like a stone. Is that Whitmore on the 55? He did a very eventful day.
Spencer Trehorn crossed the line at the start in second. He's now down to 5th. He's on the black and white orange car.
I think you're going to find a big drop from Jesse Whitmore as well on the 55. He just kind of ran out of all momentum at the backside of the always hairpin.
Here they come, Nick, out of the dog leg and across the line. It will be Benjamin Lawn at the front, Ethan Hunt, Freddie Wall, Daniel Wisniewski up to 4, Spencer Trehorn, as I said, down to 5th, Jaden Shearing up 4 places to 6th, Bertie Hodgson Eden Salvage up to ninth is Tyler Rackham and Jesse Whitmore 10th.
That was Trehorn right up the side of Viznukas, taking no prisoners there into Summit. And they get down to the far end of the track, and they've already a breakaway. There's 3, and then a gap and the 2 led by Trehorn on the Origin machine.
Yeah, and Vazniaukas coming back at him, isn't he? He's not. Oh, there's Trehorn pulling out a bit of a gap there already, a bit of a cushion. Trehorn on the black and white cart there in 4th place now. He's got the 3 leaders pulling away from him: Benjamin Lawn, Ethan Hunt, and Freddie Wall. And Benjamin Lawn hitting the curb, Nick. That stifled his momentum, but the KGR cart of Ethan Hunt manages to squeeze down the inside, and Royal Racing's Freddie Wall trying to come by. The Coles Racing cart of Benjamin Lawn comes back at him and losing the lead at turn 1. He gets it back by turn 3.
Hunt there really blew that one. He was passed and clear thanks to the mistake that Lawn made on the exit of the dogleg. And then he just overshot the Summit corner entirely. Well, probably the joy of being ahead. I mean, they got 2 laps in, but perhaps he didn't quite have all the temperature he wanted. And Lawn went back and goes, well, you make a mistake, I'll make a mistake. And the net result is where we are. Now, Freddie Wall really should have taken advantage of some of that, but it just seemed to, every time he was about to move past someone,
he tried to, didn't he? Yeah, he tried to. He thought, hey, he would go.
No.
Door slammed in his face. Still got plenty of time for these 3 to spoil themselves, though.
I'll tell you what, he won't have a door slammed in his face, anything like that much, until he has a teenage daughter.
Absolutely. Here we go then. Benjamin Lawn being able to pull a massive cushion from what we've seen earlier.
Yeah, he's looking to do it now. The thing feels edgy, though. You notice it's just I assume this is really just trying to get temperature in the tyres on a cold day with cold tarmac. I think they're just trying to get the temperature in the tyres, and they end up looking really kind of scuffy at the start, so they're doing the grip slide thing rather than the slide all the grip thing. They're not. I think you can't necessarily rely on the rear end of the cart for a while. Oh, too much curb there.
Yeah,
got away with it.
Again, Benjamin Lawn's doing that a lot, isn't he?
But
Spencer Trehorn still in 4th, just off the back of these 3 in our picture. He just comes into view, and look at that behind him. Daniel Wisniewski, Eden Salvage, Jaden Shearing, not exactly dropping off the back of that black and white Origin cart, are they?
No.
And who's that coming on as well? Jesse Whitmore coming
back
after
losing so much earlier on.
5 cart train from 4th down to 9th, it seems.
Looks like Lawn's the lead's getting a bit of the hurry up. He's got a bit of ground speed pace, isn't he, sometimes? And he's now just gapping Hunt and Wall. I think he'll get involved in a scrap for 2nd and 3rd. There they are. And we have this battle led by Trehorn with Nukas and Salvage. Eden Salvage in 6th. Shearing has got his fan club on the chat. He's up to 7th from his start in 11th. Red flag. Okay, this one will be rerun.
Not quite sure what the cause of the red flag is. As we bring the carts down, Benjamin Lawn will be at the front of the field. Ethan Hunt, Freddie Wall, Spencer Trehorn,
Daniel. Stop them on the track, won't they?
Wisniewski, they'll stop them somewhere safely. They've been told to keep on going. As we can't really pick out what the cause is. Hopefully everyone's all right, and it's just need to clear a cart. The Rapids bends are very tightly confined there without any runoff, and if a cart gets stranded there, that is usually the case. We're bringing them to a halt on that short stretch between Valley and Always. That's the stretch between the hairpins. And there was about just under, there's 5 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock when we stopped.
At about 5:40, yeah.
It stopped at 5:41, Nick. Look at that. I didn't even make that up, mate. It was already there for me.
What I'd like to point out, I can't see any particular issue here at the moment.
I tell you what, there is an issue of how cold it is in this box. Hello, Chris. Hi, Kels. Chris Cox and Mrs. Cox coming in, making a.
Yeah, let's see what happened so far in that race.
So we had a great 3-card battle, didn't we? At the front of the field, Spencer Trehorn was trying to join in. There's the start. Very messy start, I thought, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot coming together. There was all sorts of barging out the way, really. But then up the inside goes Trehorn there. The big loser, I think we've got the clip of it, actually. Look at that massive, wow, how he got that one back again. So Lawn's really been kind of abusive of the curbs. He lost the lead, and then he immediately got back up again because Ethan Hunt didn't really close the door. But prior to the red flag, and I'll tell you now, I have no idea why there was a red flag.
It's down at the hangar hairpin.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Guppy's just told me. Mr. Guppy to you.
No, right. What's he got?
That's our cameraman, of course.
Oh,
Matt,
yeah.
Matt
There's
Guppy.
someone being pulled. If it is there, then the driver is fine. He's walking away.
Good news.
So
Should put my mic down. Good
you
news.
should- I'm going to go and do what you've been doing.
All right, that's very nice of you. That gives me an opportunity to talk about the coming season ahead of us. Here we are at Dunkeswell, kicking off the season down in the southwest of England. One of the certainly becoming one of the most prettiest tracks on the calendar in UK karting. There's been a lot of development and work gone on here from the relatively new owners. A lot of effort going in from Peter and the rest of the staff here at Dunks. And the place looking, it has slight subtle changes every time we come back, doesn't it? It's beautiful. New barriers, very pretty. My favourite colours, red, white and black, of course. And it's a track that has its own unique challenges to both drivers and race engineers here. We head off to Cumbria on the weekend of the 8th and 10th of May to Rowra, an old-school track where I first raced at, my very first race back in the mid-80s, Rowra in Cumbria. A beautiful setting there, just on the edge of the South Lakes. And Malcolm Fell and all of the staff there putting together a great track for us to go and race on. In the first weekend of June, we head off to Wilton Mill, another legendary, iconic track in British karting, right there in the middle of the country. Great facilities, great bar, great restaurant. Not that we get time to sample it, of course. From there, we go to a very, very old-school karting venue here in the UK, Shennington. That is the first weekend of July for round 4. And then round 5 up to God's Country in the northeast of England, just on the south edge of Sunderland. For Warden Laws, 7th to the 9th of August. Weather should be great as well that time of year. And then 11th to 13th of September, Clay Pigeon. Now, all 6 rounds forming 3 separate trophies as well as the overall NKC winner. We've got the North-South Challenge Cup that we're battling for here at Dunkeswell and Rowra. Wilton Mill will be fighting, Wilton Mill and Shennington, I should say. The Midlands Double Cup will be up for grabs over 2 rounds there. And then the Andy Wagstaff Cup for the rounds at Warden Law and Clay Pigeon, both at opposite ends of the country for the Andy Wagstaff Cup. So we are getting towards half distance in the North-South Challenge Cup. And it's a great sort of championship within a championship, really. Gives our competitors something to go for. If you're familiar with the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC, that we've been able to bring you on Karting Live TV since the 2022 season. This is getting into our 5th season here. 10th season of NKC, 5th season being live streamed on Karting Live TV. You will know that there's been slight changes to the regulations. We've mentioned that earlier. Time qualifying, a new venture at this round, at the odd-numbered rounds 1, 3 and 5. We go back to mixed grid racing at rounds 2, 4 and 6. But also new tyre regulations. NKC was renowned for being very frugal on tyre use, the Maxxis tyre being able to stretch to 2 sets over the course of a season. It was up to you how you used them. However, change of tyre regs, you're now on 3 sets of tyres. The first set for rounds 1 and 2, your second set for rounds 2 and 3, and your third set of tyres for rounds 5 and 6. So I think that's a good way forward. If you're watching the Paddock show earlier, I asked Steve Gilly, who's been a part of the NKC for a number of years, and he thinks it's a great idea. He did mention how stretched your tyres could be. If you'd had 3 dry meetings, by the time you got to your 3rd meeting, you were really asking a lot from those Maxxis tyres. It also helps police championship interlopers who come in and join the championship at, say, round 3, when everyone else is on 3 round 1 tyres. You're coming in and trying to get the tyres onto a kind of an age by lapping in practice sessions was always going to be a bit tricky. Well, it's a lot easier to do in this way.
So we are still held by the red flag. They're doing some grid sorting now. So we look at the car. They're trying to resort to get them running again.
I've just mentioned the Andy Wagstaff Cup, which will be up for grabs at round 5 and 6, Nick, while you were dove into the pits. Who is Andy Wagstaff, I hear you say?
Hang on a second. Joe, who is Andy Wagstaff?
Well, I can tell you. Andy raced TKM and was a honorary member of the NKC. Never missed a race right up until 2023 when he had to refrain from karting due to health issues. So from 2017 to 2023, Andy was a big part of the NKC. We wish Andy well. And we'll be honouring Andy's membership of the NKC family by battling for that cup. Warden Law in the northeast of England, and then all the way back down to the south of England for the final round of Clay Pigeon. A great idea, I think, Nick, for, you know, as well as that, the three separate cups and trophies that you're going to go for, each with the same set of tyres. So the one set of tyres for 2 rounds is a great way of segregating.
It looks like everyone's reasonably happy. The wind,
I think
the
so.
wind has got up, by the way, as you can see on that red flag that's blowing in the wind there. It's got up in the wind. There's water in the air, but not rain. Yes, it's a typical early spring or middle spring, late March day, really. At least it's dry so far.
It would be adequate for November. It's so cold out there. Or even December, apart from it not getting dark until 8 o'clock.
Quite warm
tonight.
last weekend when we were at Clay.
Was it really?
Wasn't too bad, actually, yeah. Where are you? Oh, you were in Mugello.
I was in Mugello.
Where it was cold.
It's raining, I'm being told. It was cold in Mugello. It didn't rain. It did rain a little bit. But I'm being told by our cameraman, Gaz didn't tell me that, did he? So Andy Wagstaff, I'm afraid, he's actually passed away. So I wasn't told that bit.
Never mind.
So in honour of Andy Wagstaff,
yeah,
we'll be racing for the Andy Wagstaff Trophy. Yeah, that's what he said earlier.
Oh, right.
Yes. See where I've made that?
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Drops of rain, I'm being told.
Got a thumbs up from the gantry, so we are going to roll these carts back up again. I don't know what they're going to do regarding time and anything else.
Well, we may restart the clock when we get them rolling, or we may start the clock as they come through.
They are restarting. They're restarting the clock now at 5:17. I think they stopped it at 5:21.
No, it was stopped at 5:40.
We're thinking our clock has restarted, but the master clock on this internet hasn't restarted. Unless you refresh it, I don't know.
I did need. I don't know about refreshing.
Oh, there's reading again now. It's gone back to 5:23 again. The restart from red flags can often be slightly different depending on what the reason was and how close they are at the end. Sometimes they can just. This one may restart as a 6-minute race.
Well, the clock's ticking as we've gone through. We've got a full start. We've got
a go around again.
I think we've got Ethan Hunt pulling off.
Where?
Ethan Hunt, who at the red flag was second, he's pulled off on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah.
And that's the Kieran Gifford Racing entry of Ethan Hunt, who was very, very strong and challenging the Coles Racing cart of Benjamin Lord.
Oh, he's got it going now.
Has pulled up. There he is. He's got it away. He's going to rejoin. We can see splashes of rain on the camera.
It's in the air.
My forecast was 2 o'clock. So
you're off it's not actually raining yet.
My Met Office app is quite accurate within half an hour usually.
So they're going to start now as a single train. They'll get the go. It says 4.5 minutes. It may reset. It may remain 4.5 minutes. And it looked like Freddie Wall got a bit of a run there going around the outside. And it's the Origin machine, the Spencer Trehorn, that takes the lead. So Trehorn, this red flag's been a manna from heaven for the 41 cart. Who's come through in second there? And
Daniel Wisniewski's got absolutely sideways going into the left-hander. He's gathered it up. Here comes our erstwhile leader, Benjamin Lorne. He's not on the lead anymore. That's Spencer Trehorn. Trehorn, who was mentioned there, out in the UAE for the Dubai Open, getting some good warm weather experience. It's he's not needing right now. He's not needing that now.
Nothing he can use from that.
He needs 4 degrees, 5 degrees weather experience with a splash of rain, and he's got that flicking the brakes into the dogleg chicane. The clock is ticking down. 3 minutes and 30 plus seconds on the clock as we've got Trehorn, Lorne, Wisniewski, Freddie Wall, Jaden Shearing, Jesse Whitmore, Eden Salvage, Liam Crosby, Tyler Rackham, Sam Green Gomez.
Oh, the inside again. Oh, the 55 again of Jesse Whitmore. Threw it up the inside. He hasn't learned yet, has he? He keeps throwing upside. Sometimes it works.
That's right.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Well, you've got to give it a try, haven't you?
Well, every single... No,
absolutely,
honestly,
Jesse.
Sometimes it's gone... In fairness to him, he's an all-action driver.
Absolutely. He's entertaining. I tell you what, though, look at Trehorn. He's gone. He's disappeared. He's absolutely on it here. And the drivers behind him needing to kind of calm down, get the composure. We are gathering ourselves up and coming back towards him. They've stopped squabbling. And that bright orange and blue Coles livery of Benjamin Lorne looming ever larger behind Trehorn, who's not quite being challenged. That's Nib Sports' Daniel Wisniewski with Freddie Wall from Roalf right with him. So this is great racing, Nick. You know why? 4 different teams at the front of this field.
Yeah, I mean, Trehorn's not really shown this form at any other point, has he? Now, suddenly to get out and lead.
He's now and again. Last season we saw him come into the fore. I'd have to ask him. I'd have to ask Spencer. You know, how many times have you led a race? I can't remember. Because we all meld into one, we do so much.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is when he came over to the UAE, he had a kind of quiet, he's quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, I've no idea how difficult it is to race, in a different country. I mean, learn the tracks. Okay, fair enough. And there's temperature and everything else.
Well, just look how much Kai Hunter struggles with the sandy circuits and stuff. So Spencer had a great experience at the Dubai Cartron. Whether or not he's brought any of that experience here to Dunkeswell in a very cold and now like speckles of rain. It's not really wetting the track, though, is it?
What he should have done is get close now. What he should have done is talk to someone who had an excellent experience at the Dubai Cartron, improving being 2.6 seconds faster than a man who thinks he's faster than him. But no, we couldn't discuss that anymore because it's a battle for the lead
we're just on getting towards the final minute as we head into the dogleg. Benjamin Lorne has finally caught back onto the rear bumper of Spencer Trehorn. Now Lorne feels like he might have been robbed at the restart as Trehorn seen there just scything at the wheel there, lining the car up, and now he's getting flustered. Looking back at Benjamin Lorne, looking back, need to focus Spencer on what's forward. Stop looking back.
Oh, blocked already.
Tries to defend. Lorne didn't even challenge there. Trehorn is using too much of his focus on what's behind him rather than what's in front of him. Lorne is coming though.
What this is doing is it's making a single kart challenge be like a 4-kart challenge to him now, turning into a big train of 7, I think. It was interesting. In fairness to Spencer, his positioning has been great. He's put the kart where it needs to be.
And he's got 2 more laps to defend.
How much was that?
As
that was so much curve.
Freddie Wall did a bit of rallycross driving. I'm not sure that had anything to do with track conditions. Just a bit too much curve, as you say, Nick. That's put him way down the order.
Yeah.
Absolutely dropped him.
Up at the front. Trehorn still holding off Lorne, but third place now. Is that Whitmore's got in third? Is it Silvers Narcus? No, Silvers Narcus in third. And the 55, the all-action Jesse Whitmore now in 4th place.
Yeah, Spencer Trehorn doing a great job here defending. He's going to have the last lap board fly next time through. He's got the hanger hairpin, this one here. Then he's got the dog leg. Then you'll see the last lap board. He maybe want to consider a bit of defensive driving. Benjamin Lorne looking very composed in that second place there. Turning into the chicane there. Lorne looking down the inside, and there he goes.
He won't be able to hold
but he slid wide, and Trehorn comes back through and does the switchback.
I think there was a little bit of a light left to right kiss there. No, it's about get the nose in. You get the nose in, they can't do anything to you here. Now you've got to get the drive moving onto always to make sure you don't get hopped out. That's the one chance still for our second place man who could hop out and take the lead. He hasn't. They go around always, but still Trehorn from Lorne with 3 corners to go.
And Jesse Whitmore moved into 3rd place by pushing Wisniewski out of the way somewhat. That'll have caught the attention of the officials, no doubt. We'll see how that one pans out. as Trehorn has got now the right chicane of the dog leg to negotiate, and he will see a checkered flag and a super heat win here for Trehorn and Origin Motorsport, who takes a very strong win indeed, keeping back Benjamin Lawn. Jesse Whitmore a questionable third, Daniel Wisniewski in fourth, Jaden Shearing fifth. Freddie Wall ended up sixth, having dropped to seventh there after that bit of sideways action. Eden Salvage is seventh, Ewan Scott eighth, Sam Green Gomez ninth. Liam Crosby rounds off the top 10 as the rest of the field already through. On their slowing down lap, will make their way around and then come into the pits. Well, that was first red flag of the season, Nick, or second red flag, that one, wasn't it? Yeah, the first red flag.
We had no red flags, and we had two in a row.
Yes.
So both the juniors had a red flag, but it looks like the people involved are not too good. Let's have a little look at some highlights before we get onto the inters, which is next. That's taking the lead, Trehorn.
Trehorn had to defend, didn't he? Lawn coming back at him.
Freddie Wall
there's Freddie Wall.
Yeah.
Now, I think Freddie may have tripped over Lawn there. I think it was Lawn who got it wrong, and Freddie Wall tried to avoid him. There's the last-ditch challenge there, and you can see how much lock Lawn had in the car to get it to turn. That was really brave, actually, sending that down the inside. Absolute great driving from all of our Junior Max competitors, as you would imagine. And Intermax coming next into Rotax, and here is the grid. Casper McAllister, our current champion, on the pole position, no question about that. Jack Daniels alongside. Zane Williams and Callum Miller are next, with Cian Kostler and Ethan McNally Roberts. Rishan Kostler and Bradley Beggs are on row 4. Freya Bond shares row 5 with Oscar Tarsi. Amelie Davey and Maria Jurgelova-Tutor on row 6. Jack Gillett and Harrison Parkin on row 7. Thomas Gulliver and Max Tomsit on row 8. Aurelia Simpson and Billy Barnes are on row 9. Row 10 is Travis Owens and Mai Maru, and Deacon Thomas rounding off a 21 kart Intermax field. Really is growing for the NKC, is the Inter-Rotax class. We had averages of 9 to 11 karts in the series last year. 21. Here we have 21. We've doubled the numbers.
And we've got some biscuits.
And a big thanks to Oscar Tarsi.
The first winner of Cakes for Coverage.
Starting his very first super heat in the NKC. He is number 15. He's starting 10th. And he's come as a fat kart champion. I don't mean he's overweight. He hasn't ate all the biscuits, no. The fat karting series, the electric kart series, Rob Smedley's concept there, took him across to America to do some finals as well. It's Casper McAllister there on the pole position, the Hunter Motorsport livery kart, leading the field away. We're outside of the tram lines massively there. I'm not sure about tram line rules. I'm going to have to recheck this because we've seen that quite often.
Oh, he's got the lead by the looks of it.
Through turn 1, and great challenge from Daniels there.
That's the closest McAllister's been to being headed, and that's the closest he's going to be to being headed.
Oh, we've got people being tripped over. There's Tarsi getting hung out to dry there. Took a bit of a hit in the side. Hangs on round the outside. Can he? Oh, now dives down the inside. Great driving there down the field. As we've got the leader, McAllister from Daniels. I think that's Zane Williams in third. I might be wrong. As we head through the Rapids Bends and on towards the Hanger Hairpin. Out of there. They've all sorted themselves out somewhat now and have calmed down. They're in line astern through the dogleg for the first time.
Yeah, McAllister comfortably in the lead after almost being not in the lead for a yard. Daniels is in second. I think it's Williams who looks like he's going to... Williams is second. Sorry. Oh, Daniels has dropped well down. Sorry, I missed that bit. So it's McAllister from Williams, from Miller, from Nally Rowe, from from Jack Daniels and Cian Kosher, ahead of his brother, Rishan. And we've got Oscar Tarsi in 8th and Amelie Davey in 7th. And there's Maria in 10th position.
Still a long way to go for these youngsters. A lot of them just finding their feet there. There is Oscar Tarsi with Maria Jurgelova-Tutor, the easiest kart to spot in the field with that beautiful pinky purple metallic livery on her kart. And Jurgelova-Tutor in 10th place, Oscar Tarsi up to 8th here. This is first ever UK National Rotax kart meeting. He's done some electric karting, as I said. Jürgen Levertuta coming under massive pressure there from Harrison Parkin and Jack Gillett. We'll see how that one panned out as we go back to the 111 of Callum Miller. Tarsi's looking very racy indeed.
Yeah, he's looking at the line there. Jürgen Levertuta's lost one position to the 26. And I'm not sure where Tarsi's move came out.
And we have picked them back up again. It's the blue and white cart at the train, at the back of that train, just ahead of those two there. They're just going into the Rapids bends now. White helmet, blue and white cart there with the red cart there of Tarsi. Tarsi challenging Kostler. Kian Kostler is the cart ahead of him. No, I'm wrong. It's Rishan Kostler ahead of Oscar Tarsi.
Whoa. This is the other Kostler. 55 and 12. That's Kian Kostler is the other one. The 172 is Amelie Davey. Reading now going off in fourth, the fifth hour of the stream.
Eyesight going.
Yeah, that's all gone. And they're all battling now for the lower reaches of the top 7. Just trying to see what's happening behind.
Yeah, Oscar Tarsi not being able to make a move on Kostler, I think. Rishan
ninth still.
Able to keep him behind. Meanwhile, this is the train of carts behind our two leaders.
So we've got 3 carts kind of getting separated a little bit from the pack. And this is our third place man, 111 Callum Miller in the blue. And you can see he's already away from fourth. And the first two, which is Zane Williams and Cass McAllister, are way away from each other. The battle there as those two red carts went in. It is indeed now the recovering Jack Daniels up inside Ethan McCallie-Roberts. And there, look at that. Brilliant move of Kern Costa. They've got 2 people there. They're going to lose back one of them there. So he gained 2, lost 1. Net gain of 1 for Kian Costa.
A little bit of a side on impact there. Just didn't quite come off for the number 12, Kian Kostler, who has to slob back in behind Daniels. Daniels fully aware of that blue and white car behind him as he's had his alongside. Contact warning for Amelie Davey, who's at the rear of this train, isn't she? She's just behind Kostler. So it was Kostler that got a contact warning for that turn 1. Behind them, behind Davey, we've got the Rishan Kostler battle and Oscar Tarsi now joining onto the back of that field. Tarsi making a mistake there at the dog leg and just dropping off the back of Kostler. He's going to have to gather himself up here as we continue watching Jack Daniels, the blue and white cart there of Kian Kostler. Amelie Davies, the cart behind the number 172. Ethan McNally-Roberts behind her.
Both the Costas in the same frame. This frame gets wider, there it is. Let's draw the blue and white of Kian, and there behind two carts in between him for his brother. Rishan.
We are at half distance now, and so still plenty of racing to go as we see the field of carts. There's Tarsi just dropping off the back, but he's our favourite driver in this one because he's brought us an absolute massive packet of Oreos.
Of biscuits, that's all
if
we
only
need.
We had coffee to go with it.
Well, we run out of it.
Run out of water. I'll have to go downstairs.
Tap downstairs?
Yes. We'll wait for this
English tap water, which you are prepared to drink. Which you aren't prepared to drink some tap water internationally, are you?
Here we go then. We're into the second half of this race. And this is where the action is. That's the number 172 of Amelie Davey, who's got Ethan McNally-Roberts right on her rear bumper.
And the very relaxed driving style of Rishan Kostler. He's got a very laid-back seat. The seating position obviously is very important, not just for comfort, because it changes the weight distribution within the cart. So if you decide you want to be laid back, you actually have to set your cart up round the fact I want to be laid back.
And it's also very important with the driver, I'm going to say comfort for want of a better term, the ergonomics of how you drive is very important, as well as balancing that with the weight balance. All of the track and more being used by the 111 Callum Miller in third place there, who goes wide. Here comes Jack Daniels.
No,
side by side. No, he wasn't.
If you can get at that point, you need to get the. This is the point. You need to get the extra drive. This drive up the inside always. Which I think he's managed to make it look a lot easier than it should have done.
Yeah, Callum Miller just lost all composure there, didn't he? All of a sudden, Callum just sliding wide into the first left-hander at Summit, and then Valley he lost out massively, and Jack Daniels has been able to make that happen. and moved forward and into third place. Now, this is important for the next time we see these karts, because that will be for the final and steps of the podium.
Yeah, it's obviously the super heat. There are points for this, for the championship, and it also sets the ultimate grid for the main final. There's points for all the heats, there's points for the super heat, and there's points for the final. So nothing is pointless as such in racing in the NKC.
No.
Everything has a point. Your drop scores are really interesting and very hard to work out, in that you can drop, rather than just dropping a meter, you can't say, I had a really bad day at Dunkeswell, so I'll drop the whole meter. You can drop an individual heat 1 and an individual heat 2 and an individual super heat and an individual final. Yeah. So you can drop your world's worst combined meeting. So you could take that, it could be heat 1 from here, heat 2 from Wilton, heat 3 from super heat from Rower, and the final from Warden Law. You can end up dropping.
Yeah, which makes it very hard for us to work out. Going into
basically,
virtually impossible to work out.
You need Carol Vorderman, who might have a chance of doing it.
Jack Daniels there on the orange and black kart, the number 61 in third place, using all of the track through the dogleg there, sliding the kart around. Callum Miller looking over his shoulder there, but there's no one there, Callum. You can see he's on a purple and black livery with a black helmet. Jack Daniels looking relatively comfortable. Casper McAllister is our leader. He's up the road by, 3 seconds off second place Zane Williams, and owner of the fastest lap of the race with a 49.6. So showing that he is ready to move on to Junior Rotax, which is his plan. He's come here as the reigning champion and into Rotax and gets the pleasure of carrying the number 1. We'll talk about him towards the checkered flag, holding it together.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a little bit of a carbon copy of the other heats, isn't it, really? Within Intermax this time round. It's a bit odd, because you've got the champion coming back for a one-off sort of victory lap, I suppose, of his championship, as the 61 and the 1, third and fourth. That's Daniels and Miller continue scrapping away, looking for a chance to just find a tin opener to get through there for Miller.
Miller was ahead of the orange kart of Jack Daniels for quite a while, and then he made that mistake going into the summit hairpin. That's the first left-hand hairpin onto the infield. And only now beginning to regain his composure and maybe find that pace that he might be able to challenge for that third place going forward. As we come out of the dog leg, it will be...
I'm not on the cusp of two. This is the penultimate one, because they're doing 50-second laps and they 49 seconds
but
to go.
McAllister was way ahead.
Yeah, but he's at 9:11, so he's got 49 seconds. So if you look at the absolute time on the top there, you can see that he's 49 seconds and he needs 50 seconds for his lap. So it should be the last lap next time round.
It's going to be on the cusp, I think. We'll see. Daniels has pulled a gap now to Miller, so he's got a cushion, and Miller knows it. Miller slapping the steering wheel there, showing some emotion. Clearly he's made a mistake. As we look at our leader, 3, 2, 1, it's going to be the last lap board, as Casper McAllister continues to win. He's took the wins in the first 2 heats. Here he goes on the final lap at the head of the superheat. More splashes of rain on the camera lens, meaning that light rain that was going to stay for the duration of this meeting is
having a thing.
I'm not sure it's going to have an effect on the track condition, though.
It's not having an effect yet on the track. It might have an effect on the brains of the drivers. Tarsi picked up 8th place in that last lap, got past Rishan Kozla.
Oh, wow, he dropped off the back of Kozla, didn't he?
Yeah. McAllister went very wide there, not quite sure why. I think he was so confident
showboating.
He just left it, yeah.
Here he comes then, checkered flag in the superheat. It's going to be on pole position for the heat. For the final. Casper McAllister for Hunter Motorsport takes the win. Zane Williams will finish in second. Then we wait a little while for Jack Daniels, who's pulled a gap on Callum Miller, hasn't he? Look at the gap there. Miller in 4th. Cian Costler in 5th with Ethan McNally Roberts in 6th. Then we've got Amelie Davey, Oscar Tarsi, Rishan Costler, Jack Gillett, and the rest of the field coming through there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
So process of forming the grid for the all-important Rotax
yeah.
Final all done.
Yeah.
And dusted. That was the
What we
10
need
to
to do,
10 to 13-year-old
what
group.
we need to do is look at the highlights of that last race. And action-packed, as we can see from the various nibbles on the side of carts. Was in the end, of course, a win for McAllister, but here's the battling here. Jack Daniels up the inside of Callum Miller. Get him on the, didn't get that first bit and then just nipped out in the next corner. And they are constantly trying to swap these two, but in the end, it still managed to be Daniels who got that final result. Right, next up is going to be the last of the Super Heat. So next up is the finals. And this is your grid. Charlie King, who won both the heats, he takes the pole position and leads unsurprisingly. It's Michael Cornell in second, Mitchell Ball third, Joseph Booth fourth, Tom Johnson fifth, and then it's the 27 in sixth. And it's Gareth Hayes, Matthew Harris, Sam King, Alexander Lehman, Jamie Scott and Leo Crabtree. That's your first 12. Then Jake Cox, Matthew Temple-Purcell, Molly Nicholas Biles, Dominic Pine, Ben Watson starting a long way down because of the problems he had in the first heat. Then Matt Slight. So Ben Watson needs to come through the field. He's starting in 17th. Will Cregan, James Hull, Chris Whiteside, Adam Kent, Nathan Bullock and Jack Morrison. They are your top 24. And I think there's one more page of information. Yep, with Ryan Messer, James King and D. Bolt are the last of the people available. So it's really all about that number 2 cart that's had an absolute disaster in the first race and is still right down in 14. You see the weather in the background there, it looks quite bad. But the reason for that is the weather's quite bad. It's not really raining, it's just kind of in the wind. So a bit of a delay. He's got a bag. Anyway, a bit of a delay. Oh, sorry, I was trying. Ultimate thing, I trod on your headset.
Yes, you did.
What a foul man I am.
Have we got the track looking a little bit damper than we?
Well, there's some consternation here. And looking at the roof of that Marshall house, it looks a little bit damp. There's a bag over that camera. That's all right.
Nick thinking about the technicals. I'm thinking about track condition.
I'm just taking a look now that Matt looks absolutely like he's having a brilliant time.
He's living the dream. He's living the dream. That's Matt, our cameraman.
It's the best day ever for Matt. It's obvious.
Who's thinking, why did I tell Nick and Joe that I was available for this weekend?
Just so you know, it's not that warm in here either, by the way.
No, we're
on 3-4 layers as well. Obviously, we're not in the wind.
No,
Matt's our cameraman on the gantry. Let's see how. Have a quick look now. Our cameraman over in the centre of the track. That's young Ash. Ash is buying a BMW M4. Z4, sorry. Yeah, he's buying it now. Oh, hang on. He's been left by his girlfriend because of it. Okay. Smokey Joe. Here we go. TKM. This is what we want to see.
Who can beat that man, Charlie?
Charlie King. Charlie King is so far the master of Dunkeswell.
In TKM he is.
Well, he's not in anything else.
I know that. Yeah.
We've done the heat by the way.
Oh, you've done the grid. Well done. Well done.
Oh, no, I get something.
Well, I was doing something important by putting the coffee on.
No, you're doing way more important than the grid.
Because we've got Oreos. Oreos from Mr.
I'm not
Tarsi.
sure we actually gave Oscar enough coverage, to be honest.
Well, we tried. We can do it in the final if he's up there.
That's his best result, I think.
Yeah, it is. Doing well. And
Sharp
coming
learning
on.
curve.
And a massive learning curve from the electric cars.
There is rain, by the way. I've just looked around because I thought the window was open. There's a lot of water on the...
There is.
It's not...
Well, I'm looking at these TKMs going out there, Charlie King leading them round, and they're on slick tyres.
Yeah, well, it's nothing. There's no way it'd be anything else at the moment.
You would burn off wet tyres on what is predominantly... So the problem with the track that was only light rain is it's a tyre cooling thing that happens.
And we're away.
Or are we? Yes, we've got the green flag. We've gone green through the first turn here. Oh, look at this.
It's
scrabbling for
yeah.
grip here.
It's enough to affect the grip levels, and it's enough perhaps to encourage some people to throw it up the inside. Complete lack of drive.
Guess who that is at the front? Mitchell Ball, 4-time TKM champion in the NKC.
Gone.
And he has gone. And you know why? Because he's at ease with that cart sliding around underneath him, finding the grip where it is. It's all about the wet line there, or it's getting towards that wet line.
Cornell's just taken completely the wet line there around the inside of Pennant and gained about 5 cart lengths.
Incredible. That's what it's going to be down to, because the track conditions that we were suspecting might be about to change have changed.
Well, also it's cold tyres on damp tracks, so they're not getting anything as far as grip's concerned. We see more people going wide there at the hairpin, but Mitchell Ball, you're absolutely away. You can see visually how not fast they're going, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can see they've lost a bit of pace. There's an element here where they're getting used to. There's an element here where they've got to get the tyres up to temperature. But there's also an element where they're just a 106. They've lost about 10 seconds.
Well, remember, Nick, that with that lack of grip on the rear end, when you apply the brake, it's very easy to lock the rear tyres up on a damp track, which is what we're seeing. So coming off that long straight towards turn 1, when you apply the brake, you've got to be so delicate on that brake pedal and just try to scrub off the speed slowly. You can't be harsh. You've got to be harsh on the steering to get that front end to turn, but then you've got to be so delicate back on the throttle as well. I don't know what the number 20 is
he was
indicating
very upset
there.
how Joseph Booth came past him.
Right, that's Gareth Haynes there. Gareth Haynes not happy about something as Mitchell Ball continues to lead. Michael Cornell is thinking, what have I got to do today to lead one of these races? He's leading the Masters subclass, but now he's been following Charlie King round all day. Now he's following Mitchell Ball. And he's saying, can I not have a turn at the front? Great battle for third, by the way.
Charlie King hasn't got the sort of power advantage he had in the dry, and he's looking to be swallowed up by the 27-hour Patterson in the all-black. Oh, that's not great. As that was the
Tom
6th,
Johnson.
and Tom Johnson getting a couple of wheels on the grass, and the grass, which isn't that grippy to begin with, is even less grippy. There's a bit of water on it. But this is third, fourth, and fifth. Top two actually are coming together. As Cornell's getting a little bit closer to Mitchell Ball.
Now Cornell is in the Masters. I'm wondering just what sort of weight they are at. They've got a minimum weight of 155 kilograms, and I'm pretty sure Cornell will be right on the edge of that weight limit, as will Mitch Paul. He's a taller chap.
Well, extra weight in the wet.
Extra weight in the wet. However, he can't be running extra weight and be finishing right on the tail of Charlie King. So I'm thinking he's right on the 155 kilograms, is what I'm saying. So that's all about kart setup, performance-wise, engine-wise. And Cornell now following Mitchell Ball. He's followed Charlie King around. Now, Mitchell Ball, remember, he has been the man to beat with the Flex team. Cornell trying down the inside at Summit, not coming off there and losing out massively. I was about to say Mitchell Ball has been a 4-time champion here in TKM. 2019, 2020, and then consecutive titles in 23 and 24.
Well, that attempt by Cornell to get past has cost him quite a bit of time. More importantly, he's throwing him back into the clutch of Charlie King, who seems to just relax a little bit more, got an idea of where the grip levels are. And of course, if the rain stops, this will dry up very quickly and become a purely dry circuit.
Yeah, still a bit slippery there, though, looking like, as the carts slither their way through the dogleg. Lap time-wise, 53 seconds. Their lap times are coming down, Nick, so the rain is kind of lightening off somewhat, and the track conditions coming back to these drivers. Gareth Haynes, who was the driver gesticulating annoyingly, he's put in the fastest lap of the race so far, 52.398 for Gareth, down in 7th, so he'll be coming back on a charge.
Two of them now. That's Tom Johnson still trying to have a go at Al Patterson. They have been dropped very slightly by Charlie King as they all sweep round through Pennon and into Rapids Bend. The net effect at the moment is that Mitchell Ball again has managed to gap back out Cornell. King's back by another half second. It's all equidistant gaps. So look there, this is a bit further down the field. That's the 20. It's Gareth Haynes in the blue and white machine. He's behind the all Tony Kart, all the time livery of Joseph Booth. Joseph. Looking there he is. The two of them battling hard over the lower positions.
That blue kart there, quickest kart on the track for a moment there. Charlie King has snatched the fastest lap back, 51.148. So the track is evolving back to us as we just click by half distance.
Yeah,
so the rain has stopped, I take it.
And therefore, this is King going back in his comfort zone. He picked up nearly half a second on the leader there. So Michael Cornell and Mitchell Ball will soon be seeing Charlie King breathing down their neck. And given what he's done previously, you think he's going to have a chance of actually getting past them if there's enough time. There's still quite a lot of the race to go. And there we have second and third right together.
Yeah, Charlie King's now going to hassle Michael Cornell. Cornell wanting to just catch back up to Mitchell Ball. But now that the drier track is evolving, here comes Charlie King. He's dominated the two heats. He's trying to dominate the super heat, but that's a move on Cornell down the inside. That has been coming for the last two laps.
Contested. Cornell thought, I'm not fighting this one. He's not a mile. He's not over 35.
Well,
he's not battling Lumbago.
There was nothing Cornell could do, really, because the move was made very cleanly. And if Cornell's not careful, he's going to have Al Peterson right there with him as well. He needs to stay on the bumper of Charlie King. There's plenty of time for King to catch Mitchell Ball. That's the thing. As they head down back towards the paddock here on the Woodland Straight into the dogleg chicane and then out across the line. Let's see what the gap is. So the gap was 9/10.
It's a different driver now.
Yeah, 1.1 seconds now to Charlie King, and we'll monitor that next time by as King takes first hand at chasing down Mitchell Ball. If the rain keeps off, he will come back to him.
Just to give you an idea how much the track's improved. The first lap round they did 1 minute and 6, and they're now down to 50 flat.
Yeah.
So they were losing 16 seconds of skidding around, and every lap has got a little bit quicker, a little bit quicker, a little bit quicker.
That's the difference of slicks on a damn track, isn't it? There's no grip whatsoever, no grip on turning, no grip on putting the power in. Got to be very delicate on both pedals.
And we're now effectively in an all dry circuit times. We might find another second or two, but it's not. Oh, someone goes wide there, proving me wrong. But it's basically, at this point, it's back to all bets are back on again to how you would be qualified. You also saw Mitchell Ball up and launch into the lead during the damp phase. King that time round only got a 10th. He set the fastest lap of the race, but it was only a 10th faster than Mitchell Ball.
So we've got some debris or something on the track there as they come towards the start-finish straight. We'll have a look at that, see what that was. Looked like something black and square. There's Johnson, the number 6 in 5th place there. Just behind Al Peterson, who likewise is just behind Michael Cornell. And just ahead of Cornell is Charlie King pulling away from him. And Charlie King only able to take a 10th of a second out of Mitchell Ball last time through. They're about to give us a chance of measuring that gap again as they head down towards us. Here comes the leader, the blue and yellow flex cart of Mitchell Ball crosses the line. Charlie King puts in another fastest lap, the gap down to just under 9/10. However, with 1 minute and 45 on the clock, I'm not sure Charlie King has the performance to bring that gap down to a challenging position. It's a chain guard. That's the debris I could see.
Well done.
Wind blowing it around somewhat. And somebody's just clipped it. That's soon going to be smashed to smithereens and unretrievable. Hopefully it's not going to cause too much damage.
No, but the person who's lost the chain guard should be black flag.
That is very true.
Black and orange flag, to be honest.
I'm not seeing any kind of warnings or mechanical flag. So there'll be the officials will be trying to spot who that chain guard is for. We've got about a minute on the clock here, so it's going to be at least 2 more laps for Mitchell Ball and Charlie King, and the gap's come down to 7/10.
There's 3 laps. They'll get over another lap.
Including this one.
Yeah. So it's 2 7/8 for a lap, yeah. So fastest lap now drops to 49.9, and that's Joseph Booth. So
track coming back to these drivers every single moment here as we watch the number 27, Al Peterson, chasing down Michael Cornell. He's in the blue overalls with the all-white cart. And he's been second in both heats behind Charlie King. However, it's different here in the super heat with Mitchell Ball leading. Charlie King gaining. 7/10 of a second is the gap at the line last time by. It will be at least 1 more lap after this one as the leaders cross the line underneath us. Mitchell Ball, 5/10 of a second. It's another 2 laps of racing.
And that's Booth getting upside Johnson. So that's a change for 5th and 6th. But Johnson comes straight back again. Booth has been quick all the time. Just holds him out through Summit. So that is a change for the lower reach of the top 5.
Yeah, Joe Booth been lining that one up on Tom Johnson for a little while now, the number 4. These two, 4th and 6th in the championship last year. Mitchell Ball is being caught, hand over fist by Charlie King.
Yeah, it's a battle for the lead that really counts now.
Half a second in it. That's the yellow and blue flex cart of Mitchell Ball just going out of the picture there. It's the second cart in the shot there. Mitchell Ball, the yellow cart there, coming up upon a back marker. And the last lap board will show Mitch will not want to be deterred or detained, or delayed is the word I'm trying to search for.
It won't be something anyway.
Delayed at any point. As we head into the final lap there, Charlie King's going to be right on his bumper at the end of this.
Yeah. So basically this race was if it gets to the end, the race was won on the first lap when Mitchell Ball's experience in damp conditions really told. He managed to break away. Charlie King, not quite as effective, found himself, I think, down in 4th place and a couple of seconds off. Obviously, once we've gone dry, it's back to Charlie King we've seen in the heats, i.e. comprehensively the fastest. And there we go, hopping through. It's the line, and it's going to win for Mitchell Ball in the superheat. Not sure that'll give him pole for the main race. It's enough for Charlie to stay that pole position.
Yeah, I think Charlie King's had enough of 2 heat wins and a second place in the superheat. As we've got Michael Cornell finishing in 3rd. Again, I'm sure Michael Cornell could well be finishing on starting the final on the front row of the grid. Al Peterson 4th. Joseph Booth 5th, Tom Johnson 6th. And then we had Matthew Harris, Leo Crabtree, Gareth Haynes and Alexander Lehman. Jamie Scott, the current champion, finishing outside the top 10 there in 11th spot, just ahead of the vice-champion Ben Watson. So the champion and vice-champion outside the top 10 there in the superheat here at Dunkeswell. So looking back on that one, we've got Mitchell Ball. As the rain continued to increase, Charlie King loses out to Mitchell Ball on the yellow cart there. Michael Cornell makes it through into 2nd. Lots of action on what was a damp track initially. Michael Cornell challenged for the lead and then didn't really come back. And then Charlie King, as the rain stopped and the track began to dry, we saw some more conventional karting take place with Charlie King pace being able to be refound somewhat and able to come back towards the front of the field there and challenge Mitchell Ball all the way to the flag. We are about to get on with the 2B finals now.
And you're telling me it's 4 to bump?
I will confirm that.
You talk, I'll confirm.
Okay. Let's have a look at how the B final will shape up. We've got 27 karts in the B final. That's how well subscribed our senior Rotax grid is. In fact, I can tell you, senior Rotax, 58 entries in this one. With Zari Visarek leading the field away, Jacob Felton alongside, Ryan Shepton and Dylan Morgan on row 2. We then got Michael Seddon and Luca Cook, James Wood and Oakley Garthwaite, both from the Origin team, Leo French and Jack Maidment, William Eberhardt and Jack Theobald, James Dawkins, Farhad Arian, Eddie King and Robbie Rigby line up on row 8. Row 9 is Joshua Priest and Cameron Davey. Then we've got Chris Jordanov and Jacob Mockler, Jensen Artson and Via Maru, Zach Fletcher and Isaac Reynolds, Jamie Kidney and Samuel Christiansen, and then Tommy Lee Davis rounding off 27 karts for this B final. How many go through, Nick? 4. Thought it was. It's the usual industry standard for the Junction 6 NKC. That's the grid making their way around as we look towards Zari Visarek, the kart on the left-hand side of the screen, the yellow and blue with the red trim of Zari. After a poor qualifying, qualifying, having to fight his way out of the B final for Zari as he heads into the lead. Now remember, the key point of this race will be that 4th place.
That's right.
Squabbling still, can't really make out who's 4th, Nick, at the moment.
Visarek really should just disappear in the distance. He's completely out of position where he should be. So having got clear air as well, barring a mechanical breakdown and mistake, he should manage to get one of those 4 transfer spots. Second and third having a right old scuffle around at the moment. Oh, there's a cart facing the wrong way at 72. That is Luca Cook, who's dropped out of an almost position. He's in 7th, and now he's dropped down to the back, and getting through will be virtually possible. In many ways, park and safety tyres, Luca, because you're not going to get yourself in the A final. So,
yeah, save your tyres for round 2, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what you could be considering.
Is away. So second and third, that is just going across the line now, and it is going to be in second place. It's Leo French. If it's Dylan Morton and Leo French are coming and going at the same time on 333 and 325. The yellow and the blue. They've changed position 3 times already, actually. The 333 is the yellow and blue of Leo French, but he's been in second and third on this lap. Fourth place is now the 165, or is it 185? 185, I think, of Michael Seddon. But he's under pressure from the 161 of Jacob Felton. So it's all going on. Don't forget, 4th and 5th is where it all counts. Because 4th, yay, my day is continuing. I'm off to the final. 5th, I'm going to go home.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one when you find yourself in the B final. Do you want to just sort of, discretion being the better part of valour, save your tyres for round 2, like you've just mentioned there? Or do you want to continue with your race weekend? I think I'd probably want to continue with my race weekend, to be honest.
It's all about points. And, if you're not one of the regular top drivers, you may find, right, I get in the A final, and yeah, I start 34th. It might be a chaotic one. I might end up, 20th and get a pack full of points for my requirement. And now the battle really is raging now. As the 333 of Leo French drops down, I think, another place to the all-white one. All-white with a bit of red flashing. It's not really all-white. The 161 Jacob Felton. So just kind of waiting to settle down. Again, one of the things about a B final is some people are B final place, and some people have had to have a bad day. And they have elements of bad day. Vicichek's bad day got him on the pole. Other bad days have him down. So there's a lot of mixed performances in here, and people who aren't really enjoying themselves so far are trying to get a bit of a better day. Sweeping round the hairpins. Let's try and work out where everyone is. I think this is the 3rd, 4th battle here on the screen at the moment. So underneath goes Vicichek by a long way. And you've got Dylan Morton in 2nd. This is now 3rd place. I don't think Leo French anymore. I think it's Felton. Yes, it's Seddon and Felton from Wood. French had a horrible lap down to 8th. So he was bumping. No, he's not. And up the inside comes the 1-6. Almost. Ooh, someone's found some biscuits. The 161 there remains in 4th place. The 361 is James Wood. Now Wood is currently not bumping up, and so Wood needs to move up 1 position and get past either of these 2 carts and continue his day.
And James will be fully aware of what's required from his Origin Motorsport cart. He can see that 4th place ahead of him, and will now James Wood is a bit of an expert at Rowra. He's from Workington, our favourite place in Cumbria, and he will be back out at round 2, even more racier than he's been here at round 1. At the moment, though, he's had a bit of a character-building weekend and finds himself in the B final and trying to get all he can find in his toolkit to catch Jacob Felton and make the move. Here is the move, is it?
Oh!
Yes, not quite there. He was down the inside, but he didn't have the momentum to pull alongside. And if he's not careful, Joshua Priest in that 6th place is going to have him as well.
It is literally do or die. You either do this, you have a death to your chances of the weekend. So Kasia is away. Then Morton. You upset my name with Kasia Vicichek. Right, stop laughing and tell me what I've done wrong.
Zauri Visarek at the front of the field.
It's close, isn't it?
Zauri Visarek. It was, yeah. 8/10 clear. 4 seconds to... so 8/10 to Dylan Morton. Dylan Morton's got 4 seconds to this battle here of Jacob Felton and James Wood, who's now made his way and gotten by Michael Seddon, who was the driver in 3rd. So Jacob Felton and James Wood has now moved up to qualify.
Yeah, so it's Seddon is the first person whose weekend's going to finish. Obviously subject to scrutiny, of course.
He was 3rd.
So that's not gone well for him.
So he'll not be happy with that. Here they come down towards the chicane.
There's another Origin car, isn't there, behind Seddon. So is Josh Priest an Origin car as well?
We've got Oakley Garthwaite is the black and white car. Now moved ahead. He's just moved ahead, yeah.
Up the inside, side by side, going into Summit.
So James has been trying to get by Jacob Felton now. He's aware that he's he's more than aware, I would think.
They're not making this very exciting, are they? Because the four of them all broken away from the
Yeah,
fifth place person. They're
they
really not
have.
playing ball with our let's build the tension.
However, if James is not careful and he continues trying to get by Jacob Felton, they might. You never know. They might have a bit of a scrap. Is that a change for the lead?
Change the lead. It is, yeah.
Dylan Morton's gone ahead.
Got past Kazari.
Yeah,
Kazari?
Dylan Kazari Visserek.
That's fine. Kazari's not Kazari.
So it's a TT Motorsport kart now in the lead. Zari Visserek. He's got his KGR overalls on, but that's not a Kieran. It is a Kieran. Is that Kieran Gifford Racing?
Might be.
Completely different livery on the kart. James Wood's fallen off the back of Felton inside of 2 minutes to go.
But James Wood is second. Actually, now Garthwaite's going to fifth. That could be a chance of Garthwaite comes forward again.
Well, Garthwaite is the same team as James Wood.
No, it doesn't mean
so. It doesn't mean anything. Oakley will not have that in his mind whatsoever.
So it's a case now. Just waiting to see. Is this going to be a slow burn or is it going to be a bust? Is the question. It's really down to really what Oakley Garthwaite can do in fifth place. You can get up to the back of the Wood kart. He was 1.2 seconds behind last time. It doesn't look much improved this time with 1:23, so about 3 laps to go.
Yeah, let's see where it is as they cross the line. 1.3. It's actually bigger.
Fastest lap is Dylan Morton, which is why he's taken the lead with a 48.4. 4.99, so 48.5 really. Up on 3 wheels for Felton, but Felton's comfortably in third, just as Wood is quite comfortably in fourth. He's going to carry on gapping Garthwaite, Morton, and Woodrick has gone through.
Maybe it's dawned on James that he's qualified, he's fourth, and he doesn't need to push Jacob Felton. He's going to be on the back row of the grid if he overtakes Jacob Felton. He's gone a different side, yeah.
And also, you try and get past someone, the chance is going to be an issue.
And to be honest, when you're starting on the 33rd or 34th place in an A final, you're going to hope there's a bit of shenanigans,
Argy and Bargy,
which you can sort of sit back on and pick your way through. So yeah, that'll be at the 40. He doesn't need to chance anything. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by though, Nick.
We're getting a little bit more precipitation. There's
a little bit more on
Ash's camera.
That's Ash's camera,
that could
isn't
be
it?
3 spots. It won't be enough. There's a really interesting with karting is it's like you have like a certain amount of rain and it's fine. You get 1% more and they're all over the shop.
Yes,
there's a real knife edge of where the grip comes and goes.
It really is.
As they are doing a bit of lapping, they get excited. This is somebody dropping out. Garthwaite is still 1.3 behind, and they are going to start the last lap, I think, in the second now.
Garthwaite is actually struggling to keep Michael Seddon behind. Into the final lap then. This is the battle for third and fourth.
James Wood!
Oh,
James.
My goodness.
Right, this is the battle.
And he hasn't even handed it to his teammate.
No.
Because that's Seddon who's come through.
This is all about, we just need to stay on these guys. Don't care who wins this one. It's all about these 3. It's the 185. Suddenly, Michael Seddon has that position back again. Up the inside goes Garthwaite, and Garthwaite picks the bumper place. Garthwaite is going into the A final. Then side by side. Can anyone come around? Up the inside, it's the Guy Cunnington racing 136 Eddie King, but no, and it's Garthwaite. After all that, what did James Wood do?
Oh, James, what did you do? You tripped over the leader.
We just told you you didn't need to do it. We told you you didn't need to do it.
You didn't need to trip over Jacob Felton. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell him that.
Well,
and he's gone and handed the final qualifying position to his teammate at Origin Motorsport in the form of Oakley Garthwaite. Oakley Garthwaite, the final qualifier, he will join Jacob Felton alongside him, and then just above them, Zari Visserek and Dylan Morton.
Well.
My goodness. I'm sure he'll look back at that. I'm sure he will not look back at this live stream to watch that back.
Indeed. We're not reviewing that, but let's review the highlights. And it was all action all the time. Visserek, reasonable start, and we thought he was going to run away with it, but in fact he was chased down as time went on. Dylan Morton eventually won it. Look at that. On 2 wheels, they're fighting away. This didn't look important at the time. It was Seddon and 165.
Yeah, there's James Wood making his through back onto the rear bumper of Jacob Felton.
And everything was fine.
It turned out he didn't need to pass. This one here.
Fine, don't need to.
Maybe he had the momentum coming out of turn 1. There's the move for the lead.
And
here is the disaster.
Yeah,
that is James Wood.
No, dear, oh dear.
Oh, my goodness, James. And then Oakley Garthwaite there coming into the picture as the final qualifier. Had to fight Michael Seddon for that final qualifying place.
Nipped up inside
James, if it's any consolation, you've got more rubber on your tyres for Rowrah, which we know how quick you are at Rowrah. So, mate,
I'm not sure that is any consolation.
It's a small consolation, I know. Put your head in your hands and think about Rowrah.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
What a finish.
Drama. About that.
Drama and intrigue aplenty, as ever.
So it's juniors now, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had 2 mega super heats from our juniors. We've got our B final. Let's see who they are. We've got 20 karts that have qualified, who have not qualified for the A final. So the same thing. We've got 4 karts to go through. Lucas Hilton and Logan Hartson on the front row. Ethan Barrow and Zach Chahi, birthday boy yesterday, 13 years old. Thanks for the cake. George Theobald and Isaac Welsh on row 3. Row 4 is Leonardo Palaggi and novice driver Nico Webers. Sam Green Gomez and Archie Cannon are on row 5. Row 6 is William Spencer and Reese Kelsall. Alex Mann and Callum Wilson are next on row 7. Row 8 is Eli Mann and Philip Jankowski. James Gordon and Aaron Maidman are on row 9. And then rounding off 20 karts, Louis Marchand and Charlie White. A lot of novices in the B final.
Unsurprisingly, because it's a very competitive class and you just can't come in here and win the whole thing.
No, you cannot.
So hopefully the young people have watched this and realise just be in the top 4, don't be a hero.
Only 18 karts have come out.
You sure?
Yeah.
People have probably gone, I've had a really, really bad
yeah.
home.
Yeah.
You can be at the back because you've actually written the car off. And you can be literally licking your wounds about, this is not going to get going, is it? In a million years.
No, they're going to be sent around.
I'm not quite sure how they managed to get so out of line with everything.
Actually, we might have 20 karts at the moment. We're showing only 14. So I don't know what's happened there.
Well, there's a possibility we've only got 14 because people might not bother going out. But
we had 18 come out to start with.
There's some conversations going on of why are you there, what's going on.
Yes.
Why are you on that piece of track? It's not. I don't believe you should be there. So I think we've got more than 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, 4, yeah, there's 16 or 18 there. But we are now waiting to see. Now, slow down, everybody, and get yourself in a decent line. I don't quite know what they got quite so wrong last time.
Quite a few novices out there, Nick, so they'll be just learning the regs of how to start, learning the processes of starting, as we've got them being told to slow down. We should get this away now.
It's not the greatest tram line event either, I didn't think, to be honest, but never mind.
B final started, first 4 to qualify, scrabbling their way through. There's the Carlos Sainz 55 with the red and black and yellow livery of that brand, OTK chassis. Oh, everybody tripping over everybody through the Summit hairpin, sorting themselves out by the time they get onto the short back straight towards the Always hairpin, and then from there out of the right-hander into the left-hander at Pennant, and then into the right. Still movement. That's why I never even bothered trying to call the place, is until they start coming back towards us out of the hanger hairpin, which is they're out here. That looks like Lucas Hilton though, at the front of this field.
I'm not sure about the rest of the positions though, because they're probably quite different.
Yeah, only 14 karts taking to the track for this one, and
ending the day early.
Crosses the line in first place. Lucas Hilton, Sam Green Gomez, Logan Hartson, Zach Charl, Alex Mann, Ethan Barrow, George Theobald. That 4th place kart is the one that we need to focus on. And that is the number 28.
Ethan Barrow just made a place into 5th place above Alex Mann, so he's now the first person not qualifying for the A final. Yes, let's all go forward with a wave. Let's go after everyone else. Top 4. No one's getting away so far. There's a change, in fact, for the lead almost. Change for second. Change for. I'll do what you do, not say anything.
Yeah, keep quiet. They're side by side through the Rapids bends. That's not usually able to be done. However, they proved us wrong in this B final, as they head out of the hanger hairpin and down towards the dog leg into the chicane. It's still Hilton, though, very much with that black nose of that cart, very much at the front of the field. We've got Logan Hartshorn, Sam Green Gomez, Zach Charles still in that 4th place. It is the blue and yellow livery of Charles, who was 13 yesterday. And he was the one with the chocolate log birthday cake that you didn't get to have a trial, did you?
You didn't bring a piece for me.
There he is.
I just had to edit your interview and do all that sort of stuff.
Did you take the chocolate cake bit out?
Of course not. Oh, good. Why did chocolate cake bit out?
Actually, I wish I had time that more.
We're all about cake, you know that.
Lovely chocolate cake, that.
So this one's
he's pulling away. There's the number 11.
He's got to talk to you, but the worst gap ever between 4th and 5th.
Zach Charles is pulling away. Oh, there's a little bit of a wipe of the
bit
camera lens.
Let's wipe the lens. Okay, so we are now 2 minutes and a half into this 8-minute final.
Wasn't that the unmanned camera that was getting wiped?
That's a worry.
Hairpin. Bit odd.
No, it's fine. I think it may.
Oh, slipping and sliding. The rain's coming.
The
rain is coming. The lap times are still in the 50s. And Charles ran down the inside and trying to get 3rd. Can he hang on to it? I think he has, patting the head. Seems to be a muscle memory thing, that.
Yeah, I've gone past them.
Charles into 3rd.
So 4th is that Hilton in 4th? Or
That's
is it
Sam Green Gomez in 3rd now. In 4th now.
I'm trying to look at who's leading.
Yeah. So that's the leader there.
No, I know who the cart number is.
We've had a change of lead.
I think the leader's got the 3rd.
Because
I think.
Lucas Hilton has had a mistake.
Yeah, it's got the 4th.
Which is what I meant by the rain has come.
So I was looking at 46 going, why is 46 there? So behind him, it's the 11. Is that Carlos Sainz colour?
It is, yeah, that's the CS55.
11, that's the Ethan Barrett. So Barrett now in that black and red machine. He is chasing down the 46, which is our erstwhile previous leader, Lucas Hilton, who's currently now the last transfer spot.
We've got a contact warning for Logan Hartshorn. So, cause or effect. How did Lucas Hilton end up in 4th? We'll put 2 and 2 together and get 6, because Logan Hartshorn, with a contact warning, who was in 2nd, now in 1st, might have been responsible for making that happen.
You can take the man out of the police. You can't take the policeman out of the man. DCI Bradley there on the beat at Dunkeswell.
Sherlock Gnomes.
There's your 11 in 5th place, just dropping off a little bit at the moment from the 46 of Hilton. There they go round Summit. They are battling for the final bump up, final transfer slot. Now behind the 11 it's Nico Verbers, who is really pushing hard. Oh, Verbers has got a bumper down, so he's not going to last long. So Verbers' bumper is off, so he's almost certainly going to pick up a mechanical, to the point where he has a mechanical flag now. So Verbers does have a mechanical, so his run in 6th place will be coming to an end in the next lap or so. The bumper has been dislodged, and it is dangerous and a malfunction mechanical. And there we go now, looking these 3. So still not really able to push on is Hilton. So he's right behind him, he's got Barrow. Barrow right behind him is Verbers. Verbers, we said before, is out of this race with a mechanical. Yep, he's realised he's got mechanical. He's raised his hand, I think. I think he's realised he's got mechanical, raised his hand. The rain is more prevalent on the screen, the camera screen. Whether it's doing anything yet, the carts, I don't know.
Well, lap times, no, because the leaders are 49-second lap times here. So they're still getting performance. Nico Weber's there with the errant rear bumper. Whether or not a novice driver, which Nico is, whether he will spot that black flag warning. Sorry, not the flag, it's like a mechanical flag, isn't it? It's a light board that he will.
He should come off the track now. I think he's raising his hand. Did he come off the track there? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done. Bad luck as well.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. That's not anything that he did. That's obviously been helped off by a car behind him. So that's Lucas Hilton and the number 11 Ethan Barrow. This is where the action is, because that's the final qualifying spot. And the Carlos Sainz cart there of Ethan Barrow looking like he can get by, doesn't he?
He's got a lot of pace there, and I think we are getting a little bit of rain play. Oh, perhaps not. 45, no.
Still 49s.
Perhaps not. It does. You'd think there'd be a little bit, but it hasn't reached that crossover point of causing them problems yet. And then good recovery there from
personal best on lap 7 from Sam Green Gomez.
Yeah, Hilton actually has a good little recovery there because he's under horrendous pressure coming out through the complex just after Summit, and he's pulled away a little bit of a gap. Looks like he's got a little bit. He's certainly got the tail sliding around and about now. Yeah, lap times are slipping Joe by about 3/4 to a second now. They're down to 51s.
Well, the lead is still doing 49, so there's a 49 lap time on the track. That's the thing. Everybody else beginning. I mean, personal best from Leonardo Palagi and Archie Cannon. So they've gone as quick as they've done all race with inside the final minute here. Still, this 4th place being held by Lucas Hilton, and oh my goodness, the number 11 Ethan Barrow he clearly feels like he's been held up here. But who's this coming? Leonardo Palagi and Archie Cannon. Really, pushing on to get by the Carlos Sainz driver. And he's dropped off the back of Hilton now. And they've got 2 more laps.
And they're coming round now. It's the 11. He's going to get under severe pressure from Piaggi as he goes into Summit. This doesn't count for anything. It's just who wants to be 5th, which is, first best person not to be currently appearing in the main final. But that has lost a lot of time and given a lot of space to Lucas Hilton, who's currently running 4th. Of course, the time has expired, so they're going to start their last lap any moment now. And they're all somebody off there. Not that important.
Yeah, that's the weekend already over for that driver there, as he wasn't going to qualify any further. There is a 49.2 still from Logan Hartzone.
Okay, he's
so
doing well.
The lap time is still available. 49.9 from Sam Green Gomez. Zach Charles, 50.4. So the track conditions not changing. And the last lap opportunity now for lap driver there, Lucas Hilton, to qualify through the A final. And if the 2 carts behind Ethan Barrow and Leonardo Palagi can continue to do that to each other, then that's going to play into the hands of Lucas Hilton.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a case really where that scrapping has really released Lucas Hilton, who obviously was leading this race. He made a bit of a mistake, got 4 minutes out, but he could have been caught, I think, possibly by the 11 of Barrow. But Barrow's had to deal with numerous attacks by Palagi, which he's allowed to do, obviously. You haven't got to sit there and allow it to do it, but I think that's kind of taken away the chance of anything happening, and they're over the line now. Hartshorn has bumped up, Sam Green Gomez has bumped up, Zach Charles has bumped up, and Lucas Hilton is your last in the transfers. First person not bumping up, subject to the scrutiny, is Ethan Barrow, then Leonardo Palagi, Archie Cannon, George Theobald, Arab Maidment, Philip Jankowski, Alex Mann, and James Gordon and whoever Reese Kosel and Nico Verber did not make the trip. Let's relive the finest moments of the Junior Rotax B final.
Well, it was all about 4th place, wasn't it? As Hilton, our final qualifier, led a chunk of that race for quite a while, started to be challenged, and the rain began to affect things. Just gets helped out of the way there as the battle for 4th ensued. The number 11 in the form of Ethan Barrow struggled to hang on to the back of Lucas Hilton, and when he started to be challenged from Leonardo Palagi, well, that kind of played well into it, didn't it? Our next race, everybody, with the Junior Rotax B final having just concluded, we now go into our first A finals. This is for the Rotax 177s. We've got the grid now being formed for the first A final of the year. Matthew Lambert on the pole position from George Walker alongside Ryan Taylor-Truman, current champion, alongside Scott Smith on row 2. Cole Edwards, Rob Simpson, Will Murdoch and Ollie Owen, Joshua Pickford and Nathan Wells, Archie Elliott on row 6 with Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Alexander Colanciano and Jack Taylor, Ian Brandfield and Mark Gilly. Mark Gilly would be delighted with that 16th place start. Jake Davis and Patrick Williams-Raj, Ethan Wyatt and Louis Rees are on 10. David Simpson, Dan Millward, Steve Gilly on row 12 with Ashton Parsons. Dan Milner and Harry Taylor are next up. We've got Liam Dean alongside Ryan Layton, Adam Mallins and Lawrence Hilton, Tyler Fossey alongside Marcus Basley, Martin Bramwell alongside Solomon Williams, rounding off a 34-card field. So just give you an idea of the rundown of the finals. This is the 177 final, kicking off the year finals. We then go into our Intermax finals, Inter Rotax, then the senior TKM, then the senior Rotax, and round one of the Junction 6 NKC being concluded with the junior Rotax A final. Got a non-starter there, Nick.
Yeah, I think it looks like 20. I know there's a 22. It looks relatively far back on the grid.
The 22,
or
did you
27.
say? That's Dan Millward if it's 22.
Okay, so he's bashing the starter button, but it's not working. Apparently hitting it hard doesn't make it start.
Yeah, it doesn't usually work from impact. It's a switch. So maybe a flat battery if that's what we're seeing happen now. Maybe you're told up, I don't know. It's hard to judge from over here. As Matthew Lambert then for Nib Sport at arguably their home track. I know they're local to Clay Pigeon as well, so they're from the south. George Walker alongside. This is going to be an absolute ding-dong of an affair with Ryan Taylor and Scott Smith behind.
Oh!
And that is Archie Elliott.
Car 2 has had a nightmare.
That's Archie Elliott, the vice champion from 2025, gets dinged out.
And that's a new axle.
That's a bent axle.
Now,
that's his
is
final.
That a start?
I think we've started.
Okay, it is a start. Okay.
Archie Elliott not happy whatsoever here. Whether that was something to do with rain or somebody oiling up and somebody having to get round one another, we have started this one. By all accounts, I can see nothing but green flags.
Green. Let's go.
And that is away. Matthew Elliott. And that is Cole Edwards, it looks like, in second. So in that chaos, Cole Edwards has made his way through from Scott Smith and George Walker. I've lost track of where Taylor Truman is.
Look,
he's kind of missing.
I don't know. Is he fit? No, he's got involved in something somewhere. Where is Ryan Taylor Truman?
He's dropping down the order like a stone.
In the stone, he's
in 11th.
Wow. Lots of yellow flags, lots of stuff going on. Very, very complex opening couple of lines. We lose someone on the start finish. I'm surprised it didn't get go around. Perhaps it had already been released at that point. And it's all green. There's a yellow flag to the outside as well of the Valley corner. But we have a big lead for Matthew Lambert before this battle of three cars, which is Edwards, Smith, and someone else has broken down. It's 46 of Ian Branfield, who was in 16th place. He's now gone as well. That's it, second, third, and fourth now. Begin their attempt to catch back up to Lambert. Will Edwards, Smith, or Walker get there? And what now? He's going with Ryan Taylor Truman.
Another kart with a massively damaged rear end.
87, but I don't know whether he was from this race or the previous race.
Here goes the move for second then as George Walker gets down the inside of Cole Edwards. And that's a textbook move into turn one.
Was that before the yellow flag, though?
I think so. The yellow flag's not until turn two, which is Summit. There was no yellow flags into turn one, so he's allowed to do that. And he has got second place. He's now off and after Matthew Lambert. And remember, our finals, everybody, are 12 minutes in one lap. So two more minutes of racing.
Very good news for Ryan Taylor Truman, who's recovering back into ninth after whatever went wrong around the first corner for him. I mean, he should have been ahead of the instant with the number two, so I'm not quite sure what happened, but perhaps we'll see on a replay at some point what happened on that start line and where it affected.
Just look at George Walker and how much he's pulled on Cole Edwards in one lap. Cole Edwards now under threat from Scott Smith. Behind them, Nathan Wells, Josh Pickford, Ryan Taylor Truman back up another 2 places to 7th. Rob Simpson, first of the Masters in 8th. Ollie Owen 9th. Lincoln Bailey Arneson is the driver that rounds off the top 10. But, and now a challenge on Scott Smith from Nathan Wells. Nathan Wells there with the purple and white cart goes through on the white livery of Scott Smith and into fourth place.
I don't remember mentioning Nathan Wells all day, and now he's popped up in the top 5. In fact, fourth now.
Yeah.
It's very spread out at the top. That's Ryan Taylor Truman in the red machine going around there. He is looking at 6th. He currently hasn't gained any so far this particular lap. He's got the Origin machine with Josh Pickford ahead of him. And he is not used to being this far down in an NKC final. But
no, he's had a very out of character weekend.
Absolutely,
TT. He's behind the 56 of Josh Pickford. That's an Origin livery and a TT Motorsport livery. The orange cart being Ryan Taylor Truman, the black and white cart being been, who did I say? Josh Pickford.
Don't worry about it.
Clearly went down my head.
Just short-term memory, it's
I'm
fine.
thinking of far too many things at the same time. We are still 2 minutes away from half distance, so there's plenty of time. Walker, by the way, in second, is the fastest kart on the track at the moment, as we've got some great midfield battles going on.
Oh, that's shoved. Who that was? Just shoved the guy out the way.
Yeah, I think that's not in the textbook.
So let's have a look. So the big battle really is third down, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. So in fairness, we need to keep an eye on first and second because Walker's gaining on Lambert very quickly.
Well, Walker's just
put
put
the
two.
Inside goes Taylor Truman. Beautiful move by Taylor Truman to pick up sixth place over Pickford. And now he's going to try and find 2 seconds before he gets to Scott Smith.
And that will come to him very, very quickly. He's got some massive pace here.
There's the leaders.
There's the leaders. It was 3:10s. That's not 3:10s. With 2, maybe 3 consecutive fastest laps from George Walker, he's not necessarily going to put in another fastest lap because now he's in the wake of Matthew Lambert. Matthew Lambert, we know how to defend here at Dunkeswell. However, 7 minutes on the clock. Has he gone purple? He has not, but a personal best from Lambert gets a little bit of a nudge there.
Oh, that's going to be a contact warning, surely.
Absolutely, you think so.
He's nudged him out of the way. It's happened again. He carried too much speed up the inside. Can they get the over and under? We've been three-corner pass. No.
Didn't George Walker do that in the? It was somebody else. Superheat.
No, somebody else did it. Exactly the same thing.
No, he did that to Matthew Lambert, and he showed his cards earlier on. Very early on in the race.
Yeah,
and then Matthew Lambert knew where he was going to have a go, so he defended that area for the remaining part of the heat.
Walker is absolutely all over Lambert. Now, obviously, it is easy to find. The most important thing about this is it means Edward Wells and Smith are getting closer, as is Ryan Taylor Truman. Let's just see what the lap times are this time. They did 48.4 was the lap time. 48.7, lap time last time. 49.6. So it cost him 0.8 of a second to have a scrap. On a lap.
Yeah, and that's going to allow Cole Edwards.
He's going wide. He's going to try to switch back. And look at that. It's right behind them now. 1, 2 and 3. Another attempt to get past Summit. And all you're doing is allowing the people behind to get past.
And now George Walker says, right, I'm being caught. I'm going to stop scrapping with you and we're going to gain a gap because now Cole Edwards, Nathan Wells, Scott Smith and the current champion, I should say, Ryan Taylor Truman, recovering after that contact warning at the start and now recovering back through the field.
To Ryan Taylor Truman in 6th position, still has a gap of 1.6 seconds with him in 5th place. Glance over the shoulder by leader Lambert in the blue and white machine. Walker now as they go round the bottom corner. Is Walker going to actually be true to his word or is he going to try and throw something up? That's more a different line than an attempt to get past, I think, Joe. And again, but what they have now done is they've effectively made the SW champion, the Southwest champion, the man who knows Dunkeswell very well, Cole Edwards, right back in the chance of picking up he's already on the podium, picking up a win.
He's got to be considered, hasn't he? However, there's 2 drivers that would disagree with us, and that's the ones who were ahead of him.
There's Ryan Taylor Truman as well.
And there's Nathan Wells as well. You can't discount him. Scott, the white cart there in the picture, Scott Smith, he's not exactly out of contention as well. We've now got a 5-kart train, about to become a 6-kart train when Ryan Taylor Truman finally catches Scott Smith. Defensive driving from the leader, Matthew Lambert, and here comes Cole Edwards. By driving defensively, you're not on an optimum lap time. So you are going to have everyone bunch up. And by bunching up, here comes Ryan Taylor Truman. Let's see if he can pick his way through.
Half a second in each of the last 3 laps.
Purple for Ryan Taylor Truman.
And this is not my surprise face. But he's got a lot of people to get past before he finds himself on the top set of the podium. But he has got 3 before he finds himself on the podium. But Lambert is very composed in the lead. He's a composed driver in the lead. Walker is, perhaps you say, is he showing his hand too much?
Walker's off. Walker pulls off with a mechanical problem. And dejected look from George Walker. I tell you what, mate, round of applause from me because you have raced absolutely splendidly this weekend.
And he kicked the kart.
He kicks the kart in John Cleese style. Of course he has.
You're a very, very naughty kart.
Yes, right.
That's it. I've warned you before.
I've warned you before. Oh, man, George. Oh, man, I feel so much because this race was by no means over as Taylor Truman comes through. Taylor Truman picks off Scott Smith.
He's 4th.
Next on the list is Nathan Wells. as Cole Edwards, you said, could potentially win this, Nick. He's only got to get past Matthew Lambert. However,
getting past Matthew Lambert's not that easy.
Absolutely.
So there's the stricken vehicle. Oh, what bad luck. It really was, wasn't it? But anyway, let's talk about the karts that are on the track.
Can I just mention this as well? Down the order in 14th and 15th overall, we've got second and third place Masters drivers. The brothers Gilly. Mark Gilly is ahead of Steve Gilly. Well, we'll keep an eye on that while we continue watching this league battle.
Massively old people who are over 35. Anyway, now look, Ryan Taylor-Truman, he's got 2.5 minutes. So he's got about 4 or 5 laps. He's going to need to dispatch Nathan Wells as quickly as possible to give himself a chance of getting a bit further forward. And then Matthew Lambert, who has sat there leading and being harried by various different kartists throughout the day, is once again sat there leading. And now it's Cole Edwards, the Southwest champion, who is the man looking to try and take that lead off him.
Here we go then. It'll be 12 laps completed now, just over 2 minutes remaining. Matthew Lambert has a cushion as Tyler Taylor...
Who?
Tyler Taylor-Truman. Ryan Taylor-Truman through and onto the podium for Ryan Taylor-Truman. Carrying the number 1, he's last year's champion. He was 2024 champion as well. He's going for a third consecutive championship in 177s, and he had a bit of a torrid start there. He's regained his composure, and he's now chasing down Cole Edwards. Can he get one more step onto that podium?
Well, he also pulled Scott Smith past Nathan Wells as well. So Smith now in fourth, and Wells drops 2 places. So there's I think there's 3 laps to go, you think? Or it might be 4. I think it's 3 laps to go.
I tell you what, fastest lap of the race, Ethan Wyatt down in 11th. The LRG Motorsport driver there putting in a 48.060. So pace all the way down this 177 field.
Yeah, so
and Ethan, by the way, just making that weight. He was in 162s. He's just moved up to 177.
He's had a big Christmas.
He's had a big Christmas.
177. So anyway, Taylor-Truman looks over his shoulder because Scott Smith is absolutely there on the pace as well. But look, he's now close enough to really see the whites of the eyes if he's looking back at him of Cole Edwards. So those top 3 are together. Truman hasn't got that excess of pace. I think he's got a bit of excess of racecraft in some ways. Can he find a way past these 2? And they've got this and 2 more.
He hasn't found a way past all day long. So whether or not he's kept something in his toolkit for the final, we're about to see. 34 seconds on the clock. 2 more laps remaining. Cole Edwards in that bright fluorescent pink and yellow kart there. Moves on to the black and blue and white kart of Nib Sport. Matthew Lambert. 4 karts together. First, second, third and fourth. Absolute 4-kart train here as we head on to the penultimate lap.
There we go.
Tyler Taylor-Truman.
Hop out there always. Can he hold it? No, he can't hold it.
I keep saying Tyler Taylor-Truman. It's Ryan Taylor-Truman.
And he was briefly in second.
For a moment was in second place.
And has lost more than he gained in doing it as well.
Overly excited Bradley here. This is great racing.
I think Taylor-Truman's overly excited as well. But going to the last lap, you would bet quite a lot on Lambert staying in the lead because he's managed to stay in the lead every other lap so far. Cole Edwards, has he got anything? Is he prepared to just chuck it and see what happens?
We're going to find out because this is the last lap. The last time they'll go through Pit Bend here. Onto the infield section. This is a very technical part of any kart track.
Oh,
there
Ryan,
it comes.
There we go.
Fired out of a cannon comes Ryan Taylor-Truman. Cole Edwards forcing the issue. And there's Scott Smith going to spoil the party there. Taylor-Truman having to fight his way and down to 4th. He's off the podium at the moment. Can he come back at Scott Smith? Scott Smith says, no, mate, get back in place. Cole Edwards now defending. Matthew Lambert's gone.
Wow. He threw it in. He just couldn't do the slide block, and there was enough of the track for Cole Edwards to get him back. It's the absolute leading serenely is Matthew Lambert, who's never been headed in this race, even though he's been challenged for the entirety of the 12 minutes. Oh, because you absolutely deserve your twin outstretched arms, George Russell Stiley. Cole Edwards is second, Scott Smith third, Ryan Taylor-Truman starts his championship defence with 4th. I don't think he'll be 4th in many other rounds. And Nathan Wells 5th, Josh Pickford is 6th, Ollie Owen is 7th, Lincoln Bailey Arneson is 8th, Louis Rees is 9th, Ethan Wyatt is 10th. There's the rest of the people. You can read them all as they pass and they go. Well, another fantastic 177 race. Let's relive it with the highlights.
Well, 177s that delivered all day long here. It was a chaotic start here as the mid-pack accelerated. The front of the pack did not. That caused the concertina effect and caused a lot of damage on a few karts there. Biggest one being, or the biggest player being Archie Elliott, the current vice champion. There's George Walker, absolutely great drive to get into the lead. That was short-lived as Matthew Lambert came back through, and then George just waiting his time, challenging Matthew Lambert pretty much for the whole of this race until he pulled off. George Walker, absolute head-in-hands moment for him. The battle continued with Ryan Taylor-Truman after that torrid start, making his way back through, and for a moment, indeed, got back onto the podium with this move here. That was very short-lived as Cole Edwards came back and thought, nope, that's mine. And then Scott Smith followed him through as well. That demoted Taylor-Truman. This is the move. Back up to second and then back down to fourth as Cole Edwards fought his way back. But it was all about Matthew Lambert, that one. Matthew Lambert and Nib Sport. Nib Sport, the current senior Rotax 162 champions with Freddie Worlock. And a race win for Matthew Lambert there shows and bodes very well for a very strong championship contender there. Great stuff.
Cracking race. Can't argue that one.
On to the Inter-Rotax final. And this one is all about Casper McAllister. If Casper wins this race, and it's still a big ask, we've still got 12 minutes to go. If Casper wins and leads every lap, that means he has led every single lap of this Dunkeswell round one.
Which isn't massively surprising. As he is the reigning champion.
It isn't.
And he is very, very good.
He's the reigning champion. He is leaving Intermax to go to juniors, but he will start on pole position with Zane Williams alongside. Jack Daniels and Callum Miller start on row 2. Kian Kosler and Ethan McNally Roberts start on 3. Row 4 is Rian Kosler and Newton in the NKC, Oscar Tarsi. Freya Bond and Amelie Davey on 5. Maria Jurglovichuta is next up on row 6 with Bradley Beggs alongside. Jack Gillett and Harrison Parker and Thomas Gulliver and Aurelia Simpson with Max Thompson, Billy Barnes, Travis Owens, Mahi Maru and Deacon Thomas rounding off a 21 kart field. So, it's not about, I don't think anyone has any kind of pace for challenging Casper McAllister. He's here with Hunter Motorsport. Kai Hunter is looking after him today. A little bit of an arm reaching out for the NKC round here. Casper moving on to juniors, as we've said. And it will be quite a way to bow out of Inter-Rotax with a very dominant showing here in the NKC. He first came to our notice last year, didn't he? Was it last year or the year before? It was last year, wasn't it? At Forest Edge, where he absolutely blitzed everybody. And then just got consolidated after 2 very strong rounds. Consolidated across the year to bring home the Inter-Rotax Championship. So really, the honours for second place are the ones that's up for grabs, Nick.
Well, you never know. You never know. This is motor racing.
You do never know. No, absolutely.
This is motor racing.
And I hope I haven't hexed Casper, because we've kind of taken it for granted that he's going to lead.
Well, yeah, but it's that was what you'd expect. But every now and again, Bodo Glimt beat Inter Milan.
Motorsport, yes, absolutely. Sunderland beats Newcastle 2-1 against all expectations.
It's not really the same.
It's similar. We didn't expect to win.
Well, just because you had low expectations of anything.
That's true. I'm a Sunderland fan after all. But yeah, Casper McAllister has been the class of the field. It kind of, if you look beyond Casper at the racing we've seen in this Inter-Rotax class, we've had some great racing, and it bodes well for the next round at Rowra. It's a track that will, again, challenge drivers. Lots of overtaking potential at Rowra.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But first, we've got lots of Row Rouge, yes, no, those hairpins.
I see. We've got a cart clear up. I wonder why we weren't being released. There's a cart being cleared up on the.
Can you talk amongst yourself then for a?
Where are you going? Okay.
No, I'll wait.
That's fine.
I'll wait until after this one.
It's fine because there's a cart being cleared up. But interesting, the cart that's come off is now going to be able to drive itself back.
All right, is that one about 177?
Yeah, that's why they haven't released it. I think he got tangled somewhere. They managed to release it and start it, so they can now.
So have we got any chat? Have we got any chat?
There's not a lot of chat. There's people going. When's the TKM final?
I can tell you when that is.
Intermax next.
It's
Go on, Callum.
It's after this one.
Yeah. We've got 4 finals left of the first round of the NKC and the first ever NKC event to use time qualifying.
Yeah, bit of a kind of a bit of an experiment, isn't it, to see how it fares?
An ongoing
experiment.
Is.
We're going to have time qualifying in the NKC at rounds 1, 3 and 5. We're going back to the conventional mixed grid format for rounds 2, 4 and 6. So we're going to have time qualifying at Wilton Mill, time qualifying at Warden Law, the newly configured Warden Law as well.
Yes.
Let's not forget that.
Brilliantly not described by the TKC.
Brutally not described in any way,
not
shape,
described anyway.
or accurate form.
No, it's like, yeah, so I think the British there next week or something.
In April, yeah.
Yes,
well, it's April next week.
I think Andrew Mather and the team will be able to explain exactly what the amendments to the track have been.
Yeah.
Significantly better than other people may have done.
Yeah, they didn't really capture the actual...
well, I always thought it was great. Describing track changes without showing either the previous track or the current track is a little bit,
Well,
do you know what it's like? It's like pointing at a screen whilst you're commentating.
It's nothing like pointing at the screen while I'm commentating and expecting everybody to see what I'm trying to describe.
Here we go, Intermax. Oh, dear.
Oh, I'm being told it isn't the first ever time qualifying in NKC.
Don't broadcast that.
Too late.
Too late, we broadcast it.
If you see it, I'm going to see it.
Oh,
who was that?
186.
186.
Oh, Zane Williams was second.
Oh, my
He's
goodness.
Not going again.
Right, he'll have time to get back up the order.
So you can't just say
2022 was time qualifying.
No, it wasn't. We were covering 2022. Absolutely not, Gaz.
Nope, sorry, mate.
No.
It's
gone again.
We've got the live stream.
They've all gone.
Is it raining?
They've all gone.
Is it raining out there?
No.
Is that the 186 again?
I think so. But in fairness, I think other people had spun, and I think he joined the spin, and he's now waving at people going, what on earth's going on? This is Zane Williams, the novice driver, who's been going gangbusters through the field.
For a novice to qualify on the front row.
Yeah, but he's really gained places. But anyway, more importantly, he's got another lap to get his place back. And they probably decided these tyres are a little bit too cold, and the track's a little bit not 100% dry, and let's send them round again.
So that was him being a little bit... there you go.
Gaz has backed down. It's 2021 now, when we weren't... The first time they used time qualifying whilst we've been covering it.
Yes. That's more like it. Yeah. Season 10 of the NKC.
I'm sure that's right.
What? Well, we've got Ollie Nitch-Smith next year. Yeah, that's true. Ollie's the man to ask. Meanwhile, back into Rotax land, we've got a bit of a chaotic start for Zane Williams.
Is he managed to get his place back or not? I don't know. Will he get his front row slot? What's the rules when you've been overtaken by the entire field? At the moment, he's not got it. The 111 of Callum Miller is up on the front. I'm not quite sure where they need to slow down. The cars need to slow right down.
Yeah, he needs to really slow us down to let that field gather up. He has done.
Where's Zane? He's
done a great job on the Woodland Straight here of bringing it down.
I think Zane's got himself back. Yep, there he goes into position.
Oh, there he goes, Zane Williams. Hopefully he's got some heat into the tyres.
I think he's got a bumper down.
I think his bumper's down. Yes, it is.
So he's got a 5-second penalty.
That's a bumper penalty caused by him trying to make his way up the field as we get racing indeed. That's out of the tram lines for Oscar Tarsi as well, I noticed. Oof. As Zane Williams goes around the outside.
It's all for nothing.
The number 6 slots in.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be. McAllister decided you're not being ahead even for a metre. But Williams is in second with a very obvious nose penalty. So he wants to finish. Side by side away there. But he wants to finish second. He's going to be 5 seconds ahead of anybody. 61 Daniels is officially scored in third, but he's effectively net second.
Yeah, he is. We'll keep an eye on that one as it transpires. The rest of the field through without sort of any major incident there. All the carts are still on the track. Casper McAllister is disappearing away just through the hanger hairpin for the first time. Rest of the field stream through. We'll get an idea of the order that's on the track. Is the number 160. That's the one. 186 Zane Williams.
With a second. It's all gone on back there as well. I'm not sure what happened there.
We'll check who that is.
I wasn't looking right at the back then, if I'm really honest with you, but it kind of went a bit wrong there.
Yeah, a little bit of bumping and boring going on there down the order. So Jack Daniels third, Callum Miller, Ethan McNally Roberts. That's the number 43.
He's broken the car. Is he okay? He looks upset. Is he all right? I don't think we're going to get a red flag.
What number was that?
That's 43. Travis Owens, I think
Travis Owens, yeah.
He's quite upset 'cause he's broken his steering rack, and I understand that. But he's okay and he's walking away. So he has pride and
Steering rack.
Steering rod. But he has pride and he has pride. Oh, someone's by the defender over there. He has pride and wallet damage, but no personal damage.
Well, just put that down to experience, I think. Look at this train of carts, though, as we've got the number 86 off.
He's beached himself.
Deacon Thomas started at the back of the grid, and he has beached himself, as you say, Nick, and there's no one up there. The marshals are a little bit further down the track there. They'll go to his assistance as this great midfield battle here continues to... That's the number 172 of Amelie David. And ahead of Amelie is the number 61, Jack Daniels.
But behind him is Harrison Parkins. So that's all changed since they went across the line.
Jack Daniels has been overtaken by Callum Miller and Ethan McNally Roberts.
He must have had a problem because he's dropped several positions,
Yes, he has.
So... Oh, there he is. Oh, no, it's the same person. He's still stuck. Yeah, that's not how it works. He's done well, though. He's now not facing the direction he was earlier.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's taken so long to get to him. The marshals are completely unaware.
They can't see. They're blocked by the marshal hut, and they don't know where he is.
Well, it's a good job he doesn't need any assistance.
Anyway, back in the middle, 61-172. I get the impression that Jack Daniels is a teammate over there because he's putting his hand out, going, "What's going on here? I'm having a bit of a problem." Williams is in second. Down there, there's more rain on the camera lens, so I think we're getting again. It's not. It's spitting. It's just generally being damp.
Very light, isn't it? Very light rain. It's barely. It's a little bit more than mizzle.
But it's also really windy, so it's drying back off on the wind really quickly.
Being blown away. As Oscar Tarsi ahead of a train of carts. Oscar currently 10th. I think he might be up the order a little bit there.
He was 13th at one point.
Oh, and that cart still requiring a sit. That's 3 laps now. That kid's been stuck there.
Is a yellow flag in there?
I don't even know that.
Someone needs to talk to the what's going on. Right. So anyway, so they carry on going now. And the 55 and the 111 are side by side. And Ethan McNally Roberts had to back out there from Callum Miller as they battle hard. I think got a slight. Just looking at I think there's a slight glitch on the timing at the moment. 55 and 111. But because now it's saying Daniels. Yeah, there's a slight. We got a slight timing glitch going on. I need to.
Where's the timing glitch?
It's coming through the whole thing. Right. Let's.
We have still got, and now we get some assistance to that number 86. We'll get him off that curb. And the rest of the field coming through. McAllister leading, 53.7 is the fastest lap of the race. And then in second place, coming through, Zane Williams. 55 is Ethan McNally Roberts ahead of Callum Miller. Callum Miller has just lost that third place, and that's the third and final step. He's going to come back towards him.
Well, it's not really. Oh, hang on a second. That timing is correct. I don't think timing is correct. I don't think that Zane is 8 seconds ahead. That will sort that out in a second. Oh, he is.
Yes, he is.
So therefore, he's got rid of the 5-second penalty.
No, because the 5-second penalty wouldn't show on there.
No, I'm saying, but when it gets applied, he's got.
Oh, right. Yes. He's moved ahead enough.
Yeah.
Yes. So he's got 3 seconds actually on the road.
How has that happened? Oh, I see why. Because McNally Roberts and Callum Miller have been squabbling,
haven't they?
They've lost 3 seconds.
Yeah, they've been squabbling. They've swapped positions, and now you've got Ethan McNally Roberts.
So McAllister's only half a second ahead of Zane Williams. Not that Zane Williams actually he's actually more behind, of course.
Ethan McNally Roberts now beginning to eke away from that purple cart of Callum Miller. Jack Daniels recovering, is he?
Oh, look at that. Amelie Davies.
Oh, no, that's
lightly shoved out the way by Harrison Parkin there. Parkin picks up 6th place.
Yeah, that was forceful, wasn't it?
Oh, let's go. Work together now.
Now that I'm ahead of you.
Now I'm ahead. I've shoved you out the way, but now work with me. It's fine.
Into Ad coming back as well. Amelie Davey not happy with that one. There's
our first two.
There's the first two, and Casper McAllister has been caught by Zane Williams.
That is the most obvious nose drop I've ever seen.
Well, yes. So if we do get Zane Williams overtaking Casper McAllister, And Casper just now maybe nursing maybe the weather is coming into play, and Casper just being a bit cautious.
He's just Jackie Stewarting it.
He is.
He's winning at the slowest possible speed.
He is, yes. Behind these two then, Casper McAllister, the leader in the blue and orange cart there with Hunter Motorsports, Zane Williams behind him, coming upon back markers as we go through the hangar. Casper's changed his helmet. He was wearing a green helmet earlier. He's now wearing a red and white one. The back marker just causing Zane Williams a little bit of trouble there. And Zane Williams not happy at all with the novice driver. I think that's the recovering Deacon Thomas, isn't it? There's that bumper wobbling around there. Good view of that. Zane Williams. Behind Zane Williams is Ethan McNally Roberts. Now Jack Daniels has got ahead of Callum Miller, Amelie Davey, Harrison Park and Oscar Tarsi 8th, Bradley Beggs 9th, Freya Bond 10th.
So the gap from Williams, I'm going to just sort that out, is 1.7 seconds, and it's 11 seconds back to Ethan McNally Roberts. So they are really having an absolute massive battle out. Oscar Tarsi up to 8th. He's moved up from 13th earlier in the race.
Yeah, good start to his season in the top 10, considering 21 kart field. Where is that? Now that's the battle for, that is the race for, I should say, and we've got another. So Ethan McNally Roberts, Jack Daniels, Callum Miller. Jack Daniels has moved ahead of Callum Miller. So that's 2 karts ahead of the purple one.
No, right, okay.
Yeah, that's another move.
Miller trying to get it back again, though.
Yeah, he did the same with the 55 when he came through. He was trying to challenge and not able to.
Bradley Beggs moves out of place past Tarsi. Bond is in 10th. McAllister now has had enough of Zane Williams, been quite close. He has broken that by 2.5 seconds.
3 minutes on the clock there. Still, the light rain kind of blows across the track here. Not quite enough to change the track conditions to any great extent. As we've got Jack Daniels coming back towards the 55 here.
Yeah, 3rd, 4th and 5th now in the line. They cross the start-finish. Ethan A. Roberts, Jack Daniels and Callum Miller. 2 reds and a blue. Miller is the blue. 111 is just a little nudgette out the way. Is it going to be enough? Thinking about it. But no, the 61 of Jack Daniels is probably going to be fine. Yeah, he just managed to get back across for the exit of Summit and therefore block the forward momentum of Callum Miller.
Callum Miller has had a chance in that purple kart there of coming back, and then he seems to challenge and then drop back, kind of compose himself, has another crack at it. Fastest lap of the race to the leader, Casper McAllister. And that's on lap 11, so he keeps pushing on, 52.8. Back mark coming into play with these 3 here for 3rd, 4th and 5th. As the blue flag waves for the number 86 of Deacon Thomas.
Yeah, he's the poor lad who got stuck on the...
Yes, he got curbed, didn't he? And in amongst it here, not really
helping.
Not really helping at all there.
Was that psychological or did he get slight touch?
No, he didn't get touched at all there. I think he just lost it.
Okay.
Didn't get touched.
I wasn't sure. He seemed to go around at the same time as the car went past him.
His car was nowhere near him, I think.
Yeah,
I'll have to have a look at that again.
That's over braking is of course that, isn't it? You just lock
a little bit, yes. Just as he was turning. Probably went on the brakes as he was turning. And of course he's on a novice plate as Deacon, so he's just learning the ropes.
You learn stuff by falling off as much as you learn stuff by going round.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, you've had a karting lesson from someone showing you how being smooth isn't always fast.
Absolutely. Hammer the curbs, mate. That's the motto.
Perhaps not this one, though.
Deacon Thomas falling into a train of karts now, coming up to overtake him, and that's Harrison Park and Amelie Davey, Bradley Beggs, Oscar Tarsi, Jack Gillett. That race is not over. Inside the final minute.
Oh, he's right in the middle of traffic there, isn't he, 86?
Yeah, it's going to be 2 more laps for the leader after this one.
Oh, Tarsi gets a little bit of a nudge on there and still involved in this.
And that's the back marker.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing
making
at this
contact with drivers around him.
It's
As
the
Tarsi
sixth,
goes
Fred
ahead of
Bond.
the number 6.
Freya Bond got cut. I think she got a little bit unsighted there and dropped 2 places as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the 86 had a bad day and was very unlucky to get stuck on the curb. But,
And then he's had a spin.
Sort of blue flags, you need to really respect them. But when perhaps he sat there going, well, I was trying to go slow, but they're all falling over each other. I just found myself back in the middle of them again, which, in fairness, probably isn't that far off the truth.
There's Casper
look at that.
McAllister.
There's our leader.
Has he got his wet helmet on, I wonder?
He's
Just want to get his new green one wet.
He's got 1 lap and 4 corners to go to do what I think we probably all thought he would do, which is win the meeting.
Yeah, we knew. I actually didn't expect to be so far ahead. So he's only 2.2 seconds from Zane Williams, who, remember,
has
got that bumper penalty by all accounts. But Zane has got 16 seconds. So Zane will finish on the podium in second place. McAllister, though, here carrying the number 1. He won the championship last year. So our 2025 Rotax champion here for a farewell drive as he moves up to the junior Rotax class. Turns in a bit of a master class in the interclass. He's already had a test on the junior class kart at PFI, of all places, one of the, if not the fastest track in the country. Certainly attains the highest speed and absolutely loves it. So he's probably finding this a little bit more sedate a kart to drive here. After the more power, more grip. Said his neck was all right. In fact, it's in the Paddock show, isn't it? Our little chat with him tells us all about it. So quite a majestic, formidable win for our current champion, Casper McAllister, who takes the win for Hunter Motorsport and Beneteau Engines as well. Zane Williams will finish second, even with a bumper penalty, as we have to wait a chunk of time before the third place karts here. It should be Ethan McNally Roberts that will come through. Now, Ethan McNally Roberts, I believe, is a bit of a local specialist here at Dunkeswell and shows a lot of promise. He finishes third from Callum Miller, Jack Daniels fifth, and then we had Harrison Park and Bradley Beggs, Amelie Davey in eighth. Ninth is Freya Bond, and Oscar Tarsi finally being hustled back to round off the top 10. He should be happy with that, is young Oscar, making his debut here in the NKC.
Thanks for the biscuit. And
more rain coming down.
More rain
coming
coming down.
Comes in for some
was that
kitchen roll.
That's the blows nose. Okay, so let's have a look at what the best bits of that last race.
So this class been all about Casper McAllister, really. The rest of the field being left to scrap. Incident aplenty, as we saw. That wasn't even in the race. That was on the start. That was on the warm-up lap, I should say, the formation lap. More chaos, as we had steering rod snap there. Card getting beached for novice driver Deacon Thomas, and then plenty of action down the field. Lots of youngsters finding their way, and as you said, Nick, these drivers here just we will see develop and get faster and faster and have more and more experience in racing. There is the mid-pack there, but that's the driver that it's been all about in Rotax. Casper McAllister taking the win.
Yeah, fantastic performance by Casper from moment one to the most recent moment. So next up, it's the senior TKM final. And on pole will be Charlie King from Michael Cornell. Charlie, of course, won the first two and then had to get second for second place. Then it's Mitchell Ball, Joseph Booth and Tom Johnson. Al Patterson picks up sixth place. Seventh is Gareth Hayes. Eighth is Matthew Harris. Ninth is Alexander Lehman. Jamie Scott, our champion, is in 10th. Leo Crabtree 11th. Matthew Temple Purcell 12th. Sam King is 30th. Jake Cox is 14th. Ben Watson still unable to recover from the problem he had by breaking down the first one. He's in 15th. He's number 2, the runner-up from last year. Then Moy Nicholas Bars, Will Cogian, Matt Slight, Dominic Pye, Chris Whiteside, James Hull, Adam Kent, Jack Morrison, Ryan Messer, Nathan Bullock, D. Bolt and James King is bringing up the rear. Michael Cornell in second is the leading of your Masters runners. Three races left of this absolutely excellent opening round of the NKC. We've got a green and yellow flag, so they're going to run around again, which is only fair because it's cold and they're TKMs. So the real question on this one is, will Charlie King be able to finish what he started, which was 2 wins, not obviously in the Super Heat, which had a bit of the rain. He was just dropping back early. There's a bit of rain now, but it's not really the same. As the carts go back towards Always. I kind of feel they're going for Always. Then it's calling the sheet Forever. Always and Forever. We don't wait to get rolling after the point. Wasn't really a full start, it was the second lap around. Thank you to all you who have joined us on the stream today. It's great to have you with us. I smell TKM feels even better actually, a bit of two-stroke and a bit of racing oil. Marvellous. Okay, frenetic warming up as they come towards us. Possibly you could even say a little bit over the top. They now slow down. Cornell, happy to go straight first. Into the tram lines, power goes down. Charlie King gets away and they're side by side round the first corner, but it is King currently who's just staying out. He gets a little nudge at the back actually from Mitchell Ball in the 3 car. And all round has gone the 27. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I hope everyone's okay on that one. It was a big impact. It's currently all 3 kartists are getting out. Not sure the karts are that great. And they've got the slow board. The first time we're going to see the slow board. It's replaced the Battenberg board this year. It's a general slow board. 2 of them have got away. The third one is running, and they are clear of the incident. The 72 got running. The 27 was involved in the accident, and that. But oh dear, that's a 72 rolling with a bit of damage. So it was a 27. It was Al Patterson who got turned round. This is still running. It's not red flag. The track actually is virtually clear now. Now you need to be. I'm not sure if they're actually really respecting the slow. The Battenberg, of course, was for some reason being taken away from this year. That's a man holding a slow board, you can see, and a yellow flag, the back of a slow board. So it is Charlie King who took the lead from Michael Cornell. Mitchell Ball was third. Then Tom Johnson and Joseph Booth still under this slow. And that's probably helped. Is it proper rain, is it?
Proper rain out there.
Proper rain out there. Well, that wasn't the reason for the accident, I don't think. Let's have a look and see again. This is what happened as they came out of the first turn. And then
that might have been to do with rain.
Smack, 3 of them, but luckily no one hurt. All not obviously hurt because they all got away, and 2 of them trying to get the carts back going again. Right, so they are now condensing down, and they will get a green. They'll get a green flag as they go under the gantry again this time. It's almost like a controlled restart. This is a VSC. The Battenberg flag no more this year, of course. It's just the slow boards.
Yeah, slow boards, new regulation across the board, so to speak. Here is Charlie King about to go green.
Looking around, got the green, and they're away.
Michael Cornell right on his bumper again, as we saw in the heats. Where's Mitchell Ball? He's in third. Mitchell Ball took the win in the Super Heat, remember. And he just cannot seem to get onto the rear bumper of Cornell, can he?
No, let's see what these lap times are. Is that with water making any difference to the carts? They would have kept reasonable temperature at those sort of not particularly slow rates.
The way the rain's falling, I'll be amazed if it's not affecting lap times. I mean, it is.
It is. It's literally just happened there. Around that corner, we just saw them, and they're now starting to have massive understeer. This was the point. I mean, obviously Charlie King must wonder what he's done wrong with it, because the rain gods hit the TKM Super Heat, and now they've hit the TKM Final. But can Michael Cornell make the most of it? Because he was better in the wet than Charlie King. By bet that, I mean his kart combination was better in the wet. But on this bit of the track, we appear to be a little bit more. Oh no, I don't know.
Charlie King just didn't find the pace when the track was damp, and he's gesticulating to Michael Cornell to keep pushing, stay together. However, if he struggles for grip and Cornell can find grip, which he can, That's the difference in the grip for Cornell.
Yeah.
And here comes Mitchell Ball into the picture.
Cornell, so they're about 9 seconds off a dry time at the moment. They were particularly struggling at this end of the track. I know where it's wetter there. There's more turning to be done, but they were struggling a lot more there, looking slow. And there goes Ball. He's going to take.
No, he wasn't. He found a bit of grip on the early part of the corner, and then everybody turned out to be on slippery tarmac, and then now he's dropped back off Charlie King. That's how slippery it is through there.
A bit of drifting there by King there as he
yeah,
came
absolutely.
around.
Yeah, got the power on. And Cornell first overall, first in the Masters.
He's got the experience. He's always extra years being 35-ish, which is what does it.
So,
lap times.
The rain is coming and going, but it was certainly falling there when I nipped outside, and it will be affecting the track. However, it might have stopped now.
I think it's drying again. They picked the second up last time.
Well, Charlie King is now finding a bit of pace. Before, Mitchell Ball in the bright yellow flex cart there was all over the back of him. Now, Charlie King's beginning to be able to sort of look relatively comfortable. Yeah. Here comes the number 4 as well, Joseph Booth, latching onto the back of Mitchell Ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's a remarkable thing, isn't it? The amount of grip on a slick, because it is a knife edge. It's fine, not fine.
Yeah.
And then you don't get that thing you see normally with a drying track where you go 57, 56, 55, 54. It's like it goes 50, 51, 59. Yeah. And that's it. Now, they are currently, I think, re-drying the track. I think there's bits of it are damper than others, to be honest. I think it's not a difficultly wet track the whole way around.
When
Cornell's got another second faster.
When you consider the fastest lap there is a 56.7, that's come down from a 57.7. So they're gaining a second a lap.
As bits of the track dry.
With track conditions coming back to them.
Yeah, not being universally wet.
I mean, look at it. You could see the grip in Mitchell Ball's yellow cart there. They're lifting the back wheel, lifting the inside wheel. So that shows there's grip enough to tip the cart over, so to speak. There it is again.
And they've got some temperature in the tyres as well. It's looking a bit ponderous at this very bottom round always. Oh, and up to Mitchell finally gets him. And over and over. When he get the drive, he managed to get the cart in front of King there.
That looked far too easy. That looked like King's
got issues.
Was on a different track.
King seems to have a more loosely set cart, which is not a great thing when it's damp.
Clearly not. He just when the weather comes, that cart of Charlie King just falls away.
Oh, I'm looking at visual ponderance. No, they're no faster this time round. Great news for Michael Cornell, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's gone. He's got a gap of 3.2. Mitchell Ball is lapping as fast as he's ever lapped this race, 57.3.
The 6th place, Gareth Hayes in the 20, and there's Crabtree in the 44.
But Cornell 56.8 last time by, so gap extending if it continues like this. Cornell, I mean, we're only half a minute into the second half of this 12-minute race, so there's plenty of race time, plenty of time for the weather to come and go,
and probably will. So they are. I think something goes a bit wider. They are trying a bit wider line for some of the corners. They're not the wet line yet. It's just damp, but the cold and the mizzle has done its work.
Here they come then, back towards us. Michael Cornell leads, 58.0 the lap time. Mitchell Ball, 58.2. Gap gone out to 3.4.
Yeah, it looks like the battle now is third and fourth. Charlie King tries to hold off Joseph Booth. There's water on the camera, but that's because the thing is, because the water's in the wind, it blows onto the lens.
Well,
it's hard to tell. No, they are sliding a lot more again now.
It was dropping readily a few minutes ago, and that's where we saw Charlie King drop away. It then came, the track, it must have stopped because the track came back to Charlie King. Now it's gone away again. Because now Charlie is struggling to keep that number 4 behind him.
It's very subtle, the change, isn't it?
It seems to be. Because when I nipped downstairs, it was literally falling. Then I've come upstairs, it stopped. Now I think it's falling again. And this was the kind of light rain we were expecting all across the afternoon.
Nope.
As we've got the number 4 of Joe Booth, 4th in the championship last year.
2 seconds back off the fastest now.
Yeah, they're dropping back. Gap gone out to 4 seconds.
And up goes Booth, takes that third. Oh, I think he backed out of that because of the weather. Is he just going to try and drive up the inside?
No, he didn't. Look at the grip that King had on the outside.
There's Booth. straight up the inside. Now, if he can just stop it and park it, it'll be all right. But King's having none of it, but he has to. Because, what happened there was actually, because he actually ran out of track. He was going to drive straight into the barriers.
Trying to turn the steering wheel and the car just not coming with you. The car just would not turn. And then if it does grip up, you've got to be careful of the rear end. Just look at these, trying to get the car to turn and change direction. And at the moment, Joe Booth is the one who's managing to get his car to change direction better than Charlie King, who's gone from first place as the weather came. Charlie King now dropping back to fourth place, as onto the podium has gone Joe Booth.
Yep.
The next one that Charlie has to contend with is the number 6, Tom Johnson.
Yeah, this is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th. Hayes, Crabtree and Harris on the screen at the moment. Crabtree in the middle in the black machine, the number 10. I says Harris actually the 10 there in the black machine. They've moved around during the course of the last lap. So that is Harris on the 10. Lap time stabilising at slow.
That's the 44 of Leo Crabtree in 8th place. Current champion Jamie Scott just behind him on the road by about 4 seconds. Jamie, 9th place overall behind these three.
Huge spread though in the field now. The top 9 are spread by 20 seconds, despite the fact they're all queued up together on a slow zone after a couple of laps.
And it's definitely the weather. Definitely the rain coming, avoiding affecting the track. That's spread this race out. Got a contact warning for Charlie King, would you believe?
Yeah, I suppose he was
not quite sure.
He was struck around the outside of that corner.
Well, maybe that was what it was.
I think I'll be a little bit of agree, but it is
if that was the incident,
just a warning, it's fine.
If that's the incident, yes.
These three continue battling. And up the inside goes the 10 of Harris. Has he got enough grip to stop? Nope. And he's immediately repassed by the 20, the blue card of Gareth Hines. And he's going to try again. Has he got enough to stop? Yes, he has. But then it's an outside drive.
This time he's done it.
No, I don't know. Because look, right up the inside is the 44 of Leo Crabtree.
Crabtree side by side with Hines into the right-hander as always, and it's Crabtree that hangs on to
and then loses it
again.
Oh,
side by side.
Very nudgy. Oh, he's got both of them. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. I don't know. Yes, he has got both of them.
That's the number 10 just drifting wide. Matthew Harris, second in the Masters.
So Crabtree got them both in the end.
First in the Masters has just crossed under the line. 59.2, 59.9 from Ball. Gap out to nearly 5 seconds. That's the leaders.
Yeah, Michael Cornell, absolute master in these conditions.
There he goes. That's our leader.
In the overalls, they look like they're waterproof, but they're not. So he's getting as wet as everybody out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Red 5 as well.
He's. You can see how relaxed, just finding the grip in parts of the track where you wouldn't normally find grip. There's a different racing line.
Yeah.
For a wet track, especially a wet or a damp track on slick tyres, because you need the open tarmac really, not the rubbered part of the track. So a little bit of an earlier turn in there. The grip on the outside, and he's going to get 2 more laps. 5 seconds on the clock there as he came through.
But effectively, once it started to rain, Cornell was and is absolutely the class of the field.
Yes.
As you say, he's stroking it away with no problem whatsoever. Charlie King is 13 seconds behind him. That's what's happened.
Here's a stat that I have no idea if it's true or exists. Is when was the last time did we have an overall win by a Masters driver?
Oh, that has happened.
Has it? I
can't
remember.
Years, some of the older people in 177 won stuff.
Yeah.
I don't remember it last year, certainly.
Well, since the NKC has been live streamed, then since 2022. I know we're in our 10th season with the NKC. We're in our 5th season with the NKC, but the NKC's been going for 10 seasons. So I'm not sure. I can't remember any. I wonder if Gaz has that stat to hand.
No, he's just saying I said something you didn't notice, but Gaz did. And where Gaz hold it, because that's what I meant.
You said that for Gaz, actually.
Yep.
Red 5, taking the last lap board. And Michael Cornell on his way to 2 victories in 1 here. He's our overall leader.
He'll have too many trophies to take home.
He'll be inundated with trophies as we'll...
How will he get the car out there?
At the trophy presentation, he'll be presented with the overall win for the Senior TKM class and also the Senior TKM Masters class.
How do you say, with 2 races to go, it's a little bit miserable out there, isn't it?
Oh, now it's proper falling. Now it could even be wet tyres. Just look out the window, Nick. See it's proper falling.
Oh, it's proper raining now, yeah.
Yeah, proper raining now.
I want to have a little break. I'll get wet.
Is Michael Cornell then into the hanger hairpin for the final time. Now a completely different line there, middle to the outside of the track for Cornell. As he heads to the dog leg, he'll come through the dog leg, tippy-toeing his way, lots of understeer.
Oh, there we go.
Modulating the throttle. And a great win for Red 5 and Michael Cornell, who takes the win by at least 5 seconds or so. It's going to be over 5 seconds, actually, from Mitchell Ball. 6.6 seconds. Joseph Booth in third, a further 3.5 seconds behind. And then that man there, Charlie King, he'll be a bit gutted, I think. Yeah. The rain spoilt his afternoon. He's been dominant in the heats. He was very strong in the super heat. Tom Johnson in 5th, Leo Crabtree 6th, Matthew Harris 7th, 8th is Gareth Haynes. All-plate holder Alexander Lehman finishes in 9th there, and then Ben Watson, the number 2, finishes in 10th. Jamie Scott, the current champion, just outside the top 10 in 11th. Well, our Senior TKM Final was all about the weather, wasn't it? Started off with Charlie King leading as he's done for pretty much the whole way, and then the weather came and that rendered his kart quite undrivable and certainly uncompetitive, and it was a tricky day for everyone other than that man there, Michael Cornell, who absolutely showed a masterclass in how to drive on slicks in the wet here at Dunks. A stalwart performance from him. Next final to be shown then is the Senior Rotax Final, and this is bound to be a little bit of a thriller. They are on wet tyres, I can see. So certainly a last-minute change for them as the weather started to come down during that Senior TKM Final. And it will be Bobby Rosier on the pole position. Bobby, our youngest ever champion in 2023. And a great start to his season. He will start with returnee Macaulay Austin, back from racing cars and doing some keeping in the world of karting with spannering in the US. He will start alongside. It's the current champion, Freddie Worlock, with a change of teams for this year. He's with TT Motorsport with the number 25 of Ollie Varney alongside Ollie himself, a vice champion. Blake Ticehurst, the Southwest champion, on row 3 with Kieran Gifford on the number 7. Braden Hill, former junior champion, with Maxim Smith alongside on row 4. Row 5 is Ben Ballou, third in the championship last year with Jaden Sherwood, our junior champion from 2025. Mason Perrin, another former champion here on row 6 with Reece Green, the number 4. Finley Underwood and George Hume on row 7. Row 8 will be Riley Thatcher and Billy Vogt, with Jensen Watts recovering to qualify 17th for the final. Taylor Dixon alongside Sam Wyatt and Charlie Hume on row 10. Row 11 is Brodie Skinner and Arthur Thacker, with Ethan Ling and JJ Hind on row 12. Row 13, George Isgrove and Ben Harper, with Alexander Campbell and Will Swales next. Row 15, Kieran Hammond and Bradley Howes. And then we have the 4 qualifiers from the B final: Dylan Morton, Zari Visarek, Jacob Felton and Oakley Garthwaite, rounding off what is a 34 kart field for these Senior Rotax Max karts. Bobby Rosier leading the field round on his Rolf Racing entry alongside Macaulay Austin. Macaulay Austin far too far away. Have we got a race start? I think so. We're on wet tyres, I can see. And incredibly, from way back across the line, no, it's a false start. I thought so. The left-hand side of the grid, I think these drivers don't realise it's a false start. They can see the flags. Maybe now they will see what the situation is with a false start. Not sure Macaulay Austin has got the memo yet. He has now. sees the full start flag. So yeah, they weren't really in order there. You've got to keep pace with the pole position driver, which in this case is Bobby Rosier. That wasn't the case as Macaulay Austin was about, I don't know, a few metres ahead. We've got a red flag. Interesting. So not quite sure. We certainly had a false start. Red flag is being shown. Not quite sure why we've got a red flag, but the carts will be brought back down to the grid where we'll line them up and prepare for a restart. So still in grid order here with Bobby Rosier on that pole position order alongside a Macaulay Austin. Well, you've missed, Nick.
A red flag.
You've missed a full start.
And a red flag.
With the left-hand side of the grid far too far ahead for the likes of our race officials.
Are they going to let them change tyres?
They're all on wets.
Are they? Okay, fine.
From what I could see. So having a chat here with our race officials for being out of position on the grid. So the grid forms up with Bobby Rosier, Macaulay Austin, Freddie Worlock, Ollie Varney, Blake Tysers, Kieran Gifford. That's your first three rows.
Oh, they're out of order, are they?
So we've got that start, going back to the TKM Final. Round 6, Clay Pigeon. What year was that?
What year?
Round 6
round
wasn't
6
Clay
last
Pigeon.
year was Dunkeswell.
Round 6 of what? What year?
Yeah.
Round 6, Clay Pigeon was the last time a Masters drivers won overall. Stuart Baker, 177, last race of that day. So we haven't had it done in TKM. We had it done in 177. Stuart Baker,
what year?
He's forgot to tell us the year. So I'll get back to you with the year, everybody. But it was at round 6 that we last had a Masters win overall, and it was in the 177 class. There's the 45, Macaulay Austin. We've talked about this young lad. Now, our colleague in various other, you worked with Henry Baudet last weekend. Henry Baudet, who has forgotten more about karting that we know, rates Macaulay Austin very, very highly. He kept in touch with Macaulay when Macaulay was over there working as a mechanic in the United States.
Isn't he?
Yeah.
Henry's always over there.
Yeah.
Aided by the fact that he's got an American passport. Or
yes,
American nationality.
Helps with it.
2023, apparently.
American mother.
Round 6, 2023.
Right, okay.
So 2 and a bit years ago.
Well spotted. Thank you, guys.
2 and 2/3 years ago.
Our Stato back home.
Back home.
At the central hub of Karting Live TV.
What has this whole problem been about?
Well, that is not our front row drivers. That's Bobby Rosier in the red, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure who's
got
in
a right
the
problem.
white and blue helmet, though. That's our chief official.
Whoever it is isn't very happy.
Who, the driver?
There's some pointing going on. And pointing normally means I'm not happy.
Yes. Officials are. Clerk of the course is Gary Livesey. Assistant clerks Peter Jeans. Timekeepers Darren Allway. Natalie Wood is our chief scrutineer. Chris Strong scrutineer. Chief steward is Matt Hildred. Chief steward being in the office. Out there on the clerk is Gary Livesey. He's our clerk who you saw there chatting to the two drivers.
Well, one of them was indeed.
That wasn't Bobby Rose. It was Bobby Rosie in the
It was
red,
Rosie, wasn't it? Yeah. You
So-
taking the show was the other one.
So yeah, that was the right hand side of the grid. It was the left hand side of the grid there. Macaulay Austin, who was way ahead when they came across the line, and
What on earth was all that about?
we don't know, Nick. Well, there was a chat that went on. Now we get them going again. It'll be a complete restart, as we didn't get started, of course. We had a false start. So getting some heat back into those wet tyres. I'm looking to see if the rain is still falling. It is indeed still falling, so we're getting a proper wet track.
It's not chucking it down, but it's persistent precipitation.
Yes, it's definitely enough to wet the track, enough for wet tyres there, and you can see the wet tyres there, the narrower profile of the tyres.
Apparently
So-
the TKM Masters never won a TKM event.
Right, is that what Gus said?
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know, would I?
So
Is that what Gaz said? No, I just sort of absorbed it through the ether.
NKC history being made here at round 1 of the 2026 season. TKM history, that is. British TKM.
Go Max attack. Is there a Max in this? Or Maxim Smith, yes. Aidan Clark says that.
Here we go. Go Max
on.
attack from Aidan Clark. Here we go. Bobby Rosier in the blue and yellow livery of Roalf and Macaulay Austin. Not quite sure who that is, whose livery that is, but we have got a better looking grid now. Macaulay needs to be, he's being pushed, that's what his problem is. Now he gets going, now we go racing.
The first corner, they're all on wets, so they're going to have reasonable amounts of grip.
Oh, Macaulay Austin, absolute four-wheel drift around the outside and hangs on to second. He's about to lose second. He gets a nudge. Rosier,
who's come through
took
from
the
nowhere?
Nudge. Austin's in the lead. Austin is in the lead. I don't know how he's done that. He basically was hanging on by his fingertips there.
He's lost it. He's always hanging on. He's lost it to one of the Coles racing cars.
Coles driver.
That is, don't know. I think it might be, is it Ticehurst? Is it the SW plate? Or am I misreading that?
Could be Blake Ticehurst.
Yeah, I think it is the SW plate. Yeah.
SW plate, Blake Ticehurst with some very, very forceful driving.
Well, you see, again, this is when local noise really comes in when your track's wet. When you've got damp track, this is when those laps in club meetings where it was miserable and your dad was making you go out there really pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why he's got the Southwest plate. He knows Dunkeswell well. Across the line then, Ticehurst, Austin, Kieran Gifford in third. Bobby Rosier in fourth, Freddie Worlock in fifth. Then we've got Olivani, Ben Belumis and Perrin, Finley Underwood, Jensen Watts up to 10th. Up 7 places.
Oh, another. Oh, Rosier's being attacked left, right, centre, and then left, right, centre again. Look, he's been hit 5 times by different carts.
Oh,
look, he's been bullied. I'm sorry, but he needs to take these other drivers to the head teacher's office and complain about this.
Well, that was an inter-team.
Because he's been just bullied out of the track.
That was inter-team argy-bargy there, because all of those were Rolf racing.
Nice way to say argy-bargy. I mean, admittedly, I think basically you just lost momentum and everyone just kind of nudging through us and say, well, I can't get through cleanly. I'll just nudge you around a bit.
And that was Kieran Gifford who was coming through. Now, he came across the line in third. So he'd been overtaken by Bobby Rosier and Olivani.
Rosie's going to come across this line about 9th. He has lost so many positions.
Here we go then. Ticehurst leading for sure.
Oh,
Austin.
Big jump of the chicane there.
Kieran Gifford in third. Back up to third. Freddie Worlock fourth. Underwood, Perrin, Varney, Rosier in 8th. Jensen Watts up to 9th. Braden Hill 10th.
Oh,
there's Jensen Watts just going through.
The Origin 19 machine absolutely hanging it right out. Billy Vu was kind of like all 6 and 7 very wide out the exit of the pit bend into Overlook. Looked quite spectacular, actually.
Great stuff, isn't it?
So
wet weather coming into play as ever in British karting.
Ticehurst is half a second ahead. He's not half a second ahead because Kieran Gifford's got into the lead whilst we weren't watching. So Gifford's come from third to first this lap. So that's Gifford leading now in the blue and white. Ticehurst is third.
That's Austin in
and
second.
Macaulay Austin in second.
Yeah, so Gifford going through into the lead whilst we were focusing on the midfield. Gifford now powers out of the chicane, cross the line, 9 minutes on the clock, and Macaulay Austin comes from nowhere, finds some grip to check the slide. Gifford coming back at him, has to slot in behind. And there's Ticehurst.
Oh, and throwing up Freddie Worlock, slumming it up the inside, not achieving.
It's kind of slow motion overtaking this, isn't it? Worlock for third, Gifford down the inside, Macaulay Austin finding the grip on the outside, Ticehurst ending up in fourth or maybe even third as they come out of that one and into the sweeps of the rapid bends.
Getting inside and outside, isn't he? Looking to get third place.
I mean, they're just absolutely flinging these carts in and just letting the carts breathe on the wet track as we have got more place changes and a change of the lead again.
Another person missing the chicane.
I'm
not sure whoever that was actually took enough of a limitation on that one. Was it Underwood who did that?
I think it was number 11. Jensen Watts up
off
the
7th.
Track
Goes the SW plate, and up the inside comes Underwood. I think Underwood should be a little bit under investigation for that track cut.
Massively missed the chicane, didn't he?
And I don't think he let enough space didn't lose enough time, if you know what I
He
mean.
gained advantage, is what the
I'll
term
tell you
is,
how
I
much.
think.
He's got the fastest time of the. He got a fastest lap.
55.8.
No, but that last lap 56.1 compared to 56.5.
Oh, right,
else.
there it is.
So he's gained half a second
Well,
doing
he
that.
did a 55.8 the last time
But he should have.
on lap 3.
He should have been way off the throttle more. I think he'll get away with it in the chaos, but a little bit, to be honest.
Here comes the leader then. It's Macaulay Austin on the red, white and black kart there. Kieran Gifford on the white and blue new livery for KGR. His own team, Kieran Gifford Motorsport, or Kieran Gifford Racing, I should say, KGR. Freddie Worlock in third now, ahead of Blake Ticehurst across the line. There's the number 11 Finley Underwood with the 2024, it's Mason Perrin.
Who's got him?
Mason Perrin has him, the 30.
Over and under.
Mason Perrin, a former junior champion in 2023.
Went past and then guess what?
Of course he did. Let's work together. Jensen Watts is coming. He's not far away, is he? He's in 7th. Ollie Varney 8th. Bobby Rosier. Bobby Rosier was down in 10th, would you believe? Starting on the pole. Bobby Rosier back up to 9th now. Ahead of Braden Hill.
Down to one bad lap, though, in fairness.
There he is.
So it is Gifford now back in the lead. He's got past Austin. So Gifford leads from Austin. Then it's Verloc. And then the next 4 karts are quite close together. We're now looking at, and once again, right, you might be in the lead with Kieran, but I want the lead.
Oh.
And Austin bullies his way past.
It's, you know what? That's not. Something happened out there on track.
That was a Waggington. That was.
I think he's let him through. I think
because they clumped each other.
Macaulay Austin feels as though he's kind of barged him out the way. Now that's a clean move, and he's took Freddie Worlock with him. Gifford's dropped to third.
Back to second.
But that's why we saw Macaulay Austin giving the place back. Gifford back to second. Worlock third now. This is great stuff. This is absolutely great stuff. Overtaking in slow motion.
He's been shoved out.
That's an inadvertent nudge, isn't it?
Shoved him out wide. I'm not sure whether Gifford's going to keep the position or not.
Well, Worlock might give him back. I think he has.
He's going shot. Oh, they're not where they want to be. Both of them were not anywhere near they wanted to be. Over they go the line. Who's the big Austin takes the lead. Mason Perrin now in 5th. Underwood is in 6th and Watts is 7th. Ollie Varney, we haven't talked about him, but he's coming back to the field to 8th.
Look at that, change for second and two changes for second in one corner. As we've got Kieran Gifford coming back to second. This is allowing Macaulay Austin to disappear up the road. As the number 1, Freddie Worlock, current champion, comes back at Gifford. It's getting very, very tight here. They need to stop squabbling if they want to catch that Macaulay Austin character who is pulling away. Just under 5 minutes now.
Yeah, Austin making hay while the sun shines, and basically while it rains, actually. The reason he's gaining, you can quite rightly say, is because everyone else is scrapping. If they stop scrapping, they probably catch up to him quite quickly.
Yeah, they're not stopping scrapping, though, as down the inside.
Worlock takes second.
Yeah, down the inside has gone Worlock on Kieran Gifford. The SW plate of Blake Ticehurst not that far away, and Mason Perrin hovering like a vulture above a carcass in the desert.
Oh, so...
Here we
pictures
go.
with words.
Absolutely. Here we go. Gifford just dropping back off the rear bumper and now under pressure from the SW plate of Ticehurst. There's Perrin through. Jensen Watts is in there as well. The pink helmet of Jensen Watts, the 93.
Is he going to go up the inside?
He is. He's gone up the inside of both.
I think Watts has made 3 positions so far this lap.
Perrin's come back at him.
He's made 2 positions up this lap.
Yeah, Perrin come back at him. He had the grip round the outside.
Look at that lead though. Macaulay Austin's got now 1.7 seconds last time round. It's more now.
Well, that's because this lot have been swapping places left, right, and centre. Here we go. This is settling in now.
Is it?
3, I think so, because there's the leader, Austin. There's the second place kart of Worlock. There's a scrap for third between Gifford and Mason Perrin.
And then it's Watts.
And then it's Watts. Ticehurst, Underwood, Ollie Varney, Bobby Rosier and Billy Brook rounding off the top 10. Oh, getting onto the grass there with Freddie Worlock. Oh, there's Watts.
Whoa.
Oh, where did he come from? Didn't come off though.
Different postcode.
Absolutely. Got fired out of a cannon down the inside there.
So Jensen Watts, who started his weekend facing the wrong way at the dogleg and coming in virtually last in the first heat, has been recovering ever since, has made the top 5 at the moment of the event so far. But it's going to be a bit of a job, even when you get through some of these karts, because they're quite right to say, they've stretched out the lead now. Austin's got a couple of seconds, Gifford's got a second, even Perrin's got half a second.
Back towards us then. That's the second place kart just turning in. There's the blue and white kart of KGR, Kieran Gifford, and Mason Perrin looking for a way by. The most strung out we've seen this field since the start. 2.5 minutes on the clock as well. So Perrin looking over his shoulder there, chasing down Kieran Gifford. Turns in. They've kind of found out where the grip is. The track getting wetter all the time. There's Worlock in second. Macaulay Austin's got a gap of 2 seconds, by the way. As down the inside at the pen and hairpin. And Gifford coming back at him. Oh, you can't go around there.
That's a lot of time loss in faffing around there, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a change of position for third. That's the final step of the podium there. And it's gone Mason Perrin. Now Gifford has got Jensen Watts all over his bumper now as Perrin pulls away from Gifford.
Yeah. So Gifford's going backwards. And he has gone backwards again. If Watts can get this one to tighten round the exit, he couldn't. As he tried to get through the overlook, that didn't work. Once you throw the momentum in, you've got to try and get the car to grip. And the cart just wasn't gripping. Now, wouldn't be at all surprised if he tries a little hop out. He's blocked by Gifford this time. And right at the last minute, Watts does it.
Gifford tries to come back again at him, but
no. He has done.
And he has.
And he hasn't. He has. Oh,
all the way around the outside.
I think he's going to get it.
Who's got the traction?
Gifford's got that one on that run.
Who's got the traction to drive the cart forward? In this case, it was Kieran Gifford.
And the net effect of that is they've lost like a second and a half to the person ahead of him.
Yeah, that's strung out now. The 1, 2, 3 has strung out. Nobody's challenging anybody. They're inside the final minute of this, so it's going to be 2 more laps of racing, with the last lap board getting ready for Macaulay Austin's next time by. This is a cracking scrap for 4th place. Wet weather driving these two. Watts sends it up the middle, down the inside. Gifford comes back at him and has the line for the right-hander.
There was just he's lobbing it in, braking, just not stopping, is it?
No, that's the problem. You've got the momentum to get down the inside, but then that momentum's going to carry you on, and he does it again. This time round the left-hander at Pennon. There's the leader, Austin. There's second place, Worlock. There's Mason Perrin.
Worlock's got himself a lovely little space in the middle, isn't he?
Gifford, by the way, got back ahead of Jensen Watts. That one continues. Last lap board for the leader.
Will continue. Where is Macaulay Austin? Well, he was in quite a few different positions to begin the race, but once he got ahead and everyone else started scrapping behind, it became quite simple, Joe.
Yeah, he got ahead at the right time, didn't he? Because everybody else was squabbling, and he's managed to run a really, really good race. Macaulay Austin, all the way from Wales, will negotiate this final lap of the Dunkeswell track here, and then we'll see the welcome side of the checkered flag. It's been a tricky race for everybody here, and Macaulay Austin comes out on top as lap 12, the last one before this one, has shown Mason Perrin to be the fastest kart on the track. Here he comes though, out of the final turn, and it's Macaulay Austin who acknowledges the checkered flag and takes the win. Freddie Worlock will finish in second, Mason Perrin in third. That rounds off the podium for this one. And behind them 3, Kieran Gifford, Jensen Watts, Blake Ticehurst, Finlay Underwood, Ollie Varney, Bobby Rosier, Jaden Sherwood rounds off the top 10. The rest of the field come through. Cracking drive, I've got to say, with a 17-place gain for Oakley Garthwaite. That is a hell of a drive from the B final.
Yeah, well done, Oakley.
And up to 17.
He was the last person in the B final. He only got the last lap when there was a crash, wasn't it?
He was handed it by his teammate James Woods, wasn't he?
Well, that's a brilliant performance.
12-lap gain for Jensen Watts as well in that one. So that was pretty cool.
Well,
Mason Perrin, 8-lap gain. 14-place gain, I should say, for Zauri Visarek. And but it's that man there.
Should we watch the highlights of the race?
Let's have a look. Let's have a little bit of a reflect on what happened there. Weather playing a massive part here. Bobby Rosier from the pole position led early on, but then it was anybody's, wasn't it, with everybody trying to tiptoe their way through the corners here. And into team, RG Bargy took place with the Rolf Racing team as these two began to swap and change. Eventually, Macaulay Austin made it through. And then that left this lot to squabble over what was remaining. That's the move there. And then we saw Jensen Watts regaining ground. That allowed Macaulay Austin to basically disappear. Well, everybody, we've got the last race of the afternoon, the last race of the weekend, the last race of round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC, and it's all about Junior Rotax for this one. The grid order is this. Benjamin Lawn is on the pole position. Leo Basterfield is alongside. Jack Dimbleby and Lucy Lovell start on row 2. And then we've got Jensen Hookey, look at that, up to 5th. After that, not able to qualify with a broken chain, up to 5th for the final. Fenton Roderick alongside. Spencer Trehorn and Daniel Wisniewski on row 4. Row 5 is Freddie Wall and Joe Stonehouse. Elijah West and Ethan Hunt start on row 6. Kai Pepperell and Jesse Whitmore next. Bertie Hodgson and Liam Crosby on 8. Row 9 is Jaden Shearing and Tyler Rackham. Eden Salvage and Elijah Douche on row 10. James Finley and Ewan Scott. And next up, Harry Harvey and Hector Sadlowski on row 12. Row 13 and Harrison Matthews and Ryan Sadler. Cooper Campbell-Lees and Iris Crease on row 14. Row 15 is Sebastian Benson and Cody Longdon. Logan Hartson and Sam Green Gomez are next, and then running off 34 Cart Field is Zach Charles and Lucas Hilton. Remember, Cody Longdon, Logan Hartson, Sam Green Gomez, Zach Charles, Lucas Hilton were our qualifiers from the B final. Have we got a false start?
We're going round again.
Let's go round again.
Let's go round again.
Tricky conditions out there, Nick.
I pressed the wrong button. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Tricky conditions
it's tricky
out
conditions
there.
on this computer as well. Yeah, everyone's got to get to see the grid twice. It is damp, it is unpleasant, it is inconsistent, and as you can see from the water in front of that Marshall, it is actually now quite wet. So we get to pack up in the rain.
It
That's
is
fun.
Yeah, that's always great. It is very wet, isn't it? Yeah, a lot wetter than it has been all day long. The rain has continued to come down. Hence, we have this issue of
rain for next hour, apparently.
Well, a full wet track is not a bad thing, really. It's better than sort of changeable conditions.
Not for us. We like challenge. We like changeable.
Benjamin Lawn for Coles Racing. Guy Cunnington Racing's Leo Basterfield alongside. Not sure what's happening here. We've got a kart that is spun off and did a 360.
Back in.
I'm thinking it's a bit late for him to regain his position here. He's going to cause consternation here.
No.
And this is going to be a false start and maybe even
what's he doing?
get the chagrin of the officials. We have let them go, though.
Well, that's a bit iffy.
From the outside, Basterfield, who is that? A slingshot through the middle on the blue and white cart here. It is the number 38, and that is Fenton Roderick.
Wow, there's a mistake there.
Fenton Roderick's about to lead this race. Around the outside of the number 185, Benjamin Lawn from pole position. And Fenton Roderick absolutely on fire here. The green helmet there, the blue and white cart, has been absolutely shot from a cannon into the lead. That is Ewan Scott, who is not going to take much further part or in contention with anything. But look at that pace from Fenton Roderick.
He's just absolutely gone for it. I mean, he was helped by the fact that Benjamin Lawn actually got something completely wrong and ended up going over the curbs very heavily, lost momentum. And if you look at that, our erstwhile leaders throughout the day, Benjamin is down now, I think, at best to 4th. Hookie's in 3rd, that's for sure. Second place is Basterfield. 1, 2 and 3. But Hookie, I think, is going to take second place. It's Fenton Roderick, you say, absolutely stormed off in the lead. But there is Jensen Hookie, green and grey, into second place. A man who did not qualify anywhere apart from last, because his chain broke, but he's going to fall back in position. But I think he's going to have enough to get it back on the left and right. More importantly, I don't think Basterfield could overtake there anyway because of the yellow flag.
Yeah, that's a good job. He didn't actually carry that out, isn't it? Because that was under yellows here as Basterfield comes down the inside of Hookie. Hookie does the switch back. They're going to risk losing out to the number 27, I think, of Daniel Wisniewski's. Lucy Lovell's dropped to 6th, but she's not out of contention there, just there at the back of the train of that train of carts. First and second, though, Fenton Roderick, Jensen Hookie.
I think Wisniewski has got into 3rd.
Oh, and that looks like he's got the same livery as the leader, Roderick. Who is that? What is that? Not quite the same livery. Roderick is massively impressive in the wet here. Yeah. Absolute outstanding so far. Wisniewski's the fastest lap there of the race. I know it's only lap 2. Basterfield in 4th, Benjamin Lawn 5th, Lucy Lovell 6th, Jessie Whitmore 7th.
A few more yellow flags as Lovell goes up the inside
Lovell.
of
Benjamin Lawn.
What was that? That isn't the line or the track. So a braking mistake by the blue and white number 23.
No, Ethan Hunt.
Who's had a bit of a bad couple of races because obviously he broke down, didn't he, in the super final?
He really was. He really was fired out of a cannon across the curb.
Do you know what that was? That was Mission Impossible. That course.
Yeah. Well, he ended up off track, didn't he, and across the middle of the track, and that we were very lucky not to get anyone T-boned there.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the more interesting.
It was a bit like a Red Arrows formation.
It was one of the more interesting carts appearing on camera there. You're not supposed to be in this shot.
Yeah, good candidate for the Red Arrows. That.
So Basterfield now is trying to fend off Wisniewski, who's got back past him again. Fenton Roderick, our leader, is dropped down to 7th. So our leader had a massive accident, had a massive incident. He's down to 7th, and Hookie leads. Where'd that happen?
I do not know where that happened.
And that's Lucy Lovell going up to 4th past Law. So it's Jensen Hookie leading.
That's quite a thing.
I think that I can only think that Fenton spun it.
Yeah, that's all I can think as well. That's because he's gone from 1st to 7th.
And 5 seconds off.
Joe Stonehouse has picked up a contact warning down in 9th.
So Jensen Hookie leads.
Lucy Lovell is the cart on the move here. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd. There is Lucy just coming into view there. Oh, and she's really having a cracking ding-dong with Benjamin Lawn.
So Benjamin.
They've swapped places left, right and centre. Yeah, she's maintained that position. The black and white cart there with the pink gloves is Lucy Lovell, and she is up to 5th place ahead, finally, of Benjamin Lawn.
Whitmore as well has gone past, so I think Benjamin Lawn really isn't enjoying these wet conditions, and he's dropping slowly back into the clutches of the field, but he's like, and he was all over and up and trying to get up the inside of Lovell, but what was much more likely was an accident then, as Lawn switches back to get underneath the 38 of Fenton Roderick, who's recovering after making that great start and being in the lead. Lawn goes up the inside of Lovell, swipes her nose. She's not chuffed about that, to put it mildly.
No.
And the nose is down. And the nose is down from Lovell.
That's
at least from one side. That was entirely caused by Benjamin Lawn swiping in front of her. You look at the front of Lucy's cart. I'm pretty certain the nose is down, just the way it's rattling on the side. And that is
That's a tragedy. Is that down? Yeah, it looks like it's rattling about, doesn't it?
It's
now then the number 185.
And the launch he just jumped the thing, and then and he's gained lots of places. And I don't know what he was doing there either. I'm not totally sure that I think that Lawn is doing a particularly good job out there at the moment, to be honest. I realise he was lethally quick in the dry. He's probably incredibly frustrated by the way he's going backwards in the wet. But I'm not going to say that I'm particularly impressed with the driving so far in these last few laps by Lawn.
Yeah, coming together there, tripping over. I'm not sure who the driver is. He's got a contact warning for his indiscretions. But however, I'm not sure what effect that will have on that missing the chicane.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, to be honest, at the moment, so it's hard to do that. But what is happening is Jensen Hookie, who started dead last, started the day in dead last, he's now dead first.
He started the day without qualifying in any kind of representative way with a broken chin. He's made his way through in the heats. He made his way through in the super heat. And now, leading the final, the winner here at round 6 for 2025 is showing that he is showing us a masterclass of Dunkeswell in the wet. As this is a great battle there
for second. Yeah, Basterfield against Whitmore. Whitmore, who is not afraid to lob the cart somewhere. He wasn't afraid in the dry, and I suppose he's even less afraid in the wet. Basterfield there in the green, orange and white.
Whitmore's picked up a contact warning.
And Basterfield in the green, orange and white trying to hold him back. But Whitmore, I think it's very hard to reject the amount of times he'll try it and throw it, to be honest. Hey, use your brain, sir.
Yeah, he's just tapping his helmet. Let's stop squabbling. Let's work together and catch Jensen Hookey. Jensen Hookey, however, is over 3 seconds ahead now. And we are inside the second half of this Junior Rotax Final.
Nice.
They have not heeded any warning or any advice from Leo Basterfield. And Jesse Whitmore is after that second step. Basterfield catching him napping.
He was looking the wrong way then.
He was looking the wrong way.
He's come back again though.
Yep, traction.
This is just free time for Hookey though, isn't it? Whilst they squabble up there. They've only changed places 3 times so far this lap. Why not make it 4?
Yeah, Hookey in the lead of these two, just ahead there. He's already out the picture, look.
I'm not sure what Wisniewski is going to do at this point.
Yeah, he's going to 27. He's going to wait for these two to trip each other over, isn't he? And then say thank you very much. He's just off the podium at the moment, the blue and white cart of Daniel Wisniewski. He will perhaps have his thoughts on getting onto the podium. However, it's a big ask passing any of these two drivers ahead of him. Leo Basterfield is the first on the list. Lucy Lovell in 5th place, in a very solid 5th place. There's the early leader who went off like a bat out of hell.
And then went off.
Somewhere. Friend Roderick went off somewhere. We didn't quite catch where. Oh, and Lovell. Lovell ahead of... Is that Lovell? No, it's not.
No,
sorry,
that's
got excited there.
27 was Nukas, and behind him is Lovell. Lovell was about second behind. I think she's gaining actually on the overall. Jensen Hookey currently running a couple of tenths a lap faster than this bunch, so it's an easy ease out for Hookey. Don't forget he won this in spectacular style, this very event here 6 months ago for round 6 of the NKC. So he's making it 2 in a row at Dunkeswell and in the NKC. There's a few alternate lines still being tried as the wet line, but Whitmore seems, I think, to be able to gap Basterfield now. And it's really whether Wisniewski is now going to come under pressure from Lovell.
Spreading out, settled down, haven't they? Into the final 3 minutes. Hookey leads by 3.7 seconds. Whitmore is in second, and he's got only 6/10 on the orange and green cart of Leo Basterfield. Daniel Wisniewski in 4th. Under pressure now from Lucy Lovell. Lucy on the black and white Origin Motorsport cart, we think has got a penalty with that nose rattling about. She had somebody, Benjamin Lawn drove over the top of it, didn't he?
Not totally sure. It looks like it's dislodged. Can it be dislodged on one side only?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it is on the left-hand side. The right-hand side still seems attached.
Yeah, it's rattling about a bit, which makes me suspect that that'll be a dropped nose penalty.
Yeah, unfortunately, that dropped nose penalty. They're like 4X in an iRace, and it doesn't matter how it happens, you still get the 4X.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if it's not your fault.
Now then, Wisniewski is coming back towards Basterfield, and likewise Lovell going with him. We are 2 minutes away from the last lap, and it's kind of not over, is it?
I think there's certainly some chances here. The bottom step of the podium's not nailed on yet. Basterfield looking quite good. He's obviously another Southwest champion, so au fait with this track in all sorts of conditions. Daniel Wisniewski is kind of looking at some alternate lines as well. Lovell trying to follow up. The pilots the Origin machine, but they're all very, very close together. Interestingly, Whitmore has managed to gap them and get away. In fact, just at that point there, some lethal drive there was by Basterfield. He's managed to put a gap away. So again, they are finding different bits of grip in different parts of the circuit. Suddenly, the gap opens up.
I think if you miss your braking point and slide a bit wide, the carts behind you are going to catch you.
Yep.
That's where I think we saw Basterfield. Now Basterfield's sort of settled down. And there's Lovell coming down the inside of Daniel Wisniewski and making the move. Oh no, she hasn't got the grip on the inside.
Will she get the drive out is the question.
No, the better line, the better grip is on the outside.
Dives
down the inside.
Can she stop it? She has stopped it.
Well done, Lucy. Great drive there. Daniel will come back towards her.
Yeah, he'll now try and get the over and under drive and get up and then park it to the right into Always, but she's covering that a bit.
We've got 2 more laps after this one. And Lucy Lovell now up into 4th place. She's had an off.
Is that an off or a breakdown?
Yeah, that's not a breakdown. She just kind of half spun.
Lost all the momentum as she pushed through.
There's the leader, Jensen Hookey, coming towards us. As Lovell gathers herself up, and that place gain that she had has now been handed back to. Oh no, there's Lovell there, isn't it?
No.
Who's that in fourth?
That's
Basterfield. It's Fizniaukis.
Yeah.
Fenton Roderick up to fifth. Lucy Lovell through in sixth.
She did lose a place to Roderick on his recovery drive.
She lost two. She was ahead of Daniel,
yes,
remember?
Of course she was, yeah. This is our leader. This is Jensen Hookey, who's been doing an awful lot of driving. He was doing an awful lot of passing in the heats. He was doing an awful lot of small amounts of passing, but gaining up in the super heat. And in the final, he's gone, do you know what, I think I might win again.
I think he's done that. He's got a 100% record here. The last round here of the 2025 season and the first round of 2026 has been all about this driver here. Jensen Hookey comes through, heads towards, he looks over his shoulder there and probably can't believe how much of a gap he's got. He's got to just drive the track now. Look over your shoulder, gents. You've got a huge gap now.
3.3 seconds the last time. This time round, 3.4. So he's doing the pace he needs to do.
He's looking comfortable, isn't he?
You haven't got to look behind yourself anymore, mate. You're fine.
He's just drifting that cart on the wet here, having a ball of a drive. Look at that local knowledge there.
Yeah.
All the way around the outside.
So from...
he's showboating now, isn't he? Be careful, my son. Be careful.
If you can't showboat in junior Rotax,
yeah,
when
I
can
suppose. Here he goes then. The last few corners coming up through the rapid bends. And then into the hanger hairpin for the final time. He'll then head back towards the paddock, all the way down the old runway through the dogleg for the final time. Jensen Hookey from no qualifying time in the qualification process from the back of the grid in the heats to the front of the field in junior Rotax with an outstanding drive all weekend. Jesse Whitmore finishes second. Leo Basterfield third, Daniel Wisniewski's fourth, fifth was Fenton Roderick. Lucy Lovell has to settle for sixth, I should say. Benjamin Lawrence seventh, Ethan Hunt eighth, Joe Stonehouse ninth, and it was Jaden Shearing rounding off the top 10. And right at the bottom, right at the last lap, I should say, Pensa Trehorn went from 10th to 14th for some reason. That was out of our sight.
I'm guessing the reason is the wet.
Well, something happened, didn't it?
I think it's some sort of rain-based reason. Okay, last race of the day, last highlights of the day.
So a very, as you would imagine, wet, scrappy start here for the juniors, with Cart spearing off before we even started. We got going though, Benjamin Lawn, the pole sitter, getting off. It was a scrappy start, anybody's race. We had several leaders, and that chap there, incredible, Fenton Roderick, came blasting through to lead the race. As Lucy Lovell was very racy indeed, ending up sixth with a great race with Benjamin Lawn. And there we had a bit of a Red Arrows candidate, Ethan Hunt, going straight on.
Oh, and that was more
difficult.
Actually, I'm going to have
to. Difficult force measure, I would say.
I think I put that a little bit onto the 185 of Benjamin Lawn. Actually, looking at it again, it was possibly not quite his fault, to be honest.
That's what happened to Lucy. Just a half spin there, losing that position. But it's all about that lad there, Jensen Hookey. Absolutely outstanding drive from the back of the grid to the front of the grid in junior Rotax. Well, that rounds off our coverage here on Karting Live TV for the closing of the first round of the NKC at Dunkeswell. We are back with the NKC at Rowra on the 8th and 10th of May. Before that, Nick.
No, we're back on the 9th and 10th.
Sorry, yeah, back. Yeah, well, the 8th and 10th of May is the event.
We're not together on the Friday.
No, 9th and 10th. Yeah, pedantic or not.
Accurate.
However, Karting Live TV will next be bringing you live action from the UAE Karting Championships, the RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge, on the weekend of
the 11th and 12th of April. The next then the following weekend, we've got it again, the 18th, 19th, a bit more UAE, but we've also got the Access Championship on the 19th of April as well. So you've got double dipping on the 19th of April, and the 25th of April, our final event on 26th of April, is the Fullbeck Kart Club Championship, which we're very much looking forward to do because it's 10 minutes from my house. Can I say thank you to Matt Guppy and to Ash Leontine, who've been cold and wet as camera people. Can I thanks very much to Lester Forbes, who not only has pressed all the buttons, but has supplied all the kit, because our kit's stuck in the UAE. So thank you, Lester.
And thank you, Mr. Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Yes, exactly. I thank Joe for being and doing the coffee, mainly. That's great. If you are not already subscribed to our YouTube, please subscribe to our YouTube, because it helps us and helps you, because we're on air. We're on air a lot over the next few months. If you are not following us on Facebook, follow us on Facebook, because there's all sorts of extra information and videos and stuff that turns up, so follow us on Facebook. And don't forget to follow us on Instagram as well. This is where it all falls down. I think it's Karting Live TV. It might be underscore. I'll get in trouble now from Gaz. I can't remember. Karting Live TV, you'll find our Instagram, which is full of pictures. That is it for us and for the first round of the 10th season of the NKC Karting Live TV. And me, I'm Nick Damon, and see you all soon at a kart track somewhere. And if you like radio control car racing, I'll be doing the Neoland event all over Bank Holiday weekend. So some of you know I do RC, and that's on RC Racing TV. Lots of us all the time. Can't miss us. Enjoy your week.